Forward. In 1953, at the age of 7, near the St. Francis River in Arkansas, I was abducted and taken aboard a UFO or flying saucer and kept for 3 days before being returned unharmed. Since then, I've been visited by the same extraterrestrials every 11 years. This association has been an ongoing one for the last 35 years. During that time, a kind of intimate rapport has developed between them, the Biavians, and myself. I do not believe that my experience has been unique owing to the fact that a considerable number of Earthlings have been and are contacted, and also the fact that I personally saw a number of humans via telescan living on the home planet of the aliens, and at least one man who also appeared to be in their confidence, as I have thus far been. I further believe that 3 levitating domed gardens aboard the great mothership are peopled by humans or hybrid humans, though I never had a chance to view them close up. My formal education does not exceed a GED. I have spent time in several county jails and 1 prison during my life. I won't attempt to go to any extraordinary lengths to try to convince the reader of the first-hand truth of my knowledge. Instead, I leave the contents of this book to your own scrutiny and sense of logic, be you scientist or layman. Since I am not a scientist, I know that much of the information that I've been made privy to is beyond my ability to comprehend, and my overall assessment of the character and motivations of these aliens is, no doubt, handicapped by my intellectual limitations, but it may not be beyond yours. During my life, I have pursued a varied number of vocations, most of them legal, some not so legal, and nearly all of the physically menial sort. I left home before my 14th birthday and have traveled extensively about this country and some others. I have worked as a farmhand, a migrant worker, whiskey maker, bare-knuckle fighter, bodyguard, soldier of fortune, construction worker, and other minor things. I have no history of mental problems or blackout spells, and I've never before this time come forth with this knowledge that I've gained from the aliens. I do so now for several reasons. First, as with many abductees, the conscious memory of these experiences has been a fragmented haze up until recently. Second, I've learned through recent hypnosis that I had made a promise to these visitors not to divulge our association until I was given the go-ahead to do so. I've recently been given that permission. Even so, there is at least one other species of the aliens who do not wish this information to be spread and who have actively sought to curtail my revelatory activities of late, and with some success. These negative-type aliens are called Tarxicians, and appear to me to be of reptilian origins. I wish I could tell you that these celestial visitors have come bringing only good neighborly cheer and some universal message of perfection, but sadly this is not the case. The aliens are not perfect, they are not infallible, and they do have technological, psychological, and spiritual limitations. They do not have, in my opinion, a good understanding of the human psyche, and are often perplexed at the fickle illogic of humanity's modus operandi. To some they have appeared as angelic, all-seeing, all-divine apparitions from heaven, while to others they have been perceived as unfeeling, uncaring, and terrifying automatons. The truth is that they are some of both, depending upon the individual, the incident of contact, and the physical treatment remembered from the encounter. As I have come to know them on a more conscious and intimate basis, having spent as many as 9 days in one stretch in their company, I have found them to be fascinating, strange, logical, silly, funny, loving, offensive, careless, ignorant, wondrous, fragile, ominous, and momentarily terrifying, but never unbelievable. The extraterrestrials are real. They have individual personalities, taste, and subtly differing philosophical opinions. They eat, sleep, have sex of a sort, defecate, burp, and even die, either by the rare techno-accident or eventually by choice. The ones I'm most familiar with, the male and female called Tan and Nella, have even learned something of the concept of bullshitting or joking, as well as amusement expression via the smile. I have smelled them with my nostrils and touched them with my fingertips, held long and in-depth conversations, and at the age of 18, made love to from 9 to a dozen hybrid females for purposes of procreation. Though I've not always been completely satisfied with the answers given to me, I've never yet asked a question of my alien friend Tan that he did not answer, and I asked many questions. Of course, numerous sightings have transpired simply by chance, but I've learned that seldom, if ever, have there been chance abductions. The subjects are chosen for a reason, even though this reason may not be one of esoteric or revelatory meaning. The reason is often a matter pertaining to genetics and other scientific procedures. Inasmuch as it is possible for an Earth person to penetrate the inward motivation and intention of these celestial visitors, I have slowly come to realize that the human animal is unique to the aliens simply because they feel responsible for a living experiment of their own formulation, if not creation. To allow the human species to perish from the universe would be a sad thing. Therefore, the human race must be preserved as a species in spite of itself, just as numerous other species of creatures have been preserved, though we believe them to be extinct. While the Biavians, I believe, look upon Earth man as a kindred spirit, albeit an inferior one, the sentiments of the Targisians or Targs I believe to be a different one, more clinical in its projection. I further learned that common reasoning, as we have come to know it, and our set of values, which with minor nuances may be considered universal on Earth, need not necessarily apply to these aliens. I personally saw numerous forms of life aboard the great mothership, but I learned that there are but 7 different species of intelligent technological life forms aboard the huge egg-shaped craft, and these are 1. The Biavians, 2. The Targisians, 3. The Stygians, 4. The Dorians, 5. The Niptonians, 6. The Insectilian called Screed, and a 7th form for which I could not learn a name or the nature of their origins. I'm sure that many people have suffered grievously, more psychologically than physically, and some have probably developed different kinds of psychosis, which have on occasion landed them in an asylum. I do not feel as if I have undergone any major psychological alterations as a result of my experiences with them. Perhaps this is because I have known of them for most of my life, and thus have never been subjected to the preconceived notion that man is the only intelligent life in the universe. It has never occurred to me to believe that extraterrestrials do not exist. Thus I simply thought of them as strange and different beings, who for some reason of their own chose to befriend me at the age of 7. This book definitely contains a message for all and erstwhile secret revelatory information for others. Some of the things that I will reveal during the course of this book will serve as a key to unlock the unconscious doors of the mind of other contactees who are not yet consciously aware of the fact. This book will also serve, I am told, as a beacon instrument for those who shall ultimately be chosen as the ones for the great airlift, which will transpire in the not-too-distant future. Further, this book will serve as an instrument to at least superficially acquaint the masses with the knowledge that the aliens do exist, thereby helping to psychologically condition them for the mass overfly, which must inevitably happen if the mass airlift is to transpire. It is not the aliens' wish to cause mass panic with their temporary presence, nor to be construed as an invading force. If you should measure my life as most people measure this existence, that is, by education, position, material possessions, and tangible accomplishments, I'm afraid you will find me sorely lacking in sociological substance and even pinpoint religious zeal. However, the nature of this fantastic dimension of reality that I have been made privy to tends to supersede what most consider to be the tangible, accumulated norms of society. I do not consider myself an outcast of society, and I'm certainly not a loner. On many occasions in my life, I have been as actively involved in what I believe to be worthy causes such as the civil rights marches and the picketing of the South African embassy. I am in empathy with conservationists and all manners of human suffering. The fact that I have thus far neglected to become stationary and put down roots may have something to do, or much to do, with the fact that I consider all the trappings of human society as fleeting, transitory things of little value in comparison with the universal order of reality. The fact is that most of man's ideology, politics, and religion are composed of just so much false and rhetorical bullshit. His politics, wars, and professed sense of moralistic worth are but a simple, fabricated facade blanket in his true primordial bestiality. His esoteric motivations rarely go beyond eating, defecating, and fucking. All exalted position is nothing more than various stages of the license to steal. Philosophically and spiritually, man is a potential god, while realistically he's nothing more than a naked predatory ape with a gun. Human society, I've come to believe, is composed of two predominant kinds of people: the predators, who through various forms of subterfuge and outright dictatorial tyranny feed their gluttony by controlling the stupid, bigoted masses which thrive on hate much more than common sense, and a smattering of philosophically prominent ones in between, from whence all the rest draw the bulk of their religious and moralistic pseudo-persuasion and fleeting inspiration. So I don't attempt to delude myself that my revelations will change the nature of humanity. But this book will, I hope, reach the ones for which it is intended, and also serve to enlighten humanity at large as to the reality of physical things, far beyond the scope of our commonly realized dimensions. I won't dwell unduly upon these portions of my life which do not deal with my time spent in the company of the aliens, because the subject matter covered during my time with them is quite sufficient to fill the manuscript of this book. What you will gain in knowledge from this book, coupled with what you already know, will no doubt serve to speed up and bring to maturity the purposes for which it is intended. Update 2007. The Coming of Tan, the Forward. Good reader, good listener, I bid you welcome to this amended and updated information concerning this great book. Be aware that this book was written from 1988 to 1990. Since its publication, many happenings have come to pass that has substantiated much of the information contained herein. I revealed that the great mothership is located near the planet Saturn. It is near the rings of Saturn between the planet and one of its great moons. There, it has languished since the time of Abraham. I tell you this so that you may become aware of the fact that the NASA Cassini space probe has recently sent back numerous photos of some great luminous object near the rings of Saturn. Strangely, NASA has not bothered to try and explain what the luminous object is. Surely, such a momentous discovery deserves at least a cursory attempt of an explanation of what it is. I tell you this, that it is the great mothership. I have been there and spent time spans ranging from 3 to 9 days, so I know of whence I speak. As you read forth in this book, you will no doubt find many other associated revelations that has been made evident since the writing of this book. You must ask yourself, could a country boy with barely a GED education have known all of these details without actually having experienced these things of which he speaks? I ask only that you keep an open mind during your reading or listening of this book. I bid you peace. A poem, as recited to me by the extraterrestrial Tan, on 26 September 1990. The poem is called O-Qua Tangin Wann. I have traveled far and swiftly across yon deep and leaning sky. I have witnessed a nova's burst and saw a living planet die. Across the voice of space unmeasured, O-Ye Amsa Lajuan. I have pierced the quantum's octaves, mastered hyperwarps in time. Vaulting onward o'er the spiral, on a journey here to save fellow beings wrought of madness from yon weeping living grave. Nestled there upon the ether as a jewel among the stones, earth, the precious orb of legend, soon your glowing shall be done. Children of the living waters, possessors of the staff of reason, beings of celestial promise, doomed to perish in mid-season. From the stone axe to the heavens, lo, the vision did not fade. Still that pulsing seed of hatred lay thy fate beneath the spade. Before me the planet lay in shambles, echo destruction beyond repair. By the greed of false controllers, acids now permeate the air. Pristine waters from the mountains die en route down to the sea. Thus to hasten soon the horror, the sapient race may cease to be. All my dreams of bio-perfection was but just a futile deed. Seeking to create a pure utopia, we unleashed a monster seed. Still, within them lay the spirit to transcend the rabid beast, and to comprehend the omsa of the elements of peace. O ye marvels of creation, why have you not sought the light? Must you fade into the shadows of that still, cold azure night? Unto you my sign is written, there upon the living fields. Lo, the circle is eternal, though you perish, you yet shall live. Interfacing with the acids beneath some new Jurassic sea, to turn again and scan the heavens, and to learn again to be. If I did not breach your stratos, you would surely someday breach mine. 'Tis a factor without question. 'Tis a factor but of time. I have not returned to conquer, nor to alter the flow of fate, but simply to gather a certain number soon before it is too late. Too unstable to embrace, yet far too noble to cast away. Beautiful life form, though unsuccessful, might succeed another day. There upon the flowering meadows, O shining precious, Biave. Chapter 1. The Coming of Tan. I was but 7 years of age in November of 1953 when I first saw the strange lights above the river near my home in northeastern Arkansas. At the time, my family lived near the western bank of the St. Francis River, which is one of the tributaries that feed into the Mississippi. The lights had appeared above the river for 3 nights straight at around the same time in the late night or early morning, coming closer with each successive visitation. On the 3rd night, the brilliant lights were close enough to our house to cast a glow of their presence onto the walls of my bedroom. It was on this 3rd night that I decided to go out and investigate. Strangely, my 2 brothers who shared the room with me never awakened to witness the lights. Even when I tried to awaken them, I was never successful. Perhaps this was by design, because ordinarily I would not have been awake at that hour in the morning. There were 4 of the lights, and I had watched them, fascinated by their aerobatic displays. They would shoot across the starlit sky from the west and come to an immediate standstill above the river. Then slowly they would circle in a follow-the-leader manner, or the 4th one would remain stationary while the smaller 3 circled it, After a time, the fourth light would disengage itself from its companions and descend, glowing ever larger, toward the treetops near the river. I could not detect any sound. The lights would often change in color and intensity, from yellow to white to red to green and shades of blue. And when they departed, they always buzzed the house, all four following in a row. It was on these occasions that I could feel the vibrations of their engines. The vibrations would grow in intensity as they passed over and diminished as they went away. They would circle back over the opposite direction, move away for a few miles, and then just stop and shoot straight upward until they disappeared into the night sky. On the third night, the lights were very close, and it seemed to land behind the trees less than a quarter mile from my home. I put on my jacket and went out. Having explored the riverbank on many occasions, I was thoroughly familiar with that area. I was accompanied by my faithful and fearless mixed-breed dog, Brown Boy. We soon approached the spot where the ship had landed. Peeking through the bushes, I saw the saucer. It stood in a clearing, suspended about 12 feet above the ground, and though it was moored by 3 flexible legs, it slowly danced about like a cork bobbing on water. Shortly, the ship pulsed pinkish, and I found myself focused in a light beam emanating from the ship. Out of the light strode 2 little people. They were dressed in shiny blue jumpsuits and wore bubble-type helmets. I was only 7, but they were hardly as tall as me. My faithful dog, Brown Boy, didn't make a sound of protest as the 2 beings took me by the arms and led me toward the ship. When we stepped directly beneath the saucer, there was a blinding white light, and the next thing I knew, we were aboard. I found myself laying nude on some kind of table, similar to an operating table. I can now speak with clarity upon that first encounter, because the memories were reawakened in me through hypnosis in early 1988 by the UFO author, researcher, Barbara Simon, whom I had met shortly after my 27 December 1987 sighting over the Ozark Mountains in Arkansas, during which time I managed to take several Polaroid photos of the craft before being taken aboard for the 4th time. Since Barbara and I started these regressive hypnosis sessions, my memory of those past incidents has been returned to me with a flood of recall, so much so that it is no longer necessary to undergo the hypnosis sessions in order to key up my memory. Further, I've learned that the alien Tan told me on that last occasion that all of my memory would shortly return, possibly engineered by my meeting with Barbara. Certainly a great number of things have transpired since our meeting to substantiate this belief. I will rehash these things in detail later in this book. When the little people first approached me on the river, I was momentarily terrified. My fear was the result of my not being able to physically resist when they laid hands upon me for the first time, and by my inability to move my arms and legs as I lay on the examination table aboard the ship. The presence of a 3rd and 4th alien, whom I later learned to be Stygians, didn't help matters either. After we entered the craft, the 2 small aliens had removed their helmets, and I could now see them clearly from the waist up. The male was about 4 feet tall. The female was a few inches shorter. In actual appearance, male and female differed just slightly in features. The heads were noticeably larger than normal in proportion with the body. The eyes were large, unblinking ovals. The male's eyes were a light to deep gold color, while the female's eyes were blue. The shades of their eyes tended to change depths depending upon the light and perhaps the emotion. Their arms were long, the fingertips reaching almost to their knees. Their feet were flat and kind of splayed. Their hands were long and delicate and had only 3 fingers and a thumb. The forefinger was longer than the middle finger. They had no outward ear flaps, but teeny holes where the ears should be. The nose had no cartilage and was almost flat against the profile. The mouth was thin-lipped and looked like a slit in the face. The teeth were tiny and uniform, like baby teeth. The chins were sharp and receding, and gave the face an egg-like shape. The female's skin tone was a gray-white, and the male's complexion was yellowish-brown or golden. The skin colors also changed at times, not in the basic color, but in subtle tones. They did not look like dangerous monsters, but I could not call them cute either. They did not articulate with their mouths, but communicated via telepathy. The actual physical examination was left to the Stygians. I could see and feel their long, spindly hands. Their touch was cold and clinical. As I have said, I could not move my body, but I could move my eyes and my head with effort. The Stygians, by any stretch of the imaginations, are very ugly creatures indeed. They stand nearly 6 feet tall and have dark red leather-like skin draped loosely over their skeletal-like frames. The head is long and prune-like, and the eyes are teeny, black, and close-set. Even aboard the craft, they both wore some kind of breathing device on their mouths, and at times you could hear their rapid, shallow breathing. I was later to learn that the Stygians, in spite of their physical appearance, are considered to be the pacifists, even among the aliens, because of their ability to store and retain vast amounts of data and recall and disseminate the same. Stygians hold many scientific and other brainy positions among the Biavians with whom they are affiliated. I further learned that the Stygians are the ones who perform most, if not all, of the physical examinations for the Biavians on abductees. It is apparently the sight of these ugly but harmless beings that has caused many abductees to remain terrified of the experience. Even though I am told that the Biavians have never physically harmed an abductee, yet I can truthfully make the same statement in regards to the Targs. The Stygians also communicate via telepathy. However, I could never comprehend any of what they were saying. On the other hand, neither could the Biavians understand the Stygians except by replaying or filtering their transmissions through some kind of electronic device. Strangely, I could hear and communicate with the Biavians telepathically, even as a child. Of course, they had to revert to English from their native tongue, if it can be called that. I was told that most human beings have the dormant ability to communicate telepathically, but it is more pronounced in some, especially the ones who still maintain a greater portion of the original Elohim gene. Apparently, I'm one of these gene retainers, and telepathic intercourse with the aliens comes easily to me. During my physical examinations, I was touched from head to foot, scanned with some kind of light probe that resembled a giant eye. The Stygians may have taken hair samples, toenails, skin scrapings, and saliva from me. It was while I was on the table that I started to communicate with the Biavians. Tan and Nella spoke to one another in words I couldn't understand as they stood near my feet, and I butted into their conversation telepathically, saying something like, "You better turn me loose, 'cause my daddy's got a shotgun, and he'll shoot you with it." At first they both looked at me with interest. Then they started to converse with me in English. Tan said that they were not going to harm me, but were obliged to momentarily restrain me, because I was big and strong and might try to hurt them. Soon I got over my fear of them, if not of the Stygians, and convinced them that I wouldn't harm them if they let me up. Initially, I had called him a big-head duty dog, to which they had looked at one another and repeated the phrase, "Big-8 duty dog?" They weren't familiar with the phrase or its meaning, and I didn't bother to explain it to them at the time. I cannot say exactly how long I remained on the examination table, but after a long while they allowed me to get up and move to a kind of translucent recliner. They didn't seem to be bothered by my nudity at all, and both Nella and Tan seemed to enjoy exploring my body with their hands. Their touch was cool but gentle. They seemed fascinated with my hands, my kinky hair, and my sex organs. Even though I could move, my strength was greatly diminished. Tan stuck his finger in my mouth and ran the tip over my teeth, and I bit him slightly, to which he said, "Oh," and snatched his hand away. I told him that it wasn't polite to put his finger in someone's mouth, and he said something about highly developed verbal resonance. They spoke to me on occasion, and about me to one another on others. I could hear their exchange inside my head, not understanding them. After a while, they stopped examining me and walked over to converse with the Stygians. It was then that I started to take a good look at the circular room or flight deck. The dome of the room was completely transparent, and you could see out on a 360-degree radius, even though, depending upon your point of focus, the objects outside were distorted by the curve of the dome. I remember that when I was outside looking at the ship, the dome had appeared a solid metallic. A console, banana or hot dog shaped, covered about a quarter of the room's outer circle. I didn't see any protruding buttons or levers or even dials on the console, but different spots of pulsing color. The ship was actually piloted by a robot, that is, a metallic thing with arms that seemed to float about in front of the console. In the center of the room was a round disc-like table on which were some neon configurations, like a star chart. The exam table and other examination instruments had completely disappeared, and the Stygians now stood near another console-like thing and seemed to be working. Presently, Tan and Nettle returned to me and pointed out of the dome. I saw the earth, small and shining in the distance, about the size of a golf ball, and the moon, which was much larger. I could tell that we were going away into the voids of space, and I started to cry. The alien Tan touched my cheek and retrieved a teardrop, which he then rubbed upon his brow. He said, "Oh, Martin, I can experience your emotion, yet its meaning is lost unto me. It is well that I may once again relate to sensations long unrecalled. Do you understand?" But I didn't understand at the time. Over the years, I've come to realize what he meant. Apparently, the Biavians, or certain Biavians, are able to telepathically mesh and interface with certain humans to the extent of actually being able to experience all the earthly emotions and physical sensation that the human feels. I understand that this state of intimacy between the alien and the human is not a common occurrence, but a rarity. Yet to actually feel the emotion is not necessarily to know its meaning or the nature of the emotion's logic. While numerous human beings could probably communicate telepathically with the Biavians, few aliens and humans can achieve the symbiotic state of emotions transmutation. This is sad, because I believe that if all the aliens could experience the emotional anguish that most humans go through upon abduction, they wouldn't have made so many mistakes, been so unfeeling, or used the same techniques of contact. Over time, I believe that I was able to communicate much of this to my alien friends. I also found that I could transmit some emotions to the female Nella, but we never achieved the rapport that existed between me and Tan. She seemed more attuned to the sensations of joy, mirth, and perhaps sensuality, while my occasional attempts at humor, joke-telling, seemed for the most part to be lost upon Tan. To this day, the little alien remains almost machine-like in his analytical reasoning most of the time. Then he turned and pointed out into space and said, "Look, Martin." I looked and saw a brilliant comet or meteor shooting out through space and crossing the path of the other three saucers that accompanied us. I forgot my sadness as I watched the great comet. Then one of them said, "Martin, sing me a song." I guessed that I had inwardly been singing a song that my mother wrote for me to sing in church, and I began to sing it with my mouth. And the words went in this manner. I dreamed that the great judgment morning had dawned, and the trumpet had blown. I dreamed that the nations had gathered to judgment before the great throne. From the throne came a bright shining angel, and stood on the land and the sea, and swore with his hands raised to heaven that time was no longer to be. And oh, what a weeping and wailing, as the lost ones were told of their fate. They cried to the rocks in the mountains. They prayed, but their prayers were too late. As I finished the song, the ship moved over near the fiery comet and began to pace it. Suddenly, the ship started to move in a clockwise fashion around the comet. And as we were doing so, the ship began to play the melody of my song. It sounded wonderful and was accompanied by flutes, trumpets, and a host of other magnificent instruments, filling every octave with scores of melodious harmonies. I don't remember when the aliens dressed me in a fine blue robe or placed across-like blue slippers on my feet. But when I noticed myself again, they were there. I saw that we were coming up to the planet Saturn with the great rings of ice, and was told that the planet had 23 moons. The planet and his rings appeared to me to be devoid of color, like a black and white photograph. Then, as we passed one of the largest moons, I saw it, shining like some great bejeweled egg upon the azure background of the endless sky. "Behold, Martin," said Tan, "this is the vessel of our origins." This was the first time that I had laid eyes upon the great mothership. I was to visit it again on at least 2 future occasions, and it will take the contents of the latter visits to reawaken the memory of the first visit at 7 years of age. Bear with me. Update 2007, Chapter 1, The Coming of Tan. Since my first visitation in the fall of 1953, I have grown to know my visitors Tan and Nella most intimately. I believe that, as a child, it was easier for me to learn to accept these beings, who are obviously not of this planet, than perhaps it would be for an adult being faced with the same scenario. Of course, I experienced waves of fear and apprehension, in that many hypothetical possibilities passed through my mind. Were they going to use me for food, or dissect me, or in some gruesome experiment? I'm sure that they were aware of my fear, so they set about to comfort me and to assure me that they meant me no harm. I instinctively believed them. I must admit that even as a 7-year-old poor farm boy, it was difficult for me to lovingly accept these strange little people or beings, who are obviously not of this earth. I could not have dreamed that I would shortly be exposed to awesome wonders that were even more traumatic to my mindscape. 17 years ago, I wrote of the location and dimensions of the great mothership. The NASA Cassini space probe took photos of some great luminous object, obviously a controlled object, near the planet Saturn in mid-2004, thereby confirming my previously given information 17 years past as to the location of said mothership. Up through my present lifespan, my potential genius has not always manifested itself in a coherent fashion. For instance, I might relieve some terrible pain in a stranger or a homeless person over here, and then have to kick some guy's ass in a bar fight over there, generally because of some flirty young lady or perhaps a questionable poker hand. You must understand that the life of a young man among migrant workers, whiskey makers, country blues bands, juke joints, fast women, and shady card games was not always imbued with tender gentility. You have to be tough to survive without becoming the perpetual victim. I feel that I was nearly always fair, yet never weak. The scriptures say that many a time we have entertained angels unawares. I look back and I can see that my life has on more than 2 occasions been pulled back or turned from the road of imminent destruction. Perhaps it was the voice in the crowd that talked me out of a blind rage during some brawl, or even the police officer who arrested me and locked me up for a short time, thereby preventing me from doing something stupid, which may have locked me up forever. Or perhaps it was the poor lady who picked me up bleeding in an alley, racked with fever, then nursed me back to health. The dear lady, for some reason, was convinced that I was her son, who had been killed years before. I visited her until she died. Surely you will ask yourself, why would these obviously advanced beings in the sky choose a man like Riley Martin to befriend, instead of choosing someone of greater social status and of less controversial life experiences? I, too, have pondered this question. I once posed this question to Tan, and this, roughly, was his answer. Friend Martin, do not dwell so greatly upon claims of piety, for none save the newborn can be proclaimed free of all fault. You have fed the hungry because you have known hunger. You have never harmed a foe beyond the necessity of self-preservation. You have honored your word. We do not seek the saintly, deluded, nor the self-proclaimed divine. We seek one such as you, one who would stand and not fade, even in the face of awesome pain to come. Then I said, no kidding. I thought that doing this hero shit would help me get girls. Then Tan said, I'm sure that you are trying to spread a little mirth. He was always too serious, which to me was often funny. My father was hard but fair. My mother was truly an angel a-walking. He was 18 and she was 16 when they married in Tunica, Mississippi. They stayed married until they died. He passed away at 88 years of age, and my mother at 90 years of age. They were moral and fair to a fault, and they tried to imbue in all of us children with some good values. I should like to think that I have never strayed far from that grace. My mother was half Cherokee, and my father was half black Seminole. My mother taught me how to cook and sing, and to hold a love for books. We had no money, yet she could heal all common illnesses with the herbal things that grew in the fields and forest. When the cotton crops were not up to the necessary capacity, we often had to live largely off of the land. My father was the greatest hunter I've ever known. Only two others became nearly as great as he. This was my brother Mickey and me. Mickey had the eyes of an eagle and could often see the hidden game that I did not see. Yet I seemed to have the uncanny ability to think like an animal. Instead of chasing or tracking a game animal, I could go ahead of the creature and wait for it to come. It nearly always did. You did not shoot a match stem. You learned to light the match with a rifle, then to extinguish the flame with a bullet without disturbing the wooden stem of the match. Such activities engendered a good sense of geometric distance, depth, and spatial motion. So when I say that Tan's ship was 33 feet from rim to rim and 18 feet thick at the dome, I'm probably correct. I still love to fish, yet I don't hunt anymore. My father always said, boy, don't kill nothing you ain't going to eat, you little bastard. The extraterrestrials trusted me with this information, which they hope, when revealed, shall be good for the healing of the nations. I pray myself worthy of this undertaking. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2. The 7 Intelligent Life Forms. I left home and went out on my own in the big world at the age of 14, and because regular employment was denied me at that age, I did what so many before me had done. I joined the migrant hordes that gathered the produce crops seasonally up and down the eastern seaboard. I was always tall for my age, and my upbringing on the farm had conditioned me to hard work, so it wasn't difficult for me to do a man's work. When I gave my age as being 18, it was rarely questioned. Among the migrants, 2 new worlds were opened up to me: the factor of actually making money of my own and sex. My first sexual consummation was with a lady at least twice my age. She was about 30. After finding out that I was indeed a virgin to the sensual arts, I became for her a most precious commodity, and she sought, albeit unsuccessfully, to deny my prodigious attributes to other women. She attempted this in 2 ways. 1, by literally inundating me with sensual activity, and by whooping the living shit out of any other woman who got too close to me. It fascinated me to find myself the focus of so much feminine attention, and made me aware of the rawest form of human aggression concerning these matters. With the cunning and stealth of some obsessed pride of lionesses, the women succeeded in luring me away from my claimant and sampling my adolescent treasures, with equal stealth and complicity on my part, I might add. It further seems, though I wasn't aware of it at the time, that the women had discovered something extraordinary about me. If I perchanced to make love to a certain lady several times, this lady seemed to grow visibly younger. Of course, it may be reason, with some justification, that a woman in love tends to feel and act younger. However, I've had a number of women show and tell me of the disappearance of facial lines, wrinkles, and the renewal of youthful skin texture, as well as the inner knowledge of past youth, etc. At that time, such things were lost upon me, and I didn't put much stock in these revelations. However, I would find out the truth of them during my second visitation and time spent among the aliens at the age of 18 in 1964. It is a fact that at the age of 15 and 16, I sometimes made love to 8 or 10 different women a day, and was not unduly overtaxed in doing so. But even the novice Casanova must eventually reach his limitations. I found it expedient to literally escape my admirers after a time on many occasions. It was during one of my self-imposed spans of abstinence at the age of 17 that I discovered that I possessed another more profitable talent, the art of fist fighting, bare-knuckle fashion. At 6 feet 2 inches and 170 pounds, I became a most formidable and deadly foe in the timeless art of one-to-one combat. Because of my string-bean physique and obvious youthful inexperience, the other fighter, being bigger and older, was always the art's own favorite, thereby giving me and my trainer, Big Manuel, an opportunity to make good money. With all due modesty, I can say that during the 1.5 years of my pugilistic career, I never lost a fight. But these victories were not all won without paying a price, and I still have the scars to prove it. In October of 1964, I had decided to quit fighting, take my nest egg, and return to Arkansas. Big Manuel concurred with this decision after my last opponent up east had died of injuries sustained during our bout. Truly remorseful for my part in the man's death, I gave about half of my nest egg to his wife and 4 children and went on my first drunken spree over in New York City. I awakened a week or so later in a cheap hotel with an equally drunk, middle-aged lady in bed beside me. Of my hard-earned fortune, I still had $16 in change. This is why I agreed to stop in Alabama on my way south for one last fight. On November 14, 1964, in the Red Hills near the town of Oneonta, Alabama, I fought a man called Gritch, and I took him down in the 33rd round. In the process, I suffered a broken nose, 2 fractured ribs, a sprung thumb, the loosening of several jaw teeth, a black eye, and numerous bruises and contusions. When Big Manuel departed for his home in Tennessee, I decided to stay on in the camp a while and recuperate. The camp contractor's wife and 3 daughters took on the job of ministering to my wounds. To show my appreciation for their angelic care, I was obliged to make love to all but the youngest daughter. It was for this reason that the camp contractor and 4 of his henchmen, 2 of whom were married to the 2 oldest daughters, set upon my person with frightful aggression, and dumped me, injured and penniless, in the hills several miles from the camp, with instructions, under penalty of death, to make myself scarce in those parts. It was after midnight when I saw the lights come flying silently across the sky from the northeasterly direction, passing directly over me, close enough to brightly illuminate the surrounding area and to cause the hair on my head to crackle with static and the bushes to tremble. The craft sat down in the weeds off to my right. I went to investigate and saw the ship standing nearly immobile just above the ground in a clearing. The hum of the engines was barely audible, but I could feel its vibrations. As I walked toward the ship, I could feel the static electricity all over my body and see the leaves trembling and moving about on the ground all about me. The ship was about 30 feet in diameter, flattened on the bottom and domed on the top. A line of blue lights circled the perimeter, and a blue-red-yellow light shone from the undercarriage. The body of the ship was a dull metal that glowed with the varying blue-white intensity. The dome cleared, and I could see 2 small beings standing and looking out. Then I distinctly heard a voice saying, "Come forth, Martin, for we must leave in haste." I literally ran beneath the ship and looked up to see a spiral door open, a dazzling white light, and I was in a tube-shaped chamber which nearly touched my shoulders. The chamber was lined with thousands of teeny lights of many colors. I could feel the lights play over my body like the ripple of warm water. I was acutely conscious all the time. Then I smelled a very strong perfume-like odor for a moment. The door in the chamber whisked, and I was blinking in the soft light of the command deck. It suddenly occurred to me that this experience was not new to me, and that I knew the 2 aliens who were awaiting my arrival. "It is well to see you, Martin," said Tan. "And it's good to see you again," I said. This time I was not subjected to the extensive physical examination of my childhood, but was led directly to the translucent recliner-type chair. I noted that the material from which the chair was made tended to cleave unto the curvatures of my body like jello, and would give to my handprint whenever I touched it. It was cool but pleasant. The interior of the ship was also cool, not freezing, but naturally cool. Once again, Tan and Nella started their hands-on exam of my nude body. Where my clothes had gone, I cannot say. I was still experiencing sharp stabs of pain from my last encounter with the contractor and his men, and every time I felt a sharp ping, the alien Tan would flinch, indicating that he was attuned to the sensations, so much so that he was forced to snatch his hand away, recoiling from the pain. I looked out and saw the lights of a city off to my right. Perhaps it was Birmingham. Then I saw the 4-dimensional video projections of 2 jet planes approaching at high speed. The form of the planes were displayed on the dome glass like modern-day computer images composed of schematic-type graphic lines. I said, "Tan, we'd better get the hell out of here, because those jets have missiles." And he said, "Fear not, Martin, for we are but little more than apparitions before their capabilities." At that very moment, the ship shot straight up through the clouds. Within 10 seconds, I could clearly see the outline of Florida, the eastern coast, and South America. In another 10 seconds, the entire planet was a basketball-sized marble, visibly growing smaller before my eyes. Yet I did not feel any physical sensation of motion. I can only venture to guess, but I had the distinct feeling that Tan was really enjoying the painful sensations that he picked up from me. It was almost as if he was in ecstasy. However, Nella didn't seem unduly affected by these sensations. After a while, she said, "Martin, you are feeling great discomfort." And I said, "Yes, Nella, can you give me something for the pain?" At which she took an instrument that looked like a small flashlight and touched my left big toe. Almost immediately, a numbing sensation moved up my leg and soon encompassed my whole body, and the pain went away. Only then did Tan cease his writhing and humming. "Oh, Martin," says he, "these are marvelous sensations. Where did you acquire them? What are they called?" I said, "What you are feeling is pain, which was gotten as a result of a whooped ass." "A whipped ass?" he repeated. "Martin, how does one acquire a whipped ass?" "Well," says I, "the best way to get a whooped ass is to say something about my mama, or in this case, to get caught screwing a contractor's wife." "Oh, and what is a mama and a contractor?" Geez, what a puddin'-head, I thought aloud. "Puddin'-head," said Nella. And so it went for a good while. I actually felt superior to these little people because they didn't know shit about the most ordinary things. I came to the conclusion that they really didn't have any conception of what a mother is. Oh, they knew that humanoid bipeds gave birth after approximately 270 days of gestation, but of the bond of motherhood they had no true knowledge. I was to learn that these aliens were very ignorant of the human experience, the human senses of love, hate, jealousy, envy, greed, conscience, etc. I concluded that were Tan a human being, he would be considered somewhat freaky, as he seemed to get off on pain. Slowly it began to dawn on me why he had chosen me for his conduit into the human order. It seems that there is a faction among the Biavians who have decided to try and learn through hands-on intercourse the nuances of the human factor. Certain ones among the Biavians are highly sensitive, telepathically and emotionally to certain humans, and these are the ones chosen to gather the data and attempt to pass it on to others of their species. Martin, these sensations are very forceful. We must acquire them again, and to a greater degree, he said. I kindly explained to him that it would be much better if he personally gained the experience of getting his ass whipped, thereby not having to trouble himself with picking it up from me. Furthermore, I suggested that he could easily participate in this ecstatic experience by sitting down in Birmingham and shouting, "General Lee is a punk," to wit. He would shortly be blessed with an ass-whipping of scientific proportions. Now, with my pain gone, I felt a kind of esoteric buoyance, and I really started to enjoy playing with their heads. It occurred to me that by hanging on to my every word, these aliens could conceivably be led astray. So I started to use more care in my explanations to them. It seems to me that their ability to separate seriousness from general bullshit was nil. Yet time and experience slowly led me to conclude that these aliens, though naive to much of the human equations, were by no means fools. It is only that their way of rationalizing things is different from most of ours, only to the extent that they don't clutter the obvious or falsify the facts. No Biavian could ever be an earth lawyer, preacher, or politician. Also, logic exceeds honesty in this straightforward context. Logic is both divine and cruel. I asked them where they were from, and they said that they were from the planet BRV, which is 4.6999 travel years from Earth. It is in the constellation consisting of 8 suns, 7 planets, and 9 moons. That is, in this star system there are 7 intelligent barren planets, which are presently working on this joint venture of exploration. They share a common mothership, which is of Biavian origin, though their scout ships are of different dimensions and origins. Tan tells me that the Biavians and Tarxisians have been visiting this planet since the Jurassic era of the Mesozoic period. He also tells me that these 7 intelligences are not the only ones who have visited the Earth. However, the Biavians and the Tarks are the 2 principal species who have foremost scientific claims to the planet. I asked Tan, how many living planets are there in the Milky Way galaxy? He said, Martin, should you visit a different living planet each day for the duration of your physical gestation, you should not even begin to tax the number, nor could I. And I've learned that Tan is about 10,000 years of age as we measure time, which is young for a Biavian. Further, he told me that not even the Biavians know the true number of living planets in the cosmos, but could only theorize. Nor do the aliens possess what we consider to be supernatural powers, such as foreseeing the future, of knowing tomorrow's lottery number, for these things depend upon a lot of unforeseen variables. However, their collection of physical data and knowledge of all historic circumstances puts their deductive technology far beyond our own. Thus they have ventured to theorize as to the future state of the planet. Their findings lead them to believe that they will most probably find it necessary to save the human species from extinction in the not-too-distant future, just as they have preserved specimens of all other living things which have thus far existed upon this planet since the first visitation, perhaps 600 million years ago. He also tells me that none of the 7 intelligent life forms visiting here actually evolved upon their present home planets, but instead colonized these planets at a later, more technological time of their evolution. Yes, it is possible to technologically destroy all life upon or even the planet itself. I understand that this very thing has been done on many occasions before somewhere and will no doubt be done again. All intelligent life forms will without fail seek to travel beyond their planet of origin, either by choice or by necessity or both, providing they don't self-destruct before this can be accomplished. The Earth, unfortunately, has reached the critical zone on the self-destructive probability scale. All of these things and much, much more I learned during the course of my many long conversations with Tan and from assumptions and intuitive knowledge gained during my stay among them. Tan had a kind of strange way of speaking. In many cases, I simply had to surmise what he meant. That is, on many occasions, the meaning far exceeded the spoken word. As we progress through this book, I will attempt to indoctrinate you in these revelations to the foremost depths of my ability to do so, and I beg your indulgence in excuse of my limitations. From what Tan tells me, the human being, or the Homo sapien, was not the first intelligent biped to inhabit this planet. Of course, the Biavians and Tarks themselves were here long before man evolved and began to introduce a number of hybrid strains upon the young planet. I'm told that at that time the journey from his home planet required thousands of Earth years, and most of the introduced strains did not fare well, and a number of factors contributed to their untimely demise. Some were so biologically at odds with the planet that they died out before developing immunities to infections, and some to natural disasters, coupled with predatory invasions. I am told that some were giants, while others were very small, that is, only inches in height. Still others devolved instead of progressing in intelligence. The factor of interbreeding disseminated several strains to the extent of self or necessary experimental failure destruction. A few managed to actually achieve a notable state of technology before some great calamity befell them. There were those who endured for a longer span than the Homo sapien erectus has thus far been credited with. However, none before were as successful in numerical reproduction and diversified adaptation as the human species. The human being has an advantage over the first colonizers in that the human being is composed of the indigenous as well as alien chromosomes, while the first ones were all foreign transplants. To this day, I am told that the full-blooded Biavian cannot live long in the Earth's atmosphere without the aid of artificial life support systems. Even the mixed-breed hybrids, so recently introduced among us, find the factor of infectious organisms quite deadly and are forced to continually consume many kinds of medicinal compounds. Generally, the hybrids stays among us is limited to short spans of time. I was not told just what their purpose was in doing so. Yes, the aliens do have for thousands of years maintained permanent bases on the Earth and on some neighboring planets. Do the Biavians take anything from Earth? Yes. They are forever collecting things like plants, insects, and a host of other living specimens of creatures, including man. However, with man, it is more than just a scientific specimen thing, as is exemplified by my relationship with them. I do believe that we are afforded such privileges as one intelligent species bestows upon another. For instance, I saw numerous examples of earth creatures of the lower order in life and in frozen animation aboard the mothership, but never an example of man like so treated. The aliens, I'm told, sometimes take large quantities of fauna and seawater in order to preserve certain living creatures in their natural habitat. I once saw a large quantity of freshwater fish ejected into space, encased in a huge liquid-filled bubble. I was told that the numbers aboard the great mothership were kept constant in this manner. Also, the great ship accumulated large quantities of byproducts or trash, which were rendered into dust via disintegrators and then ejected into space. I learned that the Biavians are vegetarians and consume no flesh. I believe, though I can't swear to it, that they don't consume any solids. In all that time I spent with Tan, I only saw him drink about 2 ounces of red liquid, the color of red wine. Nor did I ever see him urinate or defecate, though I'm sure that they must at some time. I saw and was at times in the same proximity of some of the Tarxicians, but I couldn't learn much of them from Tan. That is, we never discussed them at length. I was never permitted to go into one of their V-wing ships, nor into their particular area of the great ship. However, I saw a few of them close up in other parts of the ship, as well as a small group of black-haired, oriental-looking men, dressed in black suits that sometimes accompany the Targs. They always wore dark glasses, but once one of them removed his shades and looked directly at me. His eyes were reptilian, or cat-like, with only a slit for a pupil. These creatures and the Targs always gave me an uneasy feeling, akin to fear. The full-blooded Targs looked to me to be of reptilian origin, and their insignia, which I saw upon the great door of their sector, is a rendition of a winged serpent. The Targs have spaceships of differing shapes, the most common of which being the V-winged design, which may be 100 feet across, while some may be 1,000 feet across. They also have the saucers, which are flat-topped instead of domed, and may sport 2 tiny tail fins. I saw a Targ tanker as big as a football field harvesting ice from the rings of Saturn. It was shaped like a giant loaf of bread. During the course of my conversations with Tan, I learned that the Targs have done some not-so-nice things on Earth. They caused a blackout on the East Coast some years ago when one of their craft expended a large charge of electrons too close to power lines. Their electromagnetic field may sometimes cause engines to malfunction. The Targs, I am told, have taken organs and hemoglobin from domestic animals and then carelessly left the animals' carcasses laying around for the owner to find. This is a no-no, and they no longer do it. A few Earth people have suffered detrimental radiation burns from the Targ's decontamination procedures, which for a time did not make allowances for the different tolerance levels of the individual human. The Targs may be flesh eaters consuming muscle protein, though I can't say for sure. Many of them carry a plastic or metallic-looking stick-like instrument on their waist belt, and I can only guess as to its purpose. A Targ stands about 5 feet tall and is slender. The forehead slopes and the skull is pointed. The ears are sculpted into the head, small, pointed, flat. The nose is a sharp, close-setting beak, and the mouth is wide and frog-like, with no protruding lips. The arms are long and bony, and the hands are webbed with 5 fingers. The neck is bony, with perceptible notches down the spine. A tail is visible on some. The legs are bent forward at the knees, and the feet are too long and encased in some kind of heelless boot with rubber-like soles. When they walk, it is a kind of a mechanical gait. The Targs also communicate via telepathy, and later in this book I will explain how the only physical pain I have thus far suffered at the hands of the aliens was done to me by a Targ. Yet that encounter with the Targs gave me the answer to a question that had been plaguing me for a long time, namely, why it is not possible for the aliens to subjugate man through mass mind control, and why it would be very dangerous for them to even try. The Targzicians, or at least some Targs, are able to communicate telepathically with man. I know this because I have personally communicated with one of them. The resonance and texture of that telepathic exchange was definitely different from that which I experienced with Tan, but nonetheless a definite fact. I am sure that on occasion the Targs also abduct humans, but I don't know how well these captives fare while in their possession. There may be some hybrid experimentation by Targs upon humans, as is exemplified by the existence of the white-skinned Oriental-looking men seen with them. These men, if they never remove their glasses, could pass as human without much trouble. Yet, while it is easy to attribute some human qualities to the Biavians, I could never detect such qualities in the Targs. But then, I never had the opportunity to associate with them. The third form of intelligence with whom I came into proximity, though I did not develop a rapport with, was the Stygians, whom I have spoken of before. Among the 7 intelligences, the Stygians are the only ones I know of who do not have shuttlecraft of their own creation. Thus they are not an independent force, but are instead obliged to work in close collusion with the Biavians, and should you ever see a Stygian, it will be aboard a Biavian ship. Further, I am told that the Stygians do not possess interplanetary spaceships, even on their home planet, but are visited and protected by neighboring life-bearing planets. On their home planet, the Stygians are great horticulturists and herbalists. Stygians are educated and used on Biave because they naturally possess the extraordinary ability to store, disseminate, and recall vast quantities of information, and therefore make the best doctors, physicians, mathematicians, and other brainy professionals. The Stygians effectively conquered physical agents in Biavians and now humans, as well as having overcome the problem of faster-than-light speed travel and hyperspace trajectory. It is the brain chromosomes of the Stygians that form the central brain of the largest Biavian computers, in which data is stored and disseminated by living matter. Stygians perform most of the physicals on human abductees and are working with Biavians to duplicate an Earth-like ecology for the transplanted humans on Biave and for those who have yet to be transplanted there. Teleportation from one point to another has not yet been perfected to a galaxy-to-galaxy status, but is sometimes used over distances of less than a light year. Suspended animation, brain transplants, cloning, and lab-controlled birth are already perfected things. The transplanting of the living brain into biped mechanical skeletons of bodies has also been accomplished. The ultimate in bionics, which are called the ancient ones I shall speak of, further in this book. By nature, Stygians are docile and pacifist and constant in emotion. If working on a particular theory, a Stygian may lapse into a dream-like contemplative state and not emerge until another step in the equation is found, even if it takes 1,000 years. From the human standpoint, Stygians are very ugly creatures. However, I do not believe that humans have anything to fear from these beings. Apparently, the stags are not able to breathe an Earth-like atmosphere, as I never saw one moving around, even on the mothership, without wearing some kind of breathing apparatus, which covered the mouth and nose. Therefore, I never got a chance to see exactly what they look like. A Stygian's body movements are slow and fluid. They never seem to get in a hurry, and they communicate telepathically in short bursts of sound. I understand that so much information may be compacted into these short bursts that not even Biavians can comprehend them without recording and decoding transmissions. The fourth group of aliens are very interesting, both in mannerisms and physique, but unfortunately I was unable to learn much about them. They are called Dorians, and they are definitely Caucasian in appearance. The Dorians are tall in stature, about 6 feet tall. They are all blonde, and they wear their hair in a kind of Prince Charming style. The hair doesn't quite reach the shoulder, and the bangs are clipped across the forehead. The forehead is very high, and the eyes are large and wide-set, and may be the blue, gray, green, or brown. Their nose is tiny but well-formed, and the lips are pouty and full, though the mouth is not very wide. The chin is pointed and small in comparison with the wide upper face. The skin tone is almost chalk white in color. The upper body is long, and the neck is small and slightly elongated. The waist is very narrow, and the hips flared. The thighs are strong-looking. The lower legs are slightly bowed and skinny, and the feet are flat and rather long. The Dorians are able to articulate with their mouths as well as communicate telepathically. I saw male and female Dorians aboard the mothership, but I got the impression that the females were the pilots, while the males held other positions like caring for the ships on the ground. I am sure that the Dorians saw me, but we never communicated beyond making eye contact. I saw at least 2 kinds of Dorian spacecraft. One was the dome saucer-like ship with very sharp outer rim, as opposed to the curved outer rim of the Biavian saucer. The Dorian saucer rested on 4 legs with round pads at the bottom, and they disembarked via a ramp. The ship was an aluminum metallic color and not as smooth as the Biavian ships. You could see thin seams and rivets which set smooth with the hull surface. Instead of the transparent dome, there was portholes around the top of the ship, and in repose the ship made a hissing sound. There was another saucer-shaped ship which was literally coated with shiny silver balls of different sizes. I was told that this particular ship was capable of making the intergalactic journey from the mothership to the home planet. There was a third Dorian ship, which looked like a number of metal donuts, beginning large and tapering to small sizes in a beehive configurations. Dorians all looked alike in general terms. They were not identical in height, eye color, or color of dress, which was brown jumpsuits with yellow gloves and boots for the ground crew, to light green, blue, with red outline, red and black stripes, and a number of other color combinations for the females. However, they all wore the same hairstyle, and the hair was approximately the same color. The facial features were too much alike to discount the common genetic kinship, and the milky white skin complexion was unvarying. When working on the ships, the crew wore life support helmets with small backpacks, but inside a glassed-in recreational lounging area, none of them wore the apparatus. I was never taken into this area, but could see them clearly from the great spiraling causeway of the mothership as we passed. One thing seemed common among all the aliens, and that is the lack of laughter and revelry one generally associates with a group of soldiers or workmen. Everybody always seemed either serious or simply passive. Maybe these things transpired, but I didn't witness them. I feel as if the presence of a human being on the great mothership was nothing new, as none of the multitude seemed to pay undue notice of my presence. In fact, the closest thing I ever had to human companionship in character and mannerism was a furry creature who remained a constant companion to me during my stay aboard the mothership. I named this creature Question, though I never learned what his species name is. I will speak more extensively of my friend Question later in this book. I know that the Dorians are visiting the planet Earth regularly, but I don't know to what extent they have associated with human beings. The fifth form of life is a strange one indeed, but I am told that they have a long history of earthly contact and intercourse with humans. They are called Neptunians and are very bizarre in appearance. The Neptunians are about 5 feet tall and are nearly as wide as they are tall, and though wearing a life support suit and helmet, I could see that their skin was blue. The inside of the helmet was coated with drops of liquid. This is because Neptunians are more at home in water and can live on land only with support of the life suits. The head comes to a peak and the eyes are a vertical slash instead of the horizontal slash of humans. A configuration resembling gills can be seen following the contours of the jawline. They have no noticeable neck, and the shoulders are square, super-muscled, and powerful-looking. The arms and legs resemble elephant limbs, and even the feet are broad and almost perfectly round. I saw several of them from time to time. They were never walking but riding on the transport discs, which were much in use aboard the great mothership. The Neptunians are also called Nomos or Nemons, and maintain several undersea bases on Earth. They come from a very large planet and live beneath the waters of that planet, yet they breathe air, perhaps like a fish. Biavians and Dorians also have underwater bases on Earth, as well as subterranean bases, and one of each near the poles of the Earth. However, neither of them is adapted to the water like the Neptunians. I am told that the Targs prefer more temperate climes, like the tropics. The Neptunians are great explorers and teachers, according to Tan, and have stayed to oversee a number of scientific experiments on various planets in the cosmos. I saw one of their ships in space near the mothership, and it was a huge thing that reminded me of a dirigible, lined with portholes from whence a number of smaller ships departed and entered. I was told that this mothership was a kind that would stay in orbit around a given planet as a support or home ship for the scientists on the surface of the planet. However, this ship was not capable of making the intergalactic journey back to the home planet, or at least was much too slow to do so. It would be brought back aboard the much larger Biavian mothership for such an extended journey. I gathered that the Neptunians do not literally live in the water like a fish, but instead live in fabricated underwater structures from which they venture forth. I noted on an Earth Atlas-type map that I saw aboard the great mothership that there is a large underwater base some 90 miles off the east coast of Florida. However, the largest aqua base by far in this solar system is located at the northern polar region of the planet Mars. Further, the Neptunians are great authorities on sea creatures, and I believe are in charge of overseeing that facet of the combined mission. On 2 occasions I had an opportunity to view the fauna and living sea creatures in the Hyborian garden, not the levitating gardens aboard the great mothership. Many of these creatures I've never seen before on Earth are long-necked monsters with flippers, which must have been 40 feet in length, a scorpion-like shellfish, which was about 10 feet long, and a monstrous shark, maybe 60 feet in length. In this garden there was also a family of hairy, ape-like people or creatures, male, female, and 2 younger ones. The male must have been 8 feet tall, and they were eating raw fish, yet the number of living examples was tiny in comparison to the numerous specimens in frozen suspension. I could view the familiar and unfamiliar creatures along the section that I called the corridor of ice. I could have spent months just looking at all the different species of things in this area, but of course time would not permit it. The 6th form of intelligent life still gives me bad dreams on occasions, even though they have given me no direct cause to fear them. They have another name, but I call them the insectilians, because they are, by any stretch of the word, from the insect order of life. Even under hypnosis, I found it difficult recalling this creature. Its description is thus. The lower body is that of a locust or large grasshopper, while the upper body is indicative of a praying mantis, with 4 arms equipped with thorny claws like scorpions. The head is similar to a praying mantis head, with 2 short antennae. The lower body is encased in a prismatic plastic bubble, while a similar apparatus fits over the head, leaving the torso exposed. I saw this creature in the great chamber of the Council of the Seven. Upon this council sits one representative from each of the intelligent species. I was taken before this council on 2 occasions, once when I was 7, and again when I was 18. There was a beautiful book there, which lay open and suspended upon a levitating disc. I was told that my genealogy was recorded in this book, going back for untold ages. In explanation, Tan told me that each individual's genetic code will undergo numerous spans of biological diffusion, but will, either by design or mathematical progression, eventually be duplicated with little change from the original again and again down through the ages, and this genetic journey will take us across nationalities, race, and sex. In controlled circumstances, the proper genetic combination will occur approximately every 14 generations, while in uncontrolled circumstances it may take longer and cannot be pinpointed or projected even by the extraterrestrials. I don't know exactly what Tant meant by controlled circumstances, but I've gathered this much. Those things we consider of unique value are in themselves a kind of imposed control. Everything from race, religion, social customs and practices, lifestyles, language, and prejudices tend to create a state of genetic pooling that resists unchecked biological diffusion. Wars of conquest, the exploratory and transient nature of humans as well as migratory lifestyles, have caused a great mixing and diffusion of the gene duplicity recurrence, so much so that the Biavians have not managed to make the easy relocation of cataloging genetic patterns an exact science. In other words, about 50 or 60% of the time they abduct a party who doesn't check out. However, once having located a desired party, they have no problem keeping track of them for the duration of that lifespan. Does that make sense to you? Throughout the universe, the insect order of life is by far the most abundant, and according to Tan, it is the most tenacious, diversified, and adaptable order of life, and most synchronized and prolific. However, it is also the slowest order in coming to technologically intelligent fruition. He told me that the insect order are screed aboard the great mothership is the oldest member of all the intelligent species there, even predating the reptiles by billions of years. Even now, their rhythmic biological synchronization does not foster individuality, and yet they have achieved a state of technology which is far beyond our own in many ways, while in others it still remains in the realm of lower logic. The screed are at present mining one of the moons of Saturn and live in below-ground modules. However, they don't employ robotics to do their work, even though many of them perish as a result of accidents and faulty design. As far as I know, the screed have no interest in the mammalian order on Earth, and any close contact with humans are purely accidental. They do have ships of their own which resemble a barbell with 2 large balls, one on each end, and one smaller ball in the middle, with numerous portholes or round windows along the surface of the balls. I saw a video scan of their home planet once and saw their living structures. Can you imagine termite mounds 100 stories high, leaning off-center with numerous smoother prism surfaces, like grotesque upside-down carrots, sitting in a moss-carpeted valley with thousands of below-ground earthen domes poking up from the soil, winged insects as big as helicopters glide in the skies, and a red sun casting shades of blue over the foreboding panorama. According to Tan, the insects generally end up inheriting most living planets, not because of technological conquest, but by simply surviving all the destructive efforts of other higher forms. The mere thought that man could one day have to deal with 6-foot-tall armed locusts is enough to give you nightmares. I began to understand the aliens' reluctance to accept man into his celestial coalition. While man might possess the ability to accept the Biavians or Dorians as superiors, he could never begin to accept the Tarks or the Insectilians. The seventh intelligent form of life is odder still in its dimensions. I know less about them than all of the others, yet I find them less repulsive and threatening than, say, the Targs or Insectilians. In physical description, the seventh form may be safely called formless. It is a glob of life, consisting of 2 hearts, various intestines, and a large translucent eye floating in a pink liquid. All of this is encased in a clear test tube-looking container with the curved bottom upward and the open mouth downward. The life form sits on a polished metal base and remains levitated about a foot above the floor. Visible blue arcs of static electricity continually play about the form. There is no body structure or visible appendages. When I asked how this form could possibly build and maintain a technological order, Tan explained to me that to these creatures such things are simple by virtue of their telekinetic abilities and their extensive use of robotics. Either I cannot recall or was never given a name for them. However, I have no problem recalling what they look like. I understand that this form collects data from the Earth and neighboring bodies by dispatching numerous small electromagnetic modules or globes. These luminous spheres are the eyes and limbs of the seventh form. Just precisely what part they play in the scheme of things I could not discover. I do remember that the blue electrical arc from the lips reached out and traced the outline of my body, leaving me with a peaceful, happy feeling. These are the 7 forms of intelligent life aboard the great mothership. Let me reiterate. These are by far not the only forms of intelligent life inhabiting the Milky Way and other galaxies, nor are they the only intelligent forms who have visited Earth or perhaps have yet to visit this planet. Regardless of the scientific calculations on the theoretical possibilities of life-bearing planets, all of these theories will have to be rewritten with future revelations. There's an unknown but large number of intelligent life forms which are much older than our own, and there are many other forms still in the earlier evolutionary stages. While many of our foremost scientists tend to believe that the brain and opposing thumb and forefinger of the Homo sapien makes it the greatest proponent of intelligent probability, this is true in one sense only. The mammal is the rarest form of intelligent life in this galaxy, but it is by far not the most abundant form of intelligence here. Insect, reptile, fowl, and other forms we haven't even conceived of are out there. Some of these forms' conception of reality is so far different from our own that we would escape their presence by virtue of simply being of no scientific interest to them. Update 2007, Chapter 2, The 7 Intelligent Species. Since the Biavians Tan and Nella befriended me as a child of 7 in 1953, I have come to learn a great deal about their society's structure, thought patterns, physiology, and esoteric concepts. Over the years, I've come to accept and embrace them as I would any other good friend. To me, they have become so human until I often forget that they are a different planetary species. You see, your cat or your dog or bird is not a cat, dog, or bird. To you, they are people, friends, little bastards with distinct personalities, other people's pets or animals, not yours. To me, their big heads, neat little jumpsuits, boots, and utility belts make them beautiful in a way. Tan used to sit and watch me and question the little animal that was my friend, scarfing down fish, taters, coleslaw, apple pie, and copious amounts of cold, frothy beer. He would smack his little lips as if he was tasting the food also. Yet, when offered, he would not eat solids. Sometimes we would get sick of him and run him off, especially when we got lit up on the beer. Tan, get the fuck out of here. Question might say, yeah, right. What a slobberhead. Yet, I love them because I feel the gentle compassion within them. You see, they are learning the human experience through me, and no doubt others. The Biavians are species number one. They are the sapient bipeds like us, yet there are notable differences in physiology and thought pattern. I learned that apparently Biavians do not require much sleep. For instance, some nights, me and Question would stay up and shoot the breeze, discuss space stuff, or perhaps get sogged on Stygian honey wine. I might ask Question something, and he might say, how the fuck do I know? Ask Tan. Then I might say, no, he's probably asleep. Then, without fail, about 90 seconds later, Tan would be at the door. We walk, enter. He would be there, fresh and bright-eyed, saying, Friend Martin, go ahead and ask me the query, which meant, of course, that they were listening to our every utterance, always. Kind of scary, if you ask me. On several occasions, while riding along on a levitating disc, I would pass a row of upright, see-through chambers. A number of these sleep chambers would be occupied by Biavians, eyes closed, resting peacefully. Upon returning, passing back by the chambers, perhaps 15 minutes later, the chambers would be empty. Thus, I concluded that Biavians only required very short spans of sleep, as opposed to the humans' 8 hours. Biavians think in terms of pure logic, in that most human concepts, like joking, is lost upon them. I might say, Tan, do you want to hear a joke? To which he would always say, yes, friend Martin, give me mirth. Okay, Tan, what's the difference between an elephant and peanut butter? Friend Martin, I know not. What is the answer? Well, most elephants won't stick to the top of your mouth. Ha ha, get it? The second extraterrestrial species are quite extraordinary. They are called Dorians, and are Caucasian in appearance. I've learned that while being natural telepaths, some of them can also articulate, that is, talk like humans. Yet, if you were around a dozen of them, you would seldom hear a verbal sound. The overall quietness aboard the great mothership I sometimes found startling in view of the fact that she was peopled by tens of thousands of occupants. The Dorians are tall, blue-eyed blondes for the most part, larger than usual eyes, smaller noses and lips. The ears are close set to the skull and elongated following the jawline. Yet, from a distance, one might easily be mistaken for a human. What I know of the Dorians' origins and history is quite limited, yet I did manage to learn a few significant things. Because the Dorians, male and females, look so similar to each other, I have deduced that they must have originated from a common gene pool. In other words, I feel that they are probably a scientifically engineered race. I learned that their unions between one another is based upon vibrational empathy. That is, a couple, no matter the sexes, is drawn together in a loving union through like vibrations. Because of the limitations of the diversity of the gene pool, if a couple is too closely related on the gene scale, they may form a union yet will not be permitted to have children. However, it is permissible for he or she to be impregnated or to impregnate a third party to gain a child. Apparently, they don't let archaic social structures stand in the way of logic. The average Dorian may live 800 to 1,000 years, our time. They do use the cloning technique. Yet they do not transplant the original brain into the new body, as is done by the Biavians. I understand that the cloned body will retain a large measure of the physiological and intellectual attributes of the original being. This is a common trait, easily evident in many lesser species of creatures and plants. I do not feel any malevolent vibrations in the Dorians, though they mostly seemed structured and unexpressive in emotions. I did on occasion see them let their structured side down and obviously have some fun. For instance, a group of males and females are eating, drinking, and really having fun. An important Dorian enters and passes by them. Everybody sits up straight, pays homage to the official with 2 fingers touching the right cheek. As soon as the official is out of sight, they all melt back into mirth, fingers in the mouth as if to gag me with a spoon like. I found myself laughing with them occasionally when I passed. Several of them might wave to me. The Dorians came to the notice of the Biavians during the Targ Wars, about 45,000 years past. At that time, they had not gained the technology to travel interplanetary, yet they were valiant warriors, both male and female. The Biavians stepped in and recruited them as allies in war. As a result of that union, the Dorians acquired a great deal of advanced technology from the Biavians. Over time, they improved on that technology, so much so until they are now hyperspace capable, among other things. Upon correlating their genetics genome with that of humans, I find that there are many similarities. Thus, mixed breeding with humans is probably possible. Did the Dorians genetically mix with the humans back in history? I'm inclined to believe that they did. For the original Caucasians suddenly came on the historical scene as if from nowhere and came to be called Hyksos. I saw an artifact in the Dorian sector similar to the Mayan calendar. The third group of intelligent aliens are called Niptonians, a strange yet fascinating species. Short and wide of stature and gray-blue of skin. They are obliged to wear life support suits while moving about on the mothership. This is because they are water people from a high-gravity water world planet. The moisture in their atmosphere at sea level would drown a human. The planet Nipton is beautiful yet foreboding, with monsters in the waters and semi-intelligent blood drinkers in the mountains called Daemons. The Daemons are winged biped predators capable of utilizing rudimentary weapons such as fire-hardened spears and 2-pronged fork-like weapons that carries a raw electrical charge capable of knocking out or killing an unwary Niptonian landworker. The predatory threat of the Daemons will manifest itself about a 3-month period every 11 Niptonian years. A number of factors contributes to this horrifying time span. During good hunting times, the Daemons will live on the blood and the organs of indigenous lower animals, yet good hunting engenders runaway breeding on the Daemons' part. This growth in population depletes the land of food animals, thereby forcing the Daemons to resort to preying on the Niptonians. Ordinarily, the creatures will stay away from the Niptonians because of the dangers of attacking them. Yet the laws of survival will often require drastic measures. At the time of the blood moon, all Niptonians go on high alert. Children are not allowed to venture out of the domed areas of the cities. Centurions are sent out to protect the land workers. However, these protectors were restricted due to the life support land suits, offsetting the chill night temperatures of the mountains and sustaining of the high humidity bodysuit system, while the Daemons were at home in the chill low oxygen heights. Consequently, the Niptonians find it necessary to enlist the aid of thinners. In essence, the thinners are mercenary hitmen brought in to thin out the Daemon population, thereby restoring equilibrium to the planet. These mercs will consist of Biavians, Dorians, some humans, and occasionally Screeds. They will be ejected above the stratosphere of Neptune, encased in a pill-shaped capsules, tumbling as they enter the stratos. At a certain elevation, the capsules will explode, and the platinum wings will unfold. The low fusion drive systems will then kick in, and the shit is on. A good thinner is as dextrose on the wing as is the bat like daemons, though killing daemons is a chancy and dangerous undertaking. Male daemons are dexterous flyers, while the females only have the rudimentary wings and are unable to fly. Yet it is the females in estros who consumes the lion's share of the Neptunian blood. Captured Neptunians are brought back to the cave lairs and slowly milked of blood over about a 30-day span before dying, at which time organs and bodies are consumed by the males. The males will come out to meet the thinners in flight. It is an aerial joust unto death. The thinners must be prevented from penetrating the fighters and reaching the lairs. Among the forward edge of the thinner's wings are 77 mini-rockets. It is no larger than a pointed pinto bean, yet it is powered by a hot fusion nugget and is triggered by a fractional ball of antimatter when fired. It will lock on to a chosen target, follow it for up to 7 kilometers, penetrate the body, and then explode, generating a momentary heat burst over 1,000,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Splash one daemon. The daemons will join the battle using spears and electrobursts, fork probes. A direct hit can take down a thinner. When the male daemons are thinned out, the mercs will zero in on the cave lairs. A slightly larger rocket will incinerate all organisms in that cave, including the Neptunian captives. Because the captives' metabolisms have been contaminated beyond retrieval, they must also die regrettably. It is a dirty operation, yet essential to the survival of the Neptunian race. The thinners, upon completion of their mission, is not invited into the cities. Instead, they are paid and asked to leave the planet forthwith. The fourth species of aliens are called Stygians. These beings are, upon first sight, quite frightening in appearance. Yet, once I learned more of them, I came to understand their gentle and pacifistic natures are great. Stygians speak in digital bursts and are super brains. They do not have ships of their own, but are employed by the Beovians, who find them essential to their technological advancement. A Stygian, if given a problem in advanced math or physics, may go into a kind of somnambulistic trance and remain in that state for years, decades, and on rare occasions, centuries. Stygians love knowledge, discovering and solving complex equations. They are completely trustworthy, so much so until their home planet is something like the Switzerland of that quadrant of the galaxy. On the planet Star is a depository of much of the archives of the known galaxy. The planet is protected by a coalition of aliens who use the depository. Stygians have no armies, weapons, or ships of their own. The Targzicians, during the Targ Wars, found out that no amount of torture could elicit secret information from the gentle Stygians. Instead, the captured Stygians would simply will himself to death and promptly die. The lizards even tried the tact of presenting themselves as friends, but the Stygians wouldn't go for it. As a result, the Targs wiped out over half of the Stygian population before they were overcome by the Beovians, Dorians, Neptunians, and Screeds. The complete destruction of the Targ species was contemplated by the coalition, yet the Stygians, who had suffered the most at the hands of the Targs, made an impassioned plea on behalf of the Targs, asking that they be spared. So this gentle species calls the Targs to be saved. No doubt there is a parable here, and the power of forgiveness. Even now, the Stygians are working on the possibility of traversing a black hole and of warping extra-dimensionally intergalactic, utilizing space-bend string theory and other problems. The fifth form of intelligent aliens are called Targzicians. These smart reptiles have a high level of technology, yet not so great as the Biavians. Unto this day, I have not come to befriend or embrace these reptiles. There is a sense of danger and foreboding about them, and I have good reasons for feeling this way about the Togs, due to a telepathic joust I had with a powerful one in 1988. I have learned that technological intellect need not be restricted to warm-blooded biped species, but may ultimately be inherited by fowl, reptile, or even insects. Yet that doesn't make the fact any easier to come to terms with. Remember that the progression of evolution will generally come through the stages ranging from the amphibian to the reptile and simian before achieving the status of Homo sapien biped, the human. Back in the trembling shadows of time, the chronicles say that a nuclear-powered aerial ship crashed on the planet of the reptiles. At that time, the reptile societies were similar to Stone Age humans. Yet, through successful generations, the reptiles grew smarter. Ground wars between the clans led to more efficient, deadly weapons. Eventually, the Toxian clan gained supremacy. The combined brain power of all these conquered clans led to a new age of technology and advancement. Over time, the scientists among them were able to duplicate the drive systems of the downed alien ship. Interplanetary travel was eventually achieved. Then, using pirated technologies and the expertise of conquered aliens, they advanced on the high-tech scale about 46,000 years ago. The Togs discovered the fusion drive. Now they could branch out much farther and threaten the more advanced and powerful alien species. The Togs are from a planet called Hark. It is also one of 7 intelligent living planets in the Taurian star system. Just as on Earth, the planet Hark is inhabited by highly technical reptiles, as well as far more primitive reptile communities. While the Togs aboard the Biavian motherships possess technologies that is capable of hyperspace transport, other reptile tribes on their home planets ride great lizard steeds and fight other groups using far more primitive weapons. Think of our armies as opposed to the war instruments of, say, the Aborigine or the Pygmy people. The reptilian's home planet is similar to the size of the Earth in physical size, yet its planetary tilt in relation to its sun is similar to that of Earth in its infancy. Consequently, their planet is highly tropical and experiences a great deal more ultraviolet radiation than we do from our sun. The human or other soft skins would not fare well on the planet Hark. The UV rays would prove dangerous to humans, yet the reptiles can absorb 100 times more radiation than humans and motivate without notable harm. More than 42,000 years ago, the Biavians started to get reports of a new and awesome terror, and the Taurus constellation was on the move, and if not stopped, would be within striking distance of Biave and several other erstwhile peaceful intelligent planets. The meeting was called, which included the Biavians, Stagians, Dorians, Neptunians, and later the Insectilian Screeds. The Togs would assess the probable power of a given planet, and if they measured it to be a great threat to them, they would pass on to another way and seek out the weakest one to strike first. So they chose the gentle Stagians. They had not counted on the others' combined forces against them. Soon the battle was joined. The Togs were ruthless and even managed to inject a team of assassins on the planet Biave with the help of a renegade Biavian scientist. O-Qua Tangin Wann, father of O-Qua Tangin Wann, and his hunter team managed to take out the assassin squad, yet not before they had taken out several important Biavian officials. At last the Togs had bitten off more than they could chew. Now the Togs' aggression is held in check by the Council of the Seven. This does not mean that they have gained any kind of religious epiphany. I can still feel that element of subdued aggression just beneath the surface. For instance, I believe that the Togs are the engineers of the cattle mutilations, in that I've learned that they need large volumes of blood, hemoglobin, when the females are in estrus. They also utilize certain other internal organs of the animals. I'm told that it is permissible to take the required number of animals wild or domestic for propagation purposes, yet they are not supposed to leave the dead animals where the owners can find them. However, on many occasions, the Targs will ignore this rule, little acts of rebellion. Having gained access to the Biavian archives, I've learned that some 39 different species of ETs have visited or are visiting Earth. Someday, I shall be able to study many of these species in depth at my leisure. So beyond the 7 species aboard the great mothership, whom I witnessed with my own eyes, my knowledge of most others is quite limited. However, I'm working on it. I believe that, given the chance, the Targs would gladly wipe out all or most of the human species, because the Earth is quite a desirable planet in many ways. Then, on the other hand, I'm firmly convinced that we have nothing to fear from these reptiles because we are protected by the Biavians and others. We need only fear some destructive elements among our fellow humans, for the aliens will not protect us from ourselves. It is a celestial rule. I telepathically bested a very powerful Targ in 1988. You could do it too, if you didn't give sway to the neural horror of the moment. Thus, you are far more powerful psychologically than you give yourself credit for. This is a most crucial time in the history of humanity. Thus, we are charged with a noble and vital mission to save Mother Earth by extinction, and by extension, humankind. The 6 species are stranger still than the reptilian Targs. They are called the Screed, and are nothing less than intelligent, high-tech insects. I must admit that it took me some time and research in order to come to grips with the physical and technical elementals of their existence. I learned from the Biavian archives that we don't, as humans, need to have fear of these smart bugs. They look like a hybrid praying mantis with locust features. I've attempted to decipher the matrix of the Screed's technology for years. Thus far, without complete success, I'm not totally ignorant of their electromagnetic possible output, yet I remain ignorant as to how such power can be generated without the necessity of wires, diodes, resistors, transistors, and such. The Screeds come from a planet in the Taurian star system that revolves on its axis approximately every 36 years. Consequently, the Screeds live in a zone of perpetual sunrise. The proximity of their planet, Scrod, to their sun make the direct rays from their sun completely deadly to all living things on that planet. The side of that planet facing the sun becomes so hot until all moisture boils away. This prompts the Screed to have to move their whole population over the distant horizon to the next Screed cities, of which there are 6, circumnavigating the planet. The second most dominant species on that planet are the 2-foot-long army ants, who are also obliged to move in the wake of the Screed. Should these ants ever decide to migrate early, a great and deadly struggle would ensue. As the Screed soldiers, they fight a holding action while the Screed populace swiftly moves on. The Screed are obliged to make this massive exodus every 6 years. There are 6 great cities located at strategic distances around the planet Skrog, each city being situated far enough away to avoid the direct rays of the coming dawn, yet close enough to take advantage of the heat factor. Thus the Screed populace and the great ant hordes must circumnavigate the entire planet and return to the point of origin in about 36 years. Now, the 7th intelligent species is more stranger still than all the other 6, in that they are formless globs of mass, encased in glass and metal containers resembling upside-down test tubes. They motivate by utilizing a very strong and concise telekinetic ability. Efficient robotics executed their wishes. Having observed the power of their mind, I concluded that they are in some ways far more advanced than all the other species aboard the great mothership. I have never been able to recall, or even perhaps to have even learned the species name, because it is given digitally and cannot be deciphered by the human mind. Perhaps a supercomputer could do so. Total telekinetic powers are not mastered in any predominant manner by any other of the 6 species. For instance, a Biavian or Stasian elder being from 20 to 30,000 years of age may possess the ability to levitate, yet the 7th form holds this ability from birth. Thus the Biavians, and especially the Stasian scientists, are seeking, through prolonged study, to learn much from the 7th intelligent species. The end of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3. Time, Space, Propulsion. The great Biavian mothership is an awesome and beautiful thing to behold. At 7 years of age, I'm sure that I did not possess the faculties to truly appreciate the magnanimity of this wondrous craft, and even now, the proper words of descriptive force tends to elude me. During our journey to the great mothership in 1964, I was taken on a quick tour of our solar system. Tan spoke to me of having lost a subspace whispercraft and his 4 crew members a few years earlier in the southwest. The ship exploded as a result of a malfunction in the electromagnetic propulsion system, and he told me that the remains of the crew members and the debris of the ship were collected by Earth men. A few years before that, a Dorian remote control disk malfunctioned and crashed on the Pacific island of Japan and was retrieved by the Japanese almost intact. From this find came the first great leaps in microelectronic technology. You see, the principles of electronic transmission and computer data dissemination are relatively the same and must conform to the numerical laws of mathematics. Man has not yet learned to circumvent, alter, or manipulate these laws as the aliens have. While man may theorize on quantum physics and time travel, he has not yet developed or managed to devise a mechanical means to do so, nor to develop the proper materials. Should he endure long enough as a species, he would eventually accomplish these things, some of which could only be executed in the vacuum of deep space using materials and robotics which are yet beyond his means. The aliens do not underestimate man, and recognize the fact that should humanity pool its collective intelligence without regards to race, sex, nationality, and political or religious idioms, there is no limit to what he can accomplish. For instance, certain metals and composites thereof, which are rare upon the planet Earth, may be found in abundance on certain uninhabited bodies in space. The Biavians have the technology to work on the surface of Saturn and to relay solar rays from the sun in abundance, as well as to utilize numerous kinds of energy rays. The mothership is a great egg-shaped craft, with both ends equally curved instead of the one smaller end of the true egg. It is 40 kilometers across the center and about 28 miles. We had just finished doing an aerobatic thing through the rings of Saturn when the first sight of her assailed my senses. At first I perceived her as a pulsing silver star surrounded by a cluster of 3 much smaller stars that flashed in a host of different, brilliant colors. At that distance, I couldn't possibly imagine the true size. And yet, as we drew closer, she continued to grow and to grow. Only then did I begin to realize the hugeness of the mothership. To my right, I saw a number of V-wing Targ ships heading in, and to my left, a number of saucers coming away. Some of these ships were anywhere from 30 to 1,000 feet in width, but they would appear only as black specks when I first noticed them coming away from the great egg. In this manner did I start to conceive of its true dimensions. I didn't know what our airspeed was, but it must have been thousands of air miles per hour. When the ships before us approached the mothership, they seemed to simply disappear instead of slowing down and entering some visible landing bay opening. The skin or hull of the mothership seemed unbroken as it absorbed the incoming and expelled the outgoing craft. The three smaller stars surrounding her, I was told, were the sentinel globes, and their purpose was to protect the mothership from all outside danger, no matter if this danger came in the form of fabricated projectiles or meteor showers. They could not approach beyond a certain distance without suffering total destruction. I estimated each of these globes to be about 7 miles in diameter. When you approach a thing the size of the mothership, after you get very close, it appears to be just one endless flat wall, and you cannot see the curvature of the ship looking up, down, or to the side. Since Tan didn't seem to slow the airspeed upon approach, I panicked and said, "Tan, slow this motherfucker down. There's no door. We're going to hit." Yet even before I could form a decent blood-curdling scream, we were up on it, and through my fingers I saw it happen. Like the super-swift spiral shutter of a camera, a circular door opened just enough to accommodate the width of our ship and closed behind us in less than a heartbeat. This procedure transpired 2 more times in blinding succession, and we were sitting motionless within the bowels of the great ship, from 10,000 miles per hour to 0 in 1 second. According to the laws of physics, this is not supposed to be possible, but tell that to the Biavians. The only physical sensation I noticed was a momentary blurring of vision. Then, as my vision cleared, I looked out to my right and to my left and viewed what appeared to be miles and miles of spaceships of various dimensions as far as the eye could see and beyond. Biavians by the score and a smattering of Dorians, Togs, and Stygians mulled about, and literally thousands of robots of all descriptions. We exited through the bottom of the saucer, which was bobbing just slightly, while being anchored by 3 metal rope-type legs. Then we walked a good distance, accompanied by the animal I called Question. Before entering a hall, we stepped upon a translucent disc-type thing, which lifted gently from the surface about 6 inches and moved along at a brisk walking pace. After about 2 miles, another door whisked open, and we stepped from our disc onto an even larger disc and moved into the great spiral causeway. What I saw took my breath away. I was standing and looking upon another world, a world which was fashioned by the hands of intelligent beings, breathtaking in its dimensions and seemingly impossible to the human conception. On the causeway were hundreds, if not thousands, of other Biavians of all ages and skin complexions, male and female. They were all short of stature, the males being around 4 feet and the females a few inches shorter. They ranged in skin tone from chalk white to olive black, and their eyes ran the spectrum of colors. They were also dressed in a number of different colored garments, though no jewelry. Every color from silk, black, numerous shades of blue, with a smattering of oranges, yellows, and reds thrown in. I also saw 2 obviously very old Biavians, male, pass by. They did not use the transport disc, but were levitating along. They were dressed in purple robes. 2 of the only 4 robes of this color I ever saw there. Most wore the light toga-type robes similar to my own, but I saw a number of others who were dressed in the skin-tight pilot jumpsuits like Tan and Nella wore. A few had the H symbol inside of a starburst like Tan, while others had Chinese character symbols or nothing at all on their chests. None of the robes had symbols. The Biavian seemed overly shy in the Oriental fashion, seldom making eye contact or just staring at you like Westerners are prone to do. However, if I did catch an eye and wave, they would always wave back. I never waved at the Togs, and they didn't wave at me. The great causeway was as wide as an 8-lane highway and circled the inner surface of the mothership, gradually climbing toward the top. Looking up or down, people became as small as ants and eventually diminished from sight altogether. Out in the central expanse, scores of transport vehicles, open-topped, glided silently by, carrying dozens of Biavians from one place to the next. Birds flew free in the expanse, but the most fantastic sight of all was that of 3 levitating gardens, each covered with a soft blue dome and tended by a glowing orb that served as a sun and a moon. To picture the gardens, imagine a giant saucer, perhaps 10 miles across, which is covered with a glass dome. In the closer garden, I could see what appeared to be plowed fields, fruit trees, a meandering stream, small homes, and animals. I could also see a number of tiny people, but I couldn't tell if they were Biavians, humans, or mixed. I would have loved to have visited them, but it was not allowed. If I could have spent every waking moment for a year consuming all the sights of this great ship, I'm sure that I would still have left much unseen. For a person to be exposed to such a thing suddenly would probably be a most shattering experience. Even now, sometimes I experience shudders when I think about what I've seen. If I were not of stable mind, it might be possible to convince myself that all of this was some kind of complicated dream or delusion, but I know better. You see, aliens have smells and sounds, taste, texture, and feelings. I didn't have any problem breathing the atmosphere aboard the great ship, but the temperature within the craft was not constant in all places. For instance, along the corridor of ice, where the many thousands of specimens were frozen in suspension, it was shivering cold, but heat welled up from the transport disk to compensate for it. Near the Toxician zone, it was notably hot and stuffy, so cool air welled up to compensate. In other places, the temperature would vary from one point to the next, and sometimes an easy gust of wind would take you by surprise. Within the great Hyborian garden, you could experience all of the water smells. The smell of flowers, other plants, and fallen fruits was in the air. I don't think the Biavians wear any kind of fragrance, but they do have a faint odor, and it's not the exact same from one to another. The food served to you, mostly liquids, have a taste. But if someone or something passes you by, you can feel the movement of the air currents. Once back on Earth, I found breathing labored for a short time, and the surrounding odors to be offensively harsh. I found the climate crude, and human beings somewhat odd-acting. Did I tell you about the scribe disk? This was a little disk that followed me around wherever I went and transcribed my every word or utterance. Even when I went to sleep in my personal quarters, the disk stood immobile in the air just a few feet above me. When I walked or rode about, it maintained its position just out of reach above my left shoulder. Most of the time, you would forget it was there. Trying to jump up and catch it was a futile gesture. You see, Tan and I communicated exclusively through telepathy, while I always spoke verbally with Question, my constant companion. Apparently Tan had other things to do, and was not with me every waking hour, but Question was, and would venture off sometime only when Tan and I were together. Since I've never actually seen Tan or any Biavian sleeping, I can't truly say that they require it. However, the aliens are well aware of the fact that human needs sleep, and provide for it. No matter how excited I was, when I laid down on my silken bed, I went immediately to sleep and awakened refreshed. Question slept near me, and sometimes I would have to shake him awake, to which he would say something like, "Buzz off, moose breath," before grudgingly arising. There was a bedroom consisting of a commode wash basin with real water and a shower, mirror, a non-motorized toothbrush. If you weren't aware of where you were, you could momentarily forget that you were out in the cosmos. But for this, you had only to look at Question, brushing his 2 huge beaver-like front teeth, and you immediately knew that you were off into some strange shit. Most people think of time as a precious commodity, and they set out to accomplish great things during their lifespan, and this is as it should be. For the human being, life is short, and the active, youthful part of life is shorter still, so it's no wonder that most people are in a hurry. Unfortunately, in man's quest to gain the riches and power of the world, he will find it necessary to often destroy the lesser in order to become greater. The adage that time waits for no man is true when it comes to earthlings, but time as we consider it holds no such desperate significance for those who have conquered the elements of physical longevity, biological rejuvenation, and time travel. What tremendous changes do you think would transpire on Earth if each mortal knew that, barring some unforeseen catastrophe, he would live about 20,000 years, give or take a couple of centuries? Well, this is the actual lifespan of the average Biavian, and when the original body is too worn to be rejuvenated again, it is not too difficult to literally transfer the original brain to the brand new young clone body. Theoretically, it is possible, I am told, to live indefinitely, yet, with rare exception, the mortal being always reaches a point which may be called consciousness fatigue, and will by decision choose to no longer continue as a mortal entity and will depart this plane of reality by one of a number of different means. One may choose molecular dispersal, that is, having their life forms scattered into the endless voids of space by a kind of disintegrator ray. Another may choose to drink of the dream nectar and be cast adrift in space while instruments on board record their dream sequence unto death. And yet another may choose the one which is most fascinating, to be encased alive in a kind of translucent crystal, and then be cast upon a journey into the eye of a sun, a black hole, or even a neutron star. Their telepathically transmitted words, thoughts, reflections, fears, and poetry are recorded all during the conscious phase of this journey. The Biavians, I discovered, are just as concerned with life after death as is man, and their knowledge of the other side, I believe, exceeds man's in only one respect. The Biavians have gathered enough recordable data to substantiate the fact that the life force per se is eternal and cannot be nullified. However, as to the extent, order, and workings of the world beyond, the Biavians, like man, can only speculate. So you see, they don't know everything. Thus, the recording and cataloging of all information pertaining to the experience. Tan and I had a long discussion on mortality, and I learned that he was just as interested in my concept of life and death as I was in his. I told him that the quest for physical immortality was a preoccupation of man's throughout all recorded history. I went on to explain that extreme longevity and immortality have generally been associated with magic elixirs, fountains of youth, supernatural beings, and other intangible things. In other words, historically, superstition has far exceeded scientific reality in the quest for immortality. However, many medical advances over the last century have succeeded in extending the life expectancy on most parts of the so-called civilized world. Yet, any true expectations of physical immortality would seem to be centered into the future at least. Anyway, if such a thing became common to man, it would prove catastrophic due to the already runaway growing of humanity's population. He listened intently as I continued my oratory on the human order. I went on to explain that in much of the world, religion, social traditions, lack of technology, necessity, and just plain ignorance have thus far ruled out the acceptance of universal contraceptive practices. Therefore, the stronger nations have found it expedient to both create and to support all sides of armed conflicts between traditionally warring factions in a host of third world countries, in the hope of keeping the world population in check, as well as preventing any numerically dangerous coalition between these countries. Diseases and natural catastrophes also contribute to the slowing of the population growth, but all of these things combined do little to contain the lemming-like reproduction quotient of humanity as a whole. So I can't see where the gift of greatly extended lifespans would be beneficial to man. After I concluded, Tan reflected for a long moment before responding to my erstwhile negative assessment of the thing, and then he said, "Martin, I do not doubt that what you say is true. Yet I think you underestimate the ability of intelligent beings to adhere to logic when exposed to alternate fact." He accented his timeless words of wisdom by jabbing a monster forefinger at the ceiling and lifting his left eyebrow. "And what the hell," I asked, "do you mean by that?" "Let me clarify," says he. "Please do," says I. "Martin, If the possession of mortal extension was contingent upon the agreement to submit to sterilization, compliance would logically be universal. Eventually, the Earth's populace would become manageable by virtue of common discretion. We have learned that rational modus tends to become virtually universal as the reasoning factors gain more data. Knowledge grows in substance with the passing of time. Therefore, as the accumulated knowledge of centuries is contained within the original organism, perception cannot help but evolve toward the sensible modus. I cut in. Otherwise, you are saying that even an idiot can help learning something if he lives long enough. Precisely, he said. Then you're even dumber than you look, I said. Man has never yet created a single thing that he did not abuse and corrupt. First of all, if such a medical breakthrough were discovered, it would be confiscated and declared classified technology by the host government. It would then be restricted to a small group of the powerful elite. Then, if possible, to only one race or segment of that race. Eventually, some greedy or idealistic sucker among them would sell or give the secret to the opposing country. If it exists, the underworld would be bootlegging it even before the government perfected it, and the result would be genocidal destruction such as the world has never known before. Not even mentioning the con men, quacks, and shysters. If man was prone to common sense, surely he would have at least learned to distinguish between his ass and a hole in the ground, which he has not. Do you realize that over half of humankind won't even entertain the thought that any kind of life may exist in the universe beyond Earth? Man has not yet learned to cease hating his brothers simply because of the color of his skin. So how do you think they could conceivably handle eternal life, huh? Better yet, why don't you zoom over and lay the secret on him? Your point is well taken, Martin, said Tan. To give such a thing would serve to alter the present order of the progression of humankind, and such intervention is not permitted by the Council of the Seven. I wished only to reveal that even the Elohim once experienced many of the same states of being which are now common to man. Our past errors have far exceeded our accomplishments. We lay no claim to perfection. In some manners of separate, though similar ways, our faults might transcend your own, and knowledge just as incomplete. But I was counting on you to enlighten me with all of your celestial wisdom, O great melon-haired one, I said. The Beavians and some other kinds of aliens are capable of time travel. As Tan explained it to me, by utilizing ion trajectory combined with the hyperspace frequency, the Beavians can travel back in time and traverse thousands of light years distance in but a fraction of the real time. However, they cannot travel into the future because of the quantum equational variables. For instance, he can take you back to visually witness the siege of Troy, the crucifixion, or Custer's last stand, because they are fixed happenings that continue to play back in their proper quantum coordinates, even though those coordinates are constantly changing in accordance with the speed of light. At this moment, an I Love Lucy episode that aired 30 years ago is continuing to play in its entirety 30 light years distance from here. You need only to plot a proper course, travel at the speed faster than light, and literally catch up with a proper time projection, and then maintaining a speed or frequency equal to it to see it. Once you reach the desired time, this is easy to do because when you slow to the speed of light, you immediately become a solid part of that particular time, and it doesn't require any further effort to stay there. The energy is used only when you actually traverse the time quantum. When you look up and see a UFO which appears to your eyes sight suddenly out of thin air, it is either utilizing the time quantum or the frequencies of hyperspace. It was explained to me that it is possible to become lost in time, so the Beavians generally opt for sending unmanned probes back in time to videotape the desired happenstances. They are not always successful in completing the mission. Stygian mathematicians have theorized the possibility of traveling forward in time, but have thus far been restrained from actually sending a probe there for fear of unleashing something beyond the control of present comprehension. You can go back to yesterday and come back to this moment today. But anything beyond the present is a question. Does the future ever exist in tangible form? This is the question. If Tan knows the answer, he didn't care to enlighten me. All of his answers were speculative, that is, all of his answers as to the future. However, he was more precise when describing the past. The past, under the proper circumstances, is just as tangible as the present. Therefore, time travelers must take care not to physically interfere with the incidents of the past, that is, in the major history-making incidents. For instance, what would have been the outcome had Alexander been saved from an early death, or if Moses had not been assisted by the celestials? I was told that time travelers may freely indulge in social intercourse with some of the lesser or unknown personages of the past, and these contacts will not noticeably alter the future course of things. To clarify further, look up on a starlit night, and you will no doubt see a star which has died 10,000 years ago. You can clearly see the light of that star. The light is real. The light can be measured on physical instruments. If you could travel fast and far enough, you could go back and again witness the nova of that star. And should you come too close to the solar flares, you would be incinerated. And Dillinger's bullets are just as lethal now as they were then. Therefore, all incidents which have transpired since the beginning of infinity are yet solid reality. On rare occasions, certain elements of the past can overlap into the present and physically displace or adversely affect matter. Certain natural conditions sometimes duplicate the proper frequency, and up pops an apparition, a moving mirage, or even a ship minus its crew. On other occasions, a present-day person may simply disappear into the past. The subject is far too complicated for my limited comprehension, but it is nonetheless a fact. Beovians have managed to technologically manipulate the past quantum. The same technology is utilized to traverse the immeasurable vastness of space without being restricted by the known laws of physics. At this point in man's techno-progression, he cannot reconcile these things into theorized limits of his knowledge. Yet, with his eyes and radar, he has witnessed UFOs perform aerial maneuvers which are impossible. I accept these things for this reason. I have personally been aboard a craft during the performance of these maneuvers and flown through hyperspace back into yesterday. I have seen video images of people from ancient Earth times living in good health and youthful age in present-day surroundings. Physical death is not necessary. Imagine how much greater would grow the knowledge of an Einstein should he live 20 or 30,000 years. If indeed we only use about 10% of our mental capacity during the normal lifetime, imagine how much more we could learn over that time. No wonder the aliens have developed so many technological and neurological abilities which man has yet to discover and develop. These things are technically possible and genetically inevitable should man endure as a species. The Beovians intend to see that he does not become entirely extinct, in spite of his great efforts toward annihilation. Tan has more faith in the flexible tenacity of man than I do. I don't believe that he really comprehends or has forgotten the elementals of greed, hate, bigotry, pride, ignorance, and stupidity. He told me that man was on the verge of making the breakthrough discovery of a workable fusion process, and this will set him on the road to creating other quantum leap technologies based upon fusion energy. Only if he immediately began to utilize this discovery to the fullest extent of his ability can he possibly hope to avoid the terrible catastrophes that are almost upon him. There is not even a decade left to squander, let alone a century. If man follows his normal course of action, as I think he will probably buy up the rights and then suppress the process of fusion abundance in favor of the powers that be. We shall see. Fusion energy, I am told, is the ultimate power source in the universe when it comes to the transportation of matter. I know that aliens use fusion cores extensively, if not exclusively, to power their inner, outer, and hyperspace ships. Fusion is used in a number of different forms by the aliens. There are manners in which fusion energy can be generated at room temperature by utilizing a sodium hydrogen solution. Other processes involves superheated core, which is suspended in mid-chamber by utilizing sound waves, like the targs, or by using a system involving temperatures far below absolute zero, like the Biavians. In other words, not even the aliens have managed to improve upon fusion propulsion in its many forms. Electromagnetic generation and manipulation is the end result of the fusion source. In huge lumbering ships like the Targ tanker, I am told that the crude form of propulsion called antimatter thrust is sometimes used to escape the gravitational pull of some large planets before switching to pure electromagnetic power in deep space. While the fusion core is virtually safe when it comes to fissionable contaminants, the same cannot always be said of the electromagnetic currents that the fusion is capable of creating. For instance, a momentary malfunction of the core or a glitch in the electromagnetic field can cause a discharge similar in power and potentially as destructive as the force of lightning bolts. All of the aliens make extensive use of unmanned probes or remote control devices. The drones may be of a number of sizes and shapes, from miniature saucers, only 6 feet in diameter, to glowing orbs or small V-wing ships. Set upon a pre-plotted computer-controlled course, the drones zoom through our stratosphere, busily recording and transmitting data back to the mothership. Sometimes they are seen by people when they descend to very low altitudes to collect some localized info. These drones are not always perfect or infallible and may sometimes be adversely affected by radio wave variables in the Earth's electromagnetic field, thunderheads, and other things. The drones may momentarily lose the lineup with the master computer and have been witnessed performing weird aerobatic maneuvers by humans. Then, after a moment, the link is reestablished and the drone continues on its way. Sometimes the drones are manned by robots, which are programmed to abduct and examine life forms, including humans. I am told that this method of human abduction is being phased out and is now rarely utilized, and then only by the Targs. In preparation for the great airlift of the future and the resettlement of large numbers of humans on the planet Biavi, the Biavians have been closely observing a number of Earth's towns and small communities for generations. Among the places observed are towns like Searcy, Arkansas, Monroe, Louisiana, a town called Oak, or something similar in Wisconsin, places in Africa, South America, Europe, China, both primitive and advanced. The object is to duplicate as closely as possible the natural fauna, climate, animal life, and living structures of the natural habitats. Even motorized vehicles of a sort will be adapted, identical in all physical dimensions, but utilizing a non-polluting form of propulsion. It is not clear whether they actually take only members from the observed communities or are simply using them as cross-references to represent all human beings. This I do know. The best intergalactic traveling age for human beings is in the early to mid-30s. When these humans are taken aboard, the older will be technologically regressed to the proper age, around 33 or 4. Those younger will be allowed to age normally to that age before being stopped at that point in the aging process. These people will live on the planet Biavi for approximately 1,000 years before being returned to repopulate the Earth. Some won't return by choice, but most will. These people and their offspring, once back on Earth, will once again begin to age, but at a much slower rate than present-day people. These returnees will be different in many ways from the present-day man, in that they will all possess 1,000 years of conscious knowledge. Telepathy and kinetic abilities will be standard for many, and no doubt many kinds of technological advancements would have been learned while on Biavi. These wayfarers will have access to all of man's literature and the sum of his mathematical and technical knowledge since the beginning, and they will probably pick up many other wondrous things of value from their Biavian hosts. Some will spend a lot of time on deep space expeditions, and others visiting other life-bearing planets with the Elohim. BRV is somewhat smaller than the Earth in circumference, and thus the gravitational pull is about a third less than that of Earth. A BRVian year is around 960 days Earth time. Roughly every 11 years, 2 moons of BRV are perfectly aligned, and the gravity pull is at its least. I am told that under the proper psychological conditions during the moon alignment, it is possible to literally levitate via mind power. For some reason, children seem to be able to accomplish mind flight much easier than most adults. This is also a religious and festive time for the BRVians, and many babies are born shortly after this time, or should I say incubated, as the BRVians no longer practice sexual copulation in the human fashion. In 1975, my third stint aboard the mothership, I was escorted into a circular room and shown a holographic scene of the mother planet BRV. So realistic was the view that I could feel the blue grass beneath my feet, feel the gusting breeze upon my face, hear the songs of the birds and the laughter of a group of children, 6 of whom were my own offspring, fathered at the age of 18. I could even smell the odor of the wildflowers and see silver and gold-colored fish jumping from a nearby crystal stream.
Update 2007, Chapter 3, Time, Space, Propulsion. This chapter, as originally written, I'm sure you will agree, is quite marvelous. Yet, due to the expansion of my knowledge concerning alien propulsion systems, I feel obliged to, in my simple way, speak further on this knowledge gained. The fusion core that drives a BRVian hyperspace ship being suspended in mid-chamber will generate temperatures up to 200 million degrees Fahrenheit. The core cannot be allowed to touch the chamber wall because if it did, it would destroy the craft. For no known material, terrestrial or extraterrestrial, can withstand the touch of such heat without disintegrating. This heat generates the electromagnetic power that is stored in supercold diodes, which filter out into the vibrational anti-gravity buffers, which generates an electromagnetic shield around the ship, effectively nullifying the laws of physics as we know them. By manipulating the electromagnetic poles, the ship is able to move up and down, back and forth, through space and time, without experiencing the G-forces of motion. For instance, when entering the great mothership near Saturn, we went from approximately 10,000 miles an hour to 0 in 1/10 of a second, yet I felt no sensation of motion. Now then, bear with me, dear reader, and let me further attempt to make more simple an example of the anti-gravity effect. The Earth, upon which you stand, is essentially a low-yield fusion core. The generator is the magma at the center of the planet. Coupled with the geodensity of the Earth, the magma generates our atmosphere, stratosphere, and ozone shield. At this moment, you are moving towards sunup at about 1,000 miles an hour. You are also moving around your sun at about 88,000 miles an hour. Yet, you feel no sensation of motion. You are on a big spaceship. The planetary gravitational stability factor can be duplicated or mimicked by a spaceship. However, with the shrinking of the size of the vehicle must come a proportionate expansion in the electromagnetic power in order to achieve the same stability effects. In other words, the force of the shield must be concentrated and be much more denser than that of the planet. Having accomplished the desired effects by using the hydro-fed fusion reactor, you may now, by manipulating the power ratio, upgrade to far greater capabilities. If you can generate the identical vibration of a quantum window, or hyperspace tunnel corridor. You can enter and utilize the window or tunnel to traverse space and time and even dimensions. This is how they cross vast distances in space in short spans of real time. Space and time. The light factor oscillates like the coils of a snake. You must be able to run across the loops, burning the abundant hydrogen atom as fuel in order to squeeze space and time. The ETs have a tech capability to do this. Solid fuels and gaseous propellers could never serve to push us even to the nearest star system. Only those researchers with open minds and visions will ever be able to usher in far more advanced technologies for humankind. I hope that I have in some small manner made your comprehensions greater concerning the extraterrestrial propulsion systems and their modes of galactic and intergalactic travel. In Chapter 3.
Chapter 4. BRV. At some point in the not-too-distant future, a large number of humans will be transported from the Earth to the planet BRV. These wayfarers will be composed of pre-chosen volunteers and some members of their immediate families. The aliens understand that for various reasons, many who have been called will not respond to the invitation. Yet the number will be sufficient to assure the continuing survival of a cross-genetic social pool of humanity. In their extended observation of human beings, the BRVians are of the general opinion that the common person, the farmer, the rural dweller, are more desirable as candidates for resettlement on the home planet. That is not to say that all professionals and wealthy people will be discounted. However, their number will be very small. Leading religious figures, politicians, military personnel, police, lawyers, and doctors are not considered essential to the transplant community. Tan and I spoke extensively on the BRVians' way of life and order, and in many ways it parallels many of the aspirations that man has held down through the ages, and I don't believe that their way is beyond the capabilities of man. In practice, mankind would be limited only by his technological boundaries, and yet I don't think that the BRVians are even close to understanding the true nature of man. If they did, then they would know that mankind would heartily accept the BRVian way without finding some way to corrupt and ultimately destroy it if given the means and opportunity. When compared to Earth in size, BRV is a small planet, barely 18,000 miles around its equator. The planet is located about 90 million miles from its sun and has 2 moons that orbit close together and become aligned every 11 years. However, the BRVian year is equivalent to 960 Earth days. Strangely, the BRVian day is about the same as Earth's, being about 24 hours in duration. The combined gravitational pull of BRV's sun and dual moons, together with the small size, of course, makes the G-force pull of the planet quite a bit less than that of Earth. The density of the planet is somewhat greater than that of Earth, thus holding the gravity ratio at a level which is nicely tolerable for human habitation. The atmosphere of BRV is ideal for humans, and the purity of its climate is unexcelled by any spot on Earth. There is no industrial pollution owing to the fact that all of BRV's technical production is done out in deep space or on uninhabited bodies. Fusion power in its many forms is utilized almost exclusively in transportation, communication, and farming. The electromagnetic propulsion is used in the great ships as well as in individual transport parts and vehicles. Most of the plant and animal life forms on BRV are transplants from other living planets, including Earth. I saw blue grass and purple apples and all kinds of flowering plants. Vegetables tend to grow much larger and faster on BRV. Red, green, and blue melons, pink bananas, and yellow tomatoes with red veins like stripes, basketball-sized oranges, and cannabis plants as large as live oak trees with leaves 24 inches wide, grapes the size of large plums growing on purple vines, and corn with 3 feet ears. I saw great birds with wingspans of 40 feet gliding through the skies, casting swiftly moving shadows over streams and lakes filled with crystal clear and onyx green water, sea turtles as large as small submarines, and fish of megaton size. The Biavians are not meat eaters, yet I saw large earth-type bovine animals, ground fowls, and wild meat animals inhabiting the forests and plains of the planet. Some humans are already there and have been there since biblical times. I saw a woman playing with some hybrid children. I recognized her as a famous lady pilot who flew around the time of Lindbergh. She was still young and beautiful. I saw a few other people as well of various races, and a few full-blood human children of various stages of growth. One little boy was busy stacking play blocks with telekinetic power, while a hybrid child stood watching and clapping her hands. When the Biavians first came upon the planet, it was still in its early stages of evolutionary processes, and this was about 400 million years ago, before the first visitation of Earth. When the Biavians first came upon the planet, it was still in its earliest stages of evolutionary processes, and this was about 400 million years before their first visitation of Earth. So the Elohim actually controlled the progression of the planet by suppressing, destroying, or altering any unwanted or unessential portions of its ecology and introducing more desirable plants and animal life forms to the topography. In keeping with the order of nature, there are predatory as well as non-predatory animals in the waters, on the land, and in the air. Certain pests have been left out, and the animal life is not so numerically extensive as that of Earth, but the array of birds and other creatures is marvelously impressive. Outer settlements and individual homesteads are protected around the perimeters by electromagnetic force fields, and robots are used extensively in agriculture and other menial tasks. The polar regions of the planet are much smaller than our own, and the temperature of the planet is consistently more moderate than Earth's. There are snow-capped mountains and rolling hills, tree-dotted plains, and white sand beaches. There is even a high escarpment of huge reptiles composed of earth and other kinds of dinosaurs. Oceans and seas cover about 50% of the planet's surface. The planet has 4 great continents and many islands. It is a beautiful planet and has the appearance of a well-manicured theme park due to the ceaseless activity of robot drones that dart about clipping, pruning, damming, draining, harvesting, etc. I once said to Tan, "My friend, if you have it so neat, why don't you smile a lot more?" And he said, "Martin, I know of no perfect instrument. There is a variable schism that seeds the marrow of infinity, and we ever seek to raise our lips to suckle the nectar of its umsa." And I said, "Me too, on what you said." And then I asked, "Do you believe in the God force?" He retorted, "Do you?" I said, "Tan, I asked you first, like a nice person, so why are you laying this big shit on me? Could it be because you're flying around in a big upside-down type dip dish?" To which he responded, "You first." I said, "I want to warp to hyperspace and stuff. Maybe then I could see a little clearer." "Agreed, when we meet once more," he said. I said, "Oh, shucks." And then I continued, "The ways of decency hold true without change among all people. Only the customs are different. Yet conceptions of gods, no matter how noble, are superseded by human personal emotions of various prejudices toward their fellow beings. Even so, this doesn't dissuade me in the least that the omnipotent force jams like 2 bats fucking. The proof is that I feel it sometimes, and I look good when I smile. To many people of the earth who are not oft given to inner confrontation and esoteric flashes, you could be considered a god. Don't get me wrong. I am impressed almost to the thin shits with your super thing, but gods don't wear funny-looking boots like those," I said, pointing to his ample flat feet. He said, such boots would last you a lifespan. And I said, well, you couldn't hang out with me with no boots like that. That big head is bad enough. Small miracles happen all the time if you're looking for them. And a baby will sometimes tell you some deep shit if they like you and you don't try to get too slick. Miracles do transpire. And a life force is common and inextinguishable among all things. I think that all humans are aware of this, and there are many religions, beliefs, philosophies, superstitions, and practices are mostly an attempt on their part to give order to what they don't understand. Yes, I do believe there is a great force that governs us all, and with this I concluded my short recitation on earth religion. Now you, Tan, please keep it simple. After a rather long moment of reflection, he began to speak telepathically. Martin, it is true that once the state of logic deduction is attained, it follows that the possessors will seek to discover the master of all knowledge. From the consumption of lesser organisms to the destruction of planets, it is but a teeny step in the quest for omnipotence. It is also true that simple yet destructive creatures such as you and I shall foolishly proclaim ourselves supreme above all else. Our concept of God force, we believe, is limited only by our inability to master all knowledge. The Elohim spawn from the saline broth, just as you have come forth to partially chart the dimensions of 6 galaxies. Yet we know that tens of thousands of other galaxies do exist. Thus our true knowledge is restricted by an isotopic measure of the whole. The recorded history of the Elohim encompasses the evolution upon and destruction of the useful lifespans of 2 other living planets before the settlement of BRV, and the future is but a theoretical infinity. There are those who are much longer in history than we, both lesser and greater, and we cautiously approach yet others, yet unknown. We have come to know of life forms which are the least rudiments of molecular modest, while others do possess mammalian metabolism, and yet a few have evolved beyond the necessity of material form. As the progression span is based upon the 7 states of order, we, the Elohim, have yet to conquer the 3rd stage. You see, Martin, we have not yet discovered a thing so great as to consider it supreme unto reverence, yet it is generally accepted among us that a force supreme does possess the source of all umsa, and for want of a better expression, we call it light. Light from whence all things must have to come to be, and to forever be. This that you call photosynthesis is the only constant throughout all of infinity and its many components from the basics of all progressions, both material and mathematical. Even as we utilize solar, infra, alpha, gamma, and other rays for organic nurture and propulsion, it is but certain spectrums of the nuclear umsa. So the aliens are religious beings of a sort. I learned that it is only natural that man would go through his present phase of religious philosophies and destinies. However, I am given to believe that man's very survival could very well depend upon his ability to alter his original concepts and to conform to the ever-changing realities of life and the knowledge gained. Even these space travelers who have conquered galactic travel and the quantums of time are forever seeking a greater, more timeless state of omnipotent comprehension. Because of the religious power base, mankind has historically been held short of his true potential, and it is just about led to his own undoing. We are truly on the very brink of self-destruction and sink deeper with each passing day. The Biavians, I find, are very practical in their social, ethical, and philosophical outlook and actions. Crime, as we know it, does not exist on Biave. It is a society in which nothing material or organic is denied its citizens. They are not all automatons, and they don't all think alike. Lodgings, food, medicine, transportation, and access to all educational materials are not denied anyone, because these rudimentary things are essential to the peaceful progression of any society. Full-blooded Biavians no longer procreate by copulation in our manner, but are nurtured in incubation parts. materials for the cloning of younger future bodies are extracted from each original. However, the Biavians do make love and form close relationships. In 1975, during my third stay aboard the mothership, I had the opportunity to observe two younger Biavians making love, and they do it in this manner. The male and female stand facing one another with a kind of dazed or dreamy look in their eyes, and a kind of visible glow seems to engulf them. They both raise their hands as if to hand wrestle or to give a high five, and as the glow seems to build in intensity, their hands come together, palm to palm. When this happens, the hand glows brighter. Then their little bodies seem to sway as if they are hard-pressed to keep their balance. Slowly, a kind of pink dot of light appears on their foreheads, and their big heads begin to bob inward toward one another. Now they seem sorely intent upon keeping their foreheads from touching, but they are fighting a losing battle. Like two peach-tinged melons, the heads are slowly drawn together with some kind of meaty magnetic force. Their diminishing struggle to keep those heads apart causes a teeny yellow arc of power to jump from one forehead to the other. Now they can prevent the inevitable no longer, and a blue flash accents the touching of the foreheads, at which they both collapse as if they had been poleaxed, and lay swooning on the floor, their hands still locked. After this, I am told, the matter will be extracted from her and him, and a baby will be born. If they were just doing it for fun, which is seldom, then no offspring would come of the union. Only the truest of mutual vibration wish will produce the love child. When Tan asked me what I thought of the Biavian way of procreating, I said the whole thing was very cute and nifty. I said, but you people don't know nothing about fucking. He said, even as our way seems odd to you, Martin, I tell you truly, that if you could but once know the sensation, you might perish of its force. And I said, well, kill me. Give me head till I'm dead. To which he replied, oh, Martin, again, you shit the bull. Bullshitting is what he meant. Just like humans, I am sure that a number of Biavians bump heads a lot just for fun, while there are groups of Biavians who like to explore the properties of various drug compounds, that is, get high. I learned that just about all of these drug compounds are synthesized in a manner which is organically acceptable to the body. The old adage that birds of a feather flock together holds true even out in the stars. Those who like certain things tend to gather in special surroundings and communities, both on and off the planet. The Biavians learned long ago that it is futile to deny a person access to any substance. To do so would be to lay the groundwork for dissension and crime. Instead, they set about to duplicate or mimic all drug compounds in a manner which would have the least detrimental organic effect on the body and make them available to the users. Then these users were required to live in a certain separate community. They are not permitted to produce offspring while living there until such times as they may desire to leave that lifestyle. It is not a prison, but you are not permitted to bring any substance or paraphernalia out, nor to possess the substance anywhere but at home. Out of these communities have come many creations of art, music, philosophy, and practical science. Some of the greatest Biavian minds have lived in these communities. These restrictions of separatism only apply to those who indulge in the stronger or habit-forming compounds, and not to a number of natural, non-addictive herbs that grow wild or are cultivated on the planet. I also understand that there are some Biavians of less than exemplary lifestyles who may be of loose morals. From the Biavian standpoint, as far as I know, no restrictions are placed upon adults' sexual pursuits and habits. A Biavian may have a number of head-bumping experiences with various other Biavians and not incur the wrath of his or her chosen companion. Perhaps this is in part because once a certain sensation is experienced, it can be passed along to another of similar vibration, and if one gets bored, he can always hop on a ship and tour the home planet, visit space installations, or take an extended journey out in the cosmos, or simply go fishing. If one should decide that all of this has no more to offer and opt for leaving this plane of existence, a number of disintegration stations or booths are to be found at various locations. The question to live or not to live is left to the individual. Biavians, inasmuch as they are able to show emotion, seem to love children and animals, and everyone tends to view every child as his own, responsibility-wise. In 1964, aboard the mothership, I saw 2 young Biavians playing a game, which was fascinating. Sitting at the round table, facing one another, they attempted to disassemble and rebuild a pyramid structure of crystals telekinetically. The object was to move your pyramid from his side to your side piece by piece, while hindering his process of moving his own. And all of this transpires while both of you levitate the table and chairs and yourselves above the floor. The whole game doesn't last any more than a few minutes, but the players are assisted by a high-tech power source. I'm told that some of the older Biavians can play this game using nothing but their own kinetic abilities, though I never saw them do it. The Biavians also love music of a sort. I heard some of it, and I would not submit it for a Grammy. However, it's not completely unpleasant to the ears or the mind, and with a little tutoring, they might even learn the jam. Though they are high-tech star travels, surprisingly, on the home planet, many Biavians live in the countryside and assist their own robot drones in planting and harvesting, etc. Some even shun all of the high-tech conveniences for the rough, back-to-nature sort of existence. I understand that a rather large colony of humans and hybrid human Biavians also live there. There was a time in Biavian history when a criminal or antisocial under society did exist, but I understand that this is no longer a problem. During those days, such individuals were committed to a prison planet or moon or asteroid, both male and female. They lived in self-contained dome cities and were given rudimentary instruments to sustain themselves. Each individual wore a signal device and could not commit a crime without being caught by guardian drones and summarily destroyed, nor could they produce offspring or undergo the close transplant transition or at the end of their days. The prison colony was guarded by sentinel globes orbiting the planet in order to prevent any unauthorized traverse to or from the prison. By all logical reckoning, the inmates could live relatively normal lifespans without the Biavians' supervision or intervention. They were forced to work together in order to survive. Eventually, they were able to do away with the antisocial elements via technological and social means. There is no medium of precious metals or emerald exchange, because when you have the run of the galaxy and such advanced technology, no known substance is precious any longer. Gold, diamonds, and other materials are so common on Biave that they are utilized in all kinds of necessary and decorative ways. Children play with uncut diamonds, and the entire infrastructure of a dwelling may be fashioned or plated with gold or inlaid with various emeralds. The shuttling of various produce products from in-season to out-of-season areas work like clockwork. Biavian computers and robotics are far in advance of our own, but they do have limitation. This is because of a bad experience the Biavians had with artificial intelligence. If you give a machine the ability to reason beyond its designed purpose, it may, after due consideration, decide that it doesn't need you anymore. It is hard for us to envision some things that Biavians do with some regularity. Exploration crews lying in suspended animation were dispatched from the mother planet as long as several thousand years ago and are yet en route to a pre-charted destination, perhaps in another galaxy. Long ago, one such expedition was en route to some distant point. The on-board guardians for this crew was a new kind of artificial intelligence. Somewhere between the home planet and the destination, on-board computers, upon assessing the situation, came to the conclusion that the ship would not be able to reach the destination, complete the mission, and return to the home planet. Obviously, some of the non-essential things, equipment, etc., would have to be sacrificed for the sake of the mission. The artificial intelligence further reasoned that certain building materials, plant spores, organic foodstuff, and the fragile crew members in suspension were non-essential ballast, and so were forthwith jettisoned into deep space. By the time the home planet received the light-speed transmissions explaining this, the crew had long since been destroyed. The self-destruct sequence was sent out forthwith. The artificial intelligence was correct in its assessment of the situation, but its actions were of clinical machine sort, devoid of true compassion or benevolent improvisation. The Biavians never made this mistake again, so in reality, artificial intelligence actually underwent a techno-regression to its present state. Now all robots are designed and programmed for one specific task and are thus immutably restricted to that function, whether it be horticulture or neurosurgery. Some Biavians are natural explorers, while others are content to stay home. Many will undergo the cloned brain transplant procedure in order to maintain eternal and very extended physical youth, while others are content to just grow old in their original body and to die a natural death. While school may encompass a wide variety of subjects, the curriculum is not structured except as per the wishes of the individual student. Just as water seeks its own level, so does the intelligence aspirations of the individual. For instance, a Biavian historian has access to hundreds of millions of years of recorded Biavian history, as well as to that of 100 other living planets, including Earth. No one is in a hurry, so to speak. Considering the very short lifespans of Earthlings, they do very well, actually. While on the other hand, man can do more damage in 1 hour than he is capable of correcting in 20 years, and the imperfections of his creation and his gluttonous disregard for future planetary damage will do more than any other factor to bring about man's imminent destruction, if he doesn't alter his ways of doing things completely, immediately. Just like the great mothership, the planet of Viave has a true space defensive umbrella protecting the planet and its deep space installations. Neighboring intelligent life forms are always visiting the mother planet, but at a certain point of approach in deep space, all functions of an incoming craft are taken over by the ever-vigilant sentinel globes. No armed craft may enter into the home space zone without suffering total and immediate destruction. They are also able to generate force shields around individual cities and installations. This leads me to believe that the peaceful Biavians do not consider themselves completely safe from the elements of warlike aggression from parties known and unknown. Of course, the reason given for the space defense units is primarily one of meteor and other space debris watch. I must also accept Tan's statement to the effect that Biaves has not suffered a war in tens of thousands of years. I have never personally witnessed the sentinel globes in action, but I was told one incident involving Earth in which the destructive force of the unit played a vital part. In the year 1907 or thereabouts, a large meteor was deflected away from a collision course with the planet Mars. Had it struck, it would have destroyed an alien installation on that planet. I'm told that a sizable chunk of that meteor broke away from the main body and headed for Earth. In order to correct a mistake of their own making, the meteor was literally disintegrated just outside the Earth's stratosphere. But the recoil or sound waves of the blast still did considerable damage at a point on Earth. I believe that it was in northern Russia. Fortunately, none of the actual meteor got through. According to the alien sky charts, I've learned that the Earth is due to be visited by another great meteor in the latter part of 1998. Its present trajectory will definitely bring it through our solar system. Should it make physical contact or impact with the Earth, it would be most catastrophic. So great would be its destructive force that it could actually wipe out most of life on this planet. The meteor will be about 6 miles in diameter. The precise trajectory, I'm told, cannot yet be pinpointed by the aliens, because the meteor is subject to a number of unforeseen influences, such as dimensional dissipation and gravitational influences by planetary bodies, sun flares, and other forces, I'm sure. In any case, the technology of the Earth is not advanced enough to deal with it. Tan would not give me a position as to whether the aliens would take a hand in the matter if necessary. The exact point or the full extent to which the aliens are prepared to participate in the affairs of Earth has remained somewhat obscure to me even unto this day. I know that the Biavians could give man the technology to completely alter the course of his destiny, but they seem to have rules against such intervention. Yet, judging from the rather extensive part that they have played in the ascension of the human species, I would think that a higher level of intervention would be acceptable by the Celestials. After considerable thought on the matter, I've come to the conclusion that the aliens, while willing to save man from extinction as a species, do not consider us ready to be accepted into the galactic community as equals technologically. I did find out that the Biavians have had past experiences with high-tech, warlike intelligences and have had to fight several intergalactic wars long ago. Further, a war, or at least a territorial skirmish, was waged between the Biavians and the Toxician over possession of Earth long ago. Apparently, their disagreement was eventually settled. However, I sense an abiding unease or distrust between these two species even now. True, the aliens have rules which must be adhered to by all the seven, but like the social rules of Earth, the actual application of some are subject to subtly varying interpretations. Where the Biavians' relationship with contactees tend to be one of friend-to-friend thing, the Toxicians don't seem to dwell upon the friendship factor, giving more emphasis to the collector specimen state. Yet it is permissible for them to collect a certain number of Earth's creatures, including humans. It is not permitted to physically harm other non-combat intelligent creatures, but moral feelings concerning this treatment are not stressed. So, as a result, many abductees, though not physically harmed, may be permanently psychologically damaged as a result of the experience. As far as I know, only the Biavians, the Dorians, and the Tarks actually make Earth contact with humans. The Niptonians and Stygians participate in the program from the scientific data level, but are not the ones who choose the subjects. I am told that the Insectilians are not permitted any form of contact with the human species, mainly because the insect and the mammal are so totally different. The Tarks, though, being of a reptilian predominance, can yet claim some historical evolutionary kinship with the human species. It sounds awfully strange to me, but I'm told that the human came through a reptilian phase of evolution and also has a definite kinship with the fowl. Humans seem to thrive on the planet Biave and don't usually take long to fully adapt to the gravitational and ecological differences. A combination of Biavian medical technology and unpolluted ecology causes humans of that planet to live many thousands of years. For some reason, cloning of extra bodies and brain transference is not permitted on the human subjects of Biave. However, the full-blood humans are permitted to raise hybrid children and to live with crossbred mates. Full-blood Biavians do not live in the communities of humans and hybrids. Perhaps this is because the aliens may fear picking up some germs from the humans to which they have no natural defense. The human community of the future on Biave, I am told, will be left relatively pure and will live in habitat settings that have actually been transplanted and duplicated in almost every detail from Earth. The human settler will be able to eat the same vegetables and meats and live in structures which vary little from what they have been used to on Earth, the dual moons and the gravity being the most pronounced differences. Let me reiterate what I said before of the interstellar resettlers. Any Earthlings who travel to Biave will do so strictly by choice, and will in no way be kidnapped or physically forced to go on this journey. The Biavians are well aware of man's propensity toward violence and are prepared to weed out the obviously dangerous individuals. Exactly how this is done, I can't say. For instance, if you've read this manuscript thus far, you are aware of the fact that at points in my life I have been involved in physically dangerous circumstances. However, I have never gained any inner satisfaction from hurting people or things. I would be perfectly content to live a peaceful and loving existence, even though my manners cannot be called refined, and I used to threaten to skin and eat my sidekick. Question: the aliens seem to know the real truth of my nature and can distinguish between character logic and evil for evil's sake. So I suspect a true cross-section of the various human personalities among us will go. In other words, they are not trying to seek out and segregate the dyed-in-the-wool saint-like pacifists among us, so they aren't as dumb and unfeeling as they may seem to be undiscerning. Aside from the fact that he doesn't have a very healthy sense of humor, Tan is acceptable as a decent fellow. Man uses all kinds of machines to assist him in agriculture and transportation, and I am told that he will have such things on Biave. However, the propulsion system of his tractors, pickups, motorbikes will not be of the earth gasoline combustible type. Perhaps they will be identical in looks. They may even mimic the sound of this machinery. There won't be any insecticides and other pollutants, as all pests will be controlled via sound waves and other non-polluting means. Also, humans on Biave will be allowed to adhere to, create, and alter their own governmental lifestyles as they so choose. However, the factor of poverty inequality will be virtually wiped out by means of a state of existence which lacks the quest for essential things: housing, health, food, clothing, transportation, etc. Nor will there be any kind of weapons among the earthlings, because no weapons will be needed. Those who harbor strong racial and sociological prejudices probably won't be chosen in the first place. It will be a society in which a person's intellectual and esoteric attainments will be his measure. Also, I believe the aliens will choose a number of people who will form a numerical counterpart to their like states on Earth, so they will not discount a person because of their sexual preference or orientation. I suspect that about 1 in 20 will be homosexual, lesbian, bisexual, and so forth. There will be whites, blacks, Asians, Spaniards, and a cross mixture thereof. Further, I understand that there will be more females than males, at a ratio of about 4 to 1. As it was explained to me, the monogamous relationship, one man for one woman, is not the natural or normal order of nature. No doubt many women who read this will consider this a rather chauvinistic outlook on the aliens' part, but I'm sure that this viewpoint is based upon a natural fact. In nature, all mammalian fetuses begins life as a female, and only the introduction into the system of a certain chromosome will alter the gender of that fetus toward the male physiology. Nature knows that in substance, one male may conceivably produce tens of thousands of offspring, while the individual female can gestate but a few. So nature compensates by producing less males and more females among all mammals, including humans. The survival ability of the female exceeds the male, and the female will always exist in greater numbers than males. Accepted values and practices of society will not alter this fact. Should Earth survive, you may be sure that in the not-too-distant future, even Western society will have to face the fact that virile males are a commodity which must be shared by a number of mates, or a greater number of women will simply be left out. Even at this point, if a vast proportion of the virile males of society was somehow prevented from having access to a large number of female companions, a workable society would not be possible. It's simply being done in a clandestine and sneaky fashion, that's all. A virile, healthy male should be able to perform sexually all of his natural life, yet a greater portion lose it for lack of proper stimulation and restrictive social impracticalities. Use it or lose it. In contrast, I am told that among the insectilians, a single female can produce thousands of offspring during their fertile lifespan. As a result, only about 1 in 1,000 of their females are born fertile, while a greater proportion of the males are virile. There is a great deal of sexual activity, but no offspring results from most of it. I never saw a female Targisian and never gave it much thought at the time. Tan was always evasive to my queries about the reptiles. When I passed the Targ zone on the mothership, I got a feeling that I cannot explain. This is only speculation on my part, but I got the ominous and foreboding feeling that something huge and alive was behind the great spiral door. Further, I picked up an inkling or intuitive thing which has led me to feel that the Targs may be destroying all but a few female offspring. I don't like the Targs at all. Maybe I judged them too harshly. Yet, one chilling experience with these beings in May 1988 in Tulsa, Oklahoma, has only served to reinforce my very first opinion of these creatures. I understand that earth plants grows swiftly on BRV and generally on a much larger scale because of the different nutrient composition of the soil. Plants may also change in coloration and potency. When human beings arrive on BRV, it generally takes a while for a person to get over the initial fascination of it all. The BRVians mastered the science of suspended animation many thousands of years ago, during the time of the transportation of historical characters like Elijah and Ezekiel of biblical fame. It was necessary to lay those wayfarers in suspension for the return journey to BRV, because the journey at the time, even at near light speed, required many years as we measure time. BRVian and Stygian scientists eventually developed the technology to transcend light speed, to conquer ion trajectory, and to warp the quantum into hyperspace. And in the midst of all this is the factor of time displacement or time travel. While the land areas of BRV hold no uncontrollably dangerous and predatory animal life forms who prey upon the citizens, the same cannot be said of the waters of that planet. Owing to the high oxygen content, the lesser gravity, and the abundant nutrients of the planet, I am told that a large number of sea creatures grow to reach megaton proportions. If travel upon those waters was crudely conventional of the earth sort, then ocean travel could prove very dangerous indeed. While many life forms have evolved naturally in the oceans of that planet, many other more evolved forms have been introduced into waters from the Earth and from other life-bearing planets. The never-ending predatory struggle for survival in nature can be observed in its awesome and most nightmarish forms beneath the waters of BRV, so people are able to frequent beaches, swim, and otherwise enjoy the seashores only in designated controlled areas. In many ways, the present-day aqua life of BRV resembles the Jurassic period sea life of our own planet's infancy, yet on a more grotesque and larger scale. The new human settlers, the lovers of oceanography, would be able to explore this monstrously beautiful underwater wonderland, literally for years and years, while observing the life forms from the safety of a special BRVian aquaspace ships. Not even to mention the numerous living sites on land. I gather that the planet is a living kaleidoscope of life and plant forms, which have to a great extent been introduced there from other celestial bodies by the BRVian settlers. As I have said before, the BRVians do not eat meat, and I have not personally witnessed or detected any inclination towards violence from among them. Yet I am not deluded into thinking that these peaceful little aliens are not capable of self-protection. No doubt they have the means to conquer via technological aggression, to destroy planets if they so desired. They don't do such things simply because the need has not yet arisen again. My friend Queston has said on several occasions, don't let them big heads and cartoon faces fool you. If push come to shove, they know how to do some zap shit.
Update 2007, Chapter 4, BRV, the home planet of the aliens.
Having never had the pleasure of visiting Biave, the home planet of the Biavians, as the journey requires, about 4.5 years travel time one way, the distance being some 450 light years from Earth. Thus 4.5 years one way at 100 times the speed of light, which is presently the foremost limits of the Biavian technologies. My knowledge of the planet Biave has been gained from having been given access to their archives and in the holograph room. I can assure you that their holograph capabilities is greater than is easily imagined. As you stand there, you feel the Biavian sun on your shoulders, the wind on your face, hear the songs of the distant birds, smell the varied odors of wildflowers and sweet fruits. You are there. It is a beautiful and pristine planet, loaded with clear streams, blossoming meadows, colorful birds, panoramic scenes, fluffy clouds, majestic mountains, tropical forests, and abundant planted farm crops. Antigrav transport pods whizzing by, robots working the gardens, and red and yellow spotted deers feeding on the fallen purple apples. Small numbers of humans have lived on Biave for a few thousand years, yet none of them have aged. Picture a 3,000-year-old man playing volleyball with a bunch of kids, or riding a Biavian Valley steed horse, hell-bent for leather while doing ancient Egyptian Arabic acrobatics across the silver-gilded saddles. The planet is a joy to behold. I saw many other species of wild and domestic indigenous species that were notably different from any animals I have ever seen on Earth. You may ask the question, if humans have been on Biave for a few thousand years, why isn't the number far greater? Well, the answer is this. First of all, the numerical value of humans does not lend itself to enough of a genetic diversity to expand rapidly, meaning that the small number of humans can only produce so many offsprings before the limited genetic pool starts to produce genetically deficient offspring. Secondly, before this time in history, the Biavians have not contemplated the factor of building a large human population on their planet. The small number of humans there has assured the Biavians that humans can thrive and live long on Biave. Thirdly, this large genetic pool of humans will not be taken there unless it becomes necessary in order to save the human species from imminent extinction. Their data, collected for some centuries leading up to this time, gives them to conjecture that the crucial point of humanity's transition may transpire about late 2012. Yet, from what I have learned of Biavian history and certain incidents concerning them, I know that their futuristic assessments are not always totally correct. This is to say that even with their advanced technology, they still can and do make mistakes, though not very often. So I'm inclined to err on the side of caution and believe them. Humanity, with all things considered, is in a lot of trouble during these times. The factor of intelligent species migrating across the galaxy has been a long, ongoing fact. Some have accomplished the migration utilizing their own technologies, while others have done so with the assistance of outer-world visitors. The reasons for these migrations has been many, some to escape the imminent destruction of their home worlds. Some were taken for friendship or genetic reasons, and some for a combination of reasons, as is the case of Earthlings, a landmass about the size of Texas, complete with homes, garden, recreations, schools, and all necessities, is even now being logistically prepared for the human wayfarers, just in case. End. Chapter 4. Update 2007. Chapter 5. Question and other things. Indeed, Upon contemplating those times in latter years, I have concluded that my sidekick, Question, was in his own way as essential to my psyche orientation as was all the other stimulus aboard the great mothership. Telepathic exchange with Tan, Nella, and others was pleasing. Yet the need for a human to vocalize is even more desirable. Question served a great purpose in this respect, no matter that he was always nearly talking trash. It made for lively banter between us. I was given to believe that Question was an advanced version of, say, a talking parrot, who would do no more than repeat my own thoughts back to me, yet I found that he was quite accomplished in creating his own line of jargon. I could hardly ever anticipate what he was going to say. Initially, I was told by Tan that Question was little more than a reflector of my own thoughts and motivations. Yet, because of Question's independent attitude, I never thought of him in this way. Then I think of an incident that transpired, and it gives me cause to wonder. There were these little three-wheel robotic machines that cruised around. Their task was to remove these little glowing power rods and exchange them for new or freshly charged rods. As I stood one day observing one of them in action, removing one rod, placing it in a designated spot, replacing it with a new one, then repeating the action, I wondered just how smart were these particular machines. What if the rods were jumbled or placed in the wrong slots on the robot? Would it be smart enough to know which was which? Well, the very next day I saw Question jumble the rods of one robot, sending the machine into a tizzy of indecision. The uproar caused smarter robots to investigate, and it wasn't long before they were hunting Question's stupid ass down. The patter of big space beaver feet, the whine of hunter robot motors, and the chase was on. Question slid around my door, breathing hard. "Hey, man, what's the matter?" I asked. "Cheese it, Slim. These motherfuckers is crazy. Oops, gotta go." Then he was gone. When the robot whizzed up and looked in, I was on the floor laughing my ass off. Later on I saw them bringing Question back contained in a force field cage. He looked so sad, which caused me once again to melt down in laughter. I heard him shout back, "You bastard!" Now, then, my point is, did I influence Question to commit the nefarious act by simply thinking about the act myself? Surely, I never consciously tried to influence him to do it. Anyway, I decided that I wouldn't contemplate any illegal space activities while near Question in the future. About 3 hours later, Tan escorted him back to my quarters. Question was quite moody and obviously pissed. That is, until dinner time. Question scarfed up his food immediately, as usual, and then started to eye my plate as usual. His first words were, "Hey, Slim, you gonna eat the rest of that?" I slid my plate over to him, and between gulps he started to talk. "Hey, man, them fucking robots took me way over yonder and started shining little lights, little shit in my face, man. If they had let that damn shield down, I was going to go into my Ninja Beaver beast mode. When I got through, wasn't nothing going to be left but nuts and bolts and tubes and shit. Lucky for them, Tan showed up and sprung me." This is generally Question's attitude nearly all the time. I was often angry at him for one thing or the other. Yet, I have to admit that the life with Question was never dull. No doubt we will always hold a grudging admiration for each other. We shall meet again. In chapter 5.
Chapter 6. Inside the Alien Mind. For many years, people have witnessed flying saucers cruising our skies, and on more than a few occasions, certain people have actually come into physical contact with the occupants of these ships. Generally, the extent of the being-to-being communications between the abductee and the spacemen has been quite limited, so any information as to the nature and purpose of the aliens, minds, and motives have been fragmentary and speculative. Where did they come from? What do they want from us? These questions have plagued mankind down through the ages, yet, to be truthful,
we have indeed been given some insight into the minds of these visitors from time to time. The book of Genesis tells of a time when angels or aliens walked the earth and procreated with the daughters of man, and the offsprings of these unions brought forth the first great kingdom builders on the earth. Successive members of the blood lineage from the originals lived a very long time by earth standards. When reading the biography of these generations, we find that this longevity diminishes with the infusion of more and more human blood. The story of Lot and the destruction of the 4 cities on the plains, of which Sodom and Gomorrah were 2, should be attributed to alien intervention into the affairs of man. The angel with whom Jacob wrestled and Elijah's fiery chariot are also recordings of extraterrestrial beings. Scriptural readings in other ancient books also speak of these visitors from the skies. In most civilizations, advanced or primitive, living or dead, legends and recordings of space visitors are an integral part of their history. Even in those ancient times, we find that these sky visitors generally chose to contact and communicate with the common man instead of with those who were rich and powerful, and the same holds true even unto this day. The aliens don't seem to be interested in the political and position aspirations of man, nor are they interested in literally preserving most individuals from those privileged walks of life. The future survival of the human species will not lie in the hands of the dictator or the privileged dynasties, but in the propensity of the common man to assure mass survival by the sharing of available resources. Those who hoard and control any commodity or necessity to the masses are the cause of most of man's ills and are of no present inspirational or spiritual value to the aliens, and are of no real future value from the practical sense. To be sure, there have always been, and there will always be, a definite need for leaders among humans, just as there are always leaders among the animals of nature. If prehistoric leaders among the human species had been of the same quality as are the leaders of today, the Homo sapiens could not have survived. If the strongest hunter had hoarded all the meat and fruit from the rest of the clan, then the masses would have starved. If the stronger males had killed all weaker males, or failed to protect all the members in sickness and in health, they would have died out. In order for any race or society to endure and prosper, each member of that society must be given or have unhindered access to at least the bare necessities of life. The aliens look upon this planet as just one world community and tend to measure the worth of man by how he treats those the least among his kind. They do not recognize country, state, or city boundaries when observing the planet. This great imbalance in the possession of natural resources is a thing restricted exclusively to man on this planet. The aliens revere the wisdom of the aged and view all children in a common parenting sense. No Biavian would ever permit another of their kind to live in want of the common necessities of life. It would be to them an unbearable shame, which would reflect upon them all. In their eyes, when compared to all other living things, orders of above animal intelligences, the human species must be placed at the very bottom. Not because humans are technically or even spiritually inferior to all other intelligences, because we're not, but because of man's willful perversity of moral character concerning his own. During the course of our extensive conversations, Tan asked me a question which I've never since forgotten. He asked, "Martin, if all humans were given those things essential to survival, would the rich be made poorer or the strong be made weaker?" I said that I didn't think so. Then the humanoid biped is a most repulsive species indeed, for not even the Targs are guilty of such a thing, nor the Screed. Of course, the overall situation on Earth is not that simple, but the concept of a global community free from the want of food and shelter is clearly within our agricultural and technological capabilities, and it wouldn't necessarily
alter the balance of social and economical power. In other words, the rich would remain rich, the famous famous, and the powerful powerful. Bearing this in mind, the aliens have concluded that such negative circumstances are the results of man's willful inhumanity towards his fellow beings. If I were a person formally schooled in the study of the mind, no doubt I would be better qualified in attempting to learn and then explain the inner workings of the extraterrestrial mind. But since I don't happen to be a trained psychiatrist, I'm afraid that you are stuck with me as I, beyond most, if not all other, known human beings, have had the rare opportunity of spending substantial spans of time in the company of these beings. So, in as far as my perception goes, I will give you my opinion and thoughts along this line. Our first recorded rules or laws governing the workings of a communal society were probably of extraterrestrial origins. These first rules and laws were not born of divine inspiration, but were simply a structured and humanization of a more primordial method of progression. No philosophical or spiritually exalting doctrine has yet managed to improve upon the simple premise of, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If this rule alone were followed as closely as possible, it would nullify most of the greater problems afflicting humanity. The common elements of decency and fairness are truly universal in their application, and hold true on Biave, just as on the planet Earth. I am truly awed at the technological capabilities of these extraterrestrials. If they so desired, they could take over this planet militarily in a matter of hours. They could cripple all communication networks and literally stall all combustible engines, should they so desire. They could develop and introduce special and deadly germs, alter the weather, destroy the ozone shield, or literally blow the entire planet to smithereens. Those people who believe that the aliens are waging a covert war against humanity are rudely mistaken. Materially, man has nothing of necessitative value to the aliens and little of spiritual value to offer them. True, there has been an ongoing program of genetic crossbreeding which involves human and alien genes. But the aliens do not have to wage a subjugating planet war in order to acquire these genetic materials. Nor is it necessary to literally implant electronic devices in the bodies of individuals in order to keep track of them as study subjects. Should a subject person meet an untimely demise, they will also know this. I believe that the aliens already have enough preserved genetic materials to repopulate a dozen planets the size of Earth with human and hybrids if they so desired, just as they are able to reproduce any species living or extinct in the chronology of the planet Earth since its living origins. Think about it. The aliens aren't doing anything in this respect that we would not do if we possess the technology. Our scientists have managed to clone salamanders and frogs, and it is only a matter of time before more complex creatures, including man, are cloned. The aliens have perfected such things. The extraterrestrials have also made great strides in the techniques of creating genetically specific creatures for transplantation onto planets that have a different ecological order than the planets from whence they originated. In this way, certain aliens are continually adding to the already abundant life in the cosmos. The Earth is but one among many celestial bodies which have been altered in this manner. The experiments aren't always entirely successful. The Homo sapiens are the end result of a number of mammalian biped attempts, and one of the most successful. Yet on the vast scale of time, man is thus far the shortest lived of any species which has ever dominated this planet. In other words, humanity is yet in its infancy as an evolutionary subject. In man's favor is the fact that technologically his advancement has been phenomenal. Yet, if he had access to all of the historical recordings and knowledge that have been deliberately destroyed in the past by one set of consequences or another, we would even now be establishing ourselves on other planets. Or we would already have succeeded in completely destroying our species via one destructive means or another. The miracle is not that we have come to be, but that we still are here.
On a number of occasions, down through history, the aliens have found it necessary to intervene physically into the affairs of man in order to ensure humanity's survival, both morally and physically. The celestial rule of non-intervention, as is presently practiced by the Biavians, has not always been in effect. There was a time when man, or the most civilized and advanced segments of humanity, was genetically closely intertwined with that of the celestials. The first great leaders, pharaohs, kings, priests, physicians, astronomers, seers, and scribes, were direct descendants of the full-blood alien visitors. The next chapter will speak more extensively on the species of this alien blood lineage, but now we will deal more closely with the alien, the Biavian mind, more specifically their sense of logic and inner being as I perceive it at this time. Upon close scrutiny, I have found that most of the aliens' actions are easily comprehended when we take into consideration their sense of reasoning. A question: why are nearly all human abductees restrained or otherwise temporarily incapacitated during their captivity? The answer: human abductees are initially restrained for a number of reasons, the most prominent of which being that the Biavians are quite small in size and physically much weaker and fragile than the average human. So human beings are potentially dangerous, and even a human child has the physical strength to maim or kill an adult Biavian, and so has to be restrained. However, drugs are rarely, if ever, used to restrain the human. Instead, I am told that certain nerve centers of the brain are technically altered to control the physical prowess of the subject. The comprehension and the logic factor of the person are the last things to be interfered with. However, it is sometimes necessary in order to inhibit the horror factor or prevent a psychological or nervous breakdown in the subject. Generally, the elements of touch, sight, hearing, and even speech are left intact, the extent of which is governed entirely by the ability of the subject to adapt to the experience. For the highly emotional and potentially psychotic, a kind of dream or trance state is induced. The question: why are abductees taken? The answer: in the case of the Biavians, abductees are almost never chosen at random, but are taken for some specific reason, generally related to the genetic biology of the person. There are a considerable number of humans who yet retain a pool of the genetic inheritance of the originals and are considered relatives by the aliens. Also, these individuals are the best subjects for biological crossbreeding with the aliens. The possessors of the gene may be of any race or sex. As the gene has migrated across racial and cultural lines, through the prolific crossbreeding of races, through conquest, travel, and general social intercourse between earthlings, the migration of this gene cannot be consistently plotted except under an encapsulated circumstance, which is almost non-existent at this time on the earth. Even the enforced purity of a certain race does not guarantee the continued purity of the gene, but instead may eventually alter or destroy the gene in a given case. The infusion of new blood instead has contributed to the unaltered continuation of the gene in many cases. Also, the retention of this gene may pool in the biology of a single member of a large family, while being of insignificant measure in the rest of the family members. Further, possession of this gene does not automatically make the carrier smarter or stronger. It does generally make the subject more capable of learning and retaining what is learned, provided that person is exposed to the means of knowledge gathering. These potential geniuses may be of Aboriginal, Black, Oriental, or Caucasian origin, and if the means of formal educational material were equally distributed among all earthlings, there is no limit to what mankind could already have accomplished. Question: why haven't the aliens contacted more world leaders instead of the common person? The answer: there was a time historically when the political leaders of men achieved their position through their strength of character, benevolence, common judgment, and contributions to the general welfare of their subjects. But this element of worth has since been lost, corrupted, or forcefully taken over by the most ruthless elements of mankind, and therefore is no longer considered worthy of the alien's personal confidences. The same holds true of literal knowledge potential. While the original cherubim, or leaders, possess most of the scientific knowledge, their knowledge has since been widely dispersed among the population at large. The enlightened ones does not find it necessary to subjugate, intimidate, oppress, or rob his fellow men in order to fulfill his inner nature. As a result, they rarely seek politically forward positions. Think about it. Nearly all good inventions and discoveries of world impact have been perfected by little-known or otherwise obscure individuals, though the results have generally ended up in the hands of the leaders who are the ruthless. The reinventors of gunpowder, airplanes, firearms, and other implements of destruction were not the ones who advocated or sought to use these inventions for world conquest. No doubt, the discoverers of nuclear fission initially sought to use this discovery for the benefit of mankind. Had they known the extent to which evil men would go in the aggressive implementation of this power, they probably would not have been so free with this knowledge. So the aliens have no desire to allow the rulers access to their technology or into their confidence. In their opinion, there is no such thing as a world leader. There are tyrants, dictators, and political manipulators, but not worthy leaders in the foremost position on this planet. This is the heyday of the beast, the tyrant, the deceiver, the gluttonous, and the planet killers, so much so that humanity's destruction is almost imminent. Question: why is communication between the abductee and the alien generally limited to little or no language communication? The answer: this is mainly because most physical contacts are not made with verbal communications in mind, but more often are done for purposes concerning genetic testing. Rudimentary communications such as assuring the abductees that they won't be hurt and that they are friends is standard operating procedure for the aliens. On rare occasion, when a particular subject overcomes the initial shock of contact and is easily susceptible to telepathic reception, the alien may communicate at some length with the subject, and fewer still are taken into confidence and allowed to take journeys and spend time among the aliens. Apparently, there has of late been a movement among the celestials to gain a closer rapport with the human psyche and motivation. Thus, the prolific rise in close contacts, like the relationship between Tan and myself. For some reason, I think it is very difficult for most human beings to accept the reality of these aliens' presence and then reconcile this knowledge to the human experience, to maintain a sane perspective in the face of it all. Even I find it difficult to accept the equality, let alone the superiority, of some of the creatures I've seen with my own eyes, and I have no desire to be a servant or to a lizard or a giant mantis insectilian, though I know that it could conceivably happen. The forces of it all is simply too fantastic for the human species as a whole to accept or endure, so most close contact between the aliens and humans is purely scientific instead of social. The question: what do the aliens think of man in general? To what level of social esteem does he hold humanity? The answer: when we see a chimpanzee, we immediately recognize the biological and genetic kinship, and our inner feelings toward them is generally one of benevolent guardianship. We know the animal to be of some intelligent worth, and believe that it has the potential, no matter how slightly, of expanding this intelligence into something similar, if not equal to our own, given the time and instruction. Now then, imagine that the chimp has learned to build crude living structures, build a fire, and use sticks as weapons. We know that such small accomplishments on the chip's part could not truly threaten us technologically. However, the creature now warrants a closer observation than, say, the baboon. We don't even consider accepting the fire-building monkey as a social equal, but we can no longer rule out that eventuality or that possibility. In order to ascertain the latent potential of the creature, we start to scrutinize it much closer. We prepare experiments which will include everything from simple logic operations to genetic crossbreeding possibilities. While one segment of scientists may view this chimp as a brother of the future, others will explore the possibility of a futuristically cheap and controllable workforce. One thing is for certain: The chimp must not be allowed to advance so swiftly as to become a physical threat to us humans. And though benevolent and protective we may be, we must be prepared, if necessary, to destroy this upcoming species of certain dangerous parts thereof. Perhaps we will decide to scrap the project altogether and destroy only the fire builders, while allowing the original jungle ones to endure, or the meek ones. Perhaps this is not the best description of how the aliens look upon us, but it is probably close. However, owing to the great diversity of intelligent life forms in the universe, the aliens are no doubt more flexible in their propensity to accept extremely different kinds of beings than we are. Hell, we haven't yet learned to accept another human being of a different race, tribe, or skin color. Man is far too dangerous to be accepted into the universal community, but not so insignificant as to be totally disregarded either. There is always a chance that man may chance upon some scientific breakthrough that could make him a threat to his neighbors in the Milky Way galaxy. The question: why don't the aliens step in and prevent man from literally destroying the ecology of this beautiful planet? The answer: the aliens, in my opinion, do not hold any dictatorial aspirations toward any other intelligent species in the cosmos. To do so would be to set a negative precedent for other powerful intelligences in the cosmos. Perhaps in some far quadrant of this galaxy, far away from the 7 who are here, there are interplanetary civilizations at war with one another, but just like here on Earth, have come to treaty agreements with our fellow man and clean out certain territorial spheres into which others may not enter and beyond which we will not go. Then, on a larger scale, so has the universe been so dissected. If you are a warlike life form, do not tread on this part of the galaxy, lest you be utterly destroyed by the 7. The Earth falls into the Beovian sphere of protection and territory. In this part of the galaxy, we do not conquer and subjugate lesser evolved planets like Earth. We wonder why, in the face of all the war, famine, and pollution on Earth, don't the aliens step in and change things? This is the impression I get. As I have said, the aliens take the rule of non-intervention on a global scale seriously, and the aliens do not look upon time in the same manner that man does. Tan was a young male adult when the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah were nuked, and is yet a young man by the Beovian measure of age. Man's preoccupation with the destruction of his fellow man is as old as the primordial order of the survival of the fittest, and yet this is the first time in man's evolutionary ascension that he has within his grasp the technological power to destroy all human life on this planet. The aliens are aware of this, and so they have decided to save a portion of our species via direct airlift. Tan tells me that the A-bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki were not the first incidents of nuclear destruction on this planet, but it was the first time that the human species itself had learned to split the atom. This great destructive force has been in the hands of man for only the slightest moment on the scale of measured time. It is no secret that man gained this power while at the very depths of his inhumanity towards his fellow man. But for the racial hatred of the human monster Hitler, this awesome power would almost certainly have been developed first by the Nazis, in which case the plight of humanity would have swiftly reverted to one of nightmarish dementia. If Hitler had embraced the Jews' ethnic sector in his society long enough to take advantage of those Semitic scientists' knowledge, what would ultimately have been the destiny of all humanity? The aliens seem to have a good grasp of the fickle and potentially explosive evil of man. They know very well that the elements of mass psychosis lay dormant in the hearts of whole nations, and can be reawakened with the changing of the wind. In times of famine or economical depression, the very structure of humanity's ethics and laws of universal rights can be successfully challenged and corrupted through popular hatred, bigotry, and stupidity. With his own eyes, Tan has observed the rise and fall of a number of civilizations on Earth. He also knows that the next one will be the big one from which no nation shall emerge intact. At certain points in history, the mixed-breed offsprings of the aliens did intervene militarily into the affairs of man, and this practice, though well-meant,
ultimately led to the destruction of that ruling society. They were called the Elohim, but the world has come to think of them more commonly as Atlanteans. So the purebloods of today simply refuse to interfere in a military manner, even if it means the end of life as we have come to know it. Nor will they extend to us that technological knowledge which might or would exalt one nation over the others, because none are without the inner predisposition towards tyranny. The question: do the aliens have the power to actually stop a global nuclear confrontation which is in progress? The answer: if every nuclear warhead on Earth were aimed at the Biavian mothership, which is situated in deep space, the aliens would have little trouble neutralizing the threat. This is because they have the home-based apparatus to do so. They could deflect the missiles, take control of the trajectory, or detonate the warheads at a safe distance. If they knew that a nuclear confrontation was imminent on the Earth, they could prevent the initial firing of the missiles on both sides. But in doing so, they would be forced to disrupt the electronic communication network all over the entire planet without discriminating between the military and cities, etc. And the computer network upon which all of civilization is run would be literally wiped out or glitched beyond reasonable repair. All commerce, communication, and transportation would be knocked out. If the rockets were actually launched, not even the Biavians could safely deal with the problem. Even if the warheads were exploded after they breached the stratosphere, the resultant damage would irreparably injure the ozone layer and still disrupt the electronics of Earth. Small, lower trajectory warheads and cruise missiles would also wreak havoc. The aliens are very powerful, but they are not all powerful. There are limitations even to their technology. I got the impression that the aliens are not nearly as worried about the possibility of nuclear war as they are about the imminence of nuclear accidents, disease, chemical pollution, and ozone destruction. The combination of these things at their present level of contamination assures a terrible fate for humanity in the not-too-distant future. Scientists on Earth estimate that about 50% of the Earth's fresh water supply has been contaminated by pollutants. But the Biavians put this percentage at about 90% of water presently in use by humans, and this level of chemical contamination continues growing daily. The aliens know that we have the technology and the brain power to develop alternate and cleaner sources of energy, the ability to scientifically control the population explosion, and the agri resources to feed the starving nations. Yet they also realize that our varying differences and religious, political, and social orders would make such an undertaking very difficult, not in materials, but in logistics and psychological alterations. Nonetheless, as they see it, we are surely doomed if we do not expend every possible effort in accomplishing these things. Rome would not have been so easily conquered by outside forces had it not first been undermined by the continuous influx of starving aliens and the deterioration of ethical social order among the Romans themselves. The bomb is the least of the threats facing civilized humanity. The extraterrestrials are aware of the fact that man is the only species of creature upon this planet that does not fit into the natural niche of the evolutionary and ecological order, and by all logical reasoning and all other facets of natural order would be much better off should the extinction of man occur. They have estimated that should man disappear from the surface of the planet via nuclear holocaust, the Earth would repair itself within 1,000 years or so. I know that they plan to airlift a large number of humans from this planet within the not-too-distant future and return them after 1,000 years, but I don't know how much of the Earth-bound population will continue to survive to witness their return. Nor do I know if the aliens plan to make sure that those left behind do not survive, or to what extent a natural or man-made catastrophe will contribute to the extinction of humanity. Tan told me that under no circumstance would they personally contribute to the destruction of man, but I further realized that even space gods can lie. I do know that the Targs have historically been a war-prone species, and because of their aggressive nature, they gained the preeminent evolutionary position of their home planet. I suspect that in order to have done so, they had to have eventually destroyed all other ascending species on that same planet, and I shudder to think what might be the fate of Earthman if its destiny were left to the Targs alone. We tend to view society
on the person-to-person level. As a socially viable organism, humanity is in a bad shape indeed. However, from the aliens' point of view, the human species numerically is a very successful life form. The insignificant numerical value of one-on-one abuse, the mass murderer, robbers, and arsonists is lost upon the aliens' overview, since such antisocial things almost never transpire within their society's experience. The question: what makes mankind so interesting to the aliens? The answer: a scientist, no matter his origins, is always interested in any new or different life form discovered, and is compelled by scientific curiosity to observe and examine these plant and animal discoveries. However, to the Biavians, the human species holds a slightly greater significance. First, because man personally removed himself almost entirely from the ecological evolutionary order of all other living things on this planet, and secondly, because man is one of the few species in the galaxy who is genetically close enough to the Biavians to actually be crossbred with them. Third, man is destined, should he survive, to someday become an intellectual and technological member of the intelligence community of the Milky Way galaxy. The very existence of modern man poses for them an enigmatic question. Namely, does man owe his continued existence to the fact that he has learned to predominantly overcome his social, political, and religious differences? Or does humanity yet thrive simply because he, prior to this time, did not possess the means to completely destroy himself? Historical data tends to support the fact that humanity would have destroyed itself long ago, or at least have subjugated and enslaved all weaker human beings had the means been possessed. Now that man has the bomb, is his continued survival owed to the fact that the possession of this technology is not yet universal? The alien data is yet incomplete on this question. Because of the abundance in the cosmos of all manners of precious metals and emeralds, and because they have no difficulty producing enough food substance or building living structures for all of their fellow beings, the aliens are hard-pressed to decipher man's sense of logic concerning fellow humans. When they have a social or logistical problem, they immediately get together and solve it. Hunger and abject poverty are to them anathema to all logic when one has the means to solve the problem. To them it would be ludicrous and totally unworthy of rationality to allow a Biavian to live in want of medical care, shelter, and proper education. Remove all elemental wants, and crime becomes a rare anomaly instead of a socially malignant phenomena. The Biavians realize that an intelligent society essentially is run and kept prominent by a relatively small number of individuals who form the nucleus of the scientific and governmental order, while the greater masses are the ones who physically fashion the dreams and inventions of the nucleus. In the Biavian society, this small nucleus is not a totally exclusive club in the sense that any Biavian who makes the grade in technological or mechanical accomplishments automatically becomes a member of this club. As I've said before, Biavians come in various skin color, but intelligence knows no pigment. The Biavians see man not only as illogical, impractical, and stupid, but also evil in his ways and motivations. He is at want to comprehend why man finds it more fulfilling to build more prisons instead of factories, and guns instead of schools, bombs instead of bread, and apathy instead of care. The Biavian's viewpoint is not born of some celestial benevolence, but of simple common sense. What manner of fools are we that we would live as prisoners in our own homes while being constantly victimized by those who commit crimes in order to acquire drugs, when we could solve the problem tomorrow by simply making drugs accessible to the user, thereby wiping out the incentive to commit the crimes? Which is more costly to us, the production of the drugs or the building of more prisons and the hiring of more armed protectors? If they knew the meaning of the emotion, they would find man contemptible and not worthy of continued existence. In their eyes, a beautiful planet is being scrapped by a living intelligence malignancy called man. And to make matters worse, this creature called man knows better.
In the minds of evil, greedy men, the reasoning is that if the world should gain universal peace and freedom from hunger, the population would expand at an even greater rate than at present. But this sense of reasoning, upon scrutiny, does not hold water. On the contrary, the highest birth rates are the exclusive happenstance of the poorest nations, while the lowest birth rates transpire among the most advanced societies. Better educated and well-fed people are far more inclined to see the merits of practicing birth control than are the poor and ignorant segments of all societies. The aliens don't understand the logic of denying a man a job and then condemning him when he steals. Stay locked in the creeping rot of transmitted diseases while withholding medical care or making needles easily obtainable to slow the spread by this manner. Spending billions on research to cure a host of cancers which are caused by the use of man-made chemicals in the first place. Deny all children a quality education and then gloat in the fact that they are ignorant. Express the wish for a cleaner environment while refusing to support research in the discovery of alternate fuel sources. The great farce of legal justice and political application. And they see religion as one of the greatest hindrances to sanity upon this planet. When Tan asked me the way of these illogical preoccupations of mankind, I could only shake my head and say that I am sometimes truly ashamed to be a member of such a repulsive species. I personally do not entertain the belief that man shall ever rise above his gluttonous and gullible dementia. I can't think of many reasons to justify the continued existence of humankind. The negative reasons outweigh by far the positive, and yet I am not too far gone to harbor the belief in miracles. Unfortunately, the aliens do not give sway to the credence of logic of such things as miracles. For them, there is no greater crime than to do dumb shit when you know and have the means to do better. The question: describe the aliens' mentality. The answer: the aliens are critical of man's obviously foolish shortcomings only in the analytical sense, while my assessments are more emotional in context. While I am repulsed at the bestial preoccupations of humankind, the Biavians tend to view the whole human organism as a shabbily run operation which does not adhere to the flow of common logic. I see the collective and concerted corruption, bigotry, and evil in man, but the Biavians see him as a fickle, enigmatic creature. They are not angry with man, nor do they hate him. They seem to get a lot of amusement, if not fun, in trying to figure out what the next move will be, or even to figure out why nations or governments choose to do a certain thing when it obviously calls for another. These aliens are not very astute in the philosophical sense. They hold firm to the premise that for every problem there's a solution. Often the solution is too simple for the rational mind to miss. Then, when man, as usual, cannot or will not respond correctly to the problem, it disconcerts them no end. So Tan asks me to explain the why, and often my explanations is not sufficient to clarify the matter to his satisfaction. For instance, Tan observes a new building going up. A rudimentary scan of the structure shows the obvious flaws in the fabrication process. The concrete in the foundation and slab work is subgrade and lacks the proper steel binding. The superstructure of the building is composed of a low-grade and flawed steel. The electrical wiring is too fragile to carry the projected load, and the earth tremor of 5 points on the Richter scale will cause the building to collapse. Within 10 years, electrical fires will be common, and the foundation will be rife with cracks. His question to me is, why would someone build such a death trap when the knowledge of doing it right is literally thousands of years old? Then I begin to explain to him about the kickbacks to town politicians, the bribery of building inspectors, and the greed factor, which supersedes the care for human safety and other unsavory dealings. On the extraterrestrials' view of human sexuality, a hypothesis. As I've stated a number of times before, the Biavians do not experience emotions in the same manner that humans do.
Their emotional plane seems to run on an even frequency, and their way of viewing things might be considered more machine-like in comparison with the human's way of viewing things. Yet they are able to experience the sensations of emotions secondhand by telepathically tapping into the human emotional frequency. However, it is a different story to figure out the inner meanings of the emotion. For instance, if you walk into a dark hallway and one of your friends jump out and says, "Boo," initially, it may induce within you a strong emotion of fear. The pulse raises and the adrenaline flows. But the emotion of fear quickly degenerates into the emotions of anger at the friend for doing such dumb shit. Then a mellow feeling of relief follows because you are now glad that it wasn't a real threat to your safety. If the aliens were presented with the same scenario, he would view it differently from the inception. His first reaction would be evasion as he assesses the probable danger of the situation. He would by now have recognized the friend and used proper force to nullify the threat. He would not have experienced either fear, anger, or relief as we conceive them. He would not have felt any measurable emotional thing one way or the other. The average person can watch the same movie over and over and still re-experience many of the same emotions he felt upon watching the same film. A Biavian could never be impressed twice by the same scenario because he knows what's going to happen. Yet, if he were tuned into your emotions, he too could feel the same emotions again and again. The difference being that you, as a human, can probably recall some of that same emotion again and again by simply thinking about the part that brought it on in the first place, while the alien cannot. For all intents and purposes, after the initial motion has diminished in the alien's mind, it is gone for good, unless you are there to resurrect it for him. Strangely, telepathic transfer seems to be a one-on-one thing, in the sense that you can transmit the emotion to one alien at a time, and he in turn can pass it on to another, who can pass it on to another in a rippling effect-type manner. I've seen this done by Tan in the great circular chamber as I lecture to literally hundreds of aliens. I could visually see a certain strong emotion passing among them and follow its progression as each alien responded with a shudder or some other visual sign in turn. If it was a really strong and interesting emotion, then it might make 2 or 3 or 4 circuits through the crowd with a kind of domino effect. Then they would discuss its meaning among themselves. The emotions of fear, anger, sadness, and delight are strong and distinct emotions, but the crowning emotional sensation of all is that of the sexual climax, and the aliens dearly love to absorb this emotional sensation. All emotions fascinate them, but sensual emotions seems desirable to them. The act of copulation, in one form or the others, is essential to the reproduction of any species. It is a biological function that comes as naturally as breathing, yet the Biavians have advanced technically beyond the necessity or ability of physical copulation. However, I believe that their ritual of 2 loved ones bumping foreheads produces within them sensations which are similar to the human's sexual climax. But a Biavian may live for hundreds or thousands of years before performing this reproduction ritual once, if ever, and not even the forehead-bumping ritual is essential in the reproduction of Biavians. The laboratory cloning of Biavians is universally practiced among them, so the practice of experiencing the human sensual release via telepathy is apparently a way for them to practice safe sex, or at least reproduction-free sex. I've never seen a male Biavian completely nude, but judging from the close-fitting contours of their flight suits, the presence of substantial outer reproductive organs is not evident. Ergo, the alien seems fascinated with human reproductive organs. A scientific researcher is a scientific researcher regardless of his origins. The foremost intent of the researcher is to learn the manner by which the creature or thing under observation reproduces. Earth scientists are not capable of picking up the sensual sensations of the copulating subjects telepathically, but they would if they could. And the sexual sensations experienced, say, by a bull might easily become addictive to the observer, as the bull's sensations may far exceed those of man's in intensity and thus in desirability. I believe that I can safely say that the Biavians have a collection of sensual human material which easily far exceeds that of any one known earthly collection of same. The common explicit sex film found on Earth is a staged, choreographed affair, but the alien tapes are all candidly recorded examples of sexual methods practiced by every race, creed, ethnic group, gender, and tribe of this planet. They also have taped examples of all sexual fetishes and perversions not directly associated or essential to biological reproduction. I was shown excerpts from numerous sexual scenarios. I found a number of them to be highly to moderately stimulating, while others I considered repulsive. In the end, the assortment was narrowed down to the ones that stimulated me the most. First of all, I want to impress upon the reader that the holographic reproduction technology of the aliens simulates reality to a factor exceeding 90%. The images are real to every sense but that of actual touch. If you stood within 6 feet of a couple making love without them knowing you were there, you could feel the airwaves of their motion, smell the aroma, and feel the heat of their bodies, and hear every word, sigh, and groan. This is the technical presence of the aliens' tapes. Only when the images fades before your eyes do you again realize that the subjects were not actually there with you. Within hours of having observed a large variety of sensual material, I was recruited for the 3-day sexual marathon with a number of hybrid humanoid females. This was in 1964, and I was 18 years of age at the time. I can't say that the sexual participation was forced upon me against my wishes, as I was truly in a ravenous sexual mode at the time. However, I am sure that I would not have found those females so sensually alluring had it not been for the introduction of a strong aphrodisiac mist and fragrance into the love chamber by the extraterrestrials at the time. On the other hand, once I had initially agreed to participate sexually, entered the love chamber, and inhaled the mist, I was no longer capable of physically or psychologically backing out of the deal, because the mist served to magnify my sexual desires while rendering me physically weak. The females were obliged to assume the dominant role in the sex acts. I feel as if the Biavians deliberately sought to magnify the sensations of the sexual climax to the very pinnacle of its strength, just this side of fainting or cardiac arrest, so that they could pick up on it like so many celestial mind leeches. The aliens can visually record the sex act, but they don't have the power to record the emotions and sensations for playback. Thus, they have to have live subjects to experience emotions. In them, once the sensation is felt and passed, it cannot be recaptured with their imagination. Maybe they don't possess the power of imagination to any strong degree. On several occasions, I literally, telepathically, had interface with Tan, and in that state I could actually see the surrounding through his eyes. Somewhere in the mind link crossover, residuals of our thought processes got intermingled, though not enough to make me a space genius, or to make him a human bare-knuckle fighting lover. Yet enough of his personality lingered to give me a tangible concept of how his mind works. I swiftly came to the conclusion that it is much more fun being me than being him. Tan has the technical power to destroy planets, but I could detect none of the haughty, omnipotent attitude of his personality during the mind links that the possession of such power would induce in a human. I also believe that if given the opportunity, I could operate one of their ships, because I felt as if I understood the mechanism of the machines while in his mind. For instance, I instantly realized that the saucers do not use the power of engine thrust as do engines like jet aircraft, but instead use a method of magnetic attraction and magnetic repelling power to move about. By manipulating the electromagnetic forces, the craft is able to go up, down, backwards, forward, or sideways, and the gravitational field within the craft remains a stationary force, almost completely unaffected by the surrounding centrifugal forces of gravity. Any kind of frequency or radio or other wave can serve as an invisible highway in the sky. To go to the moon, you simply switch the magnetic poles to push the ship away from the Earth, and then at a certain distance away, you switch to the magnetic pull of the moon. You can literally slingshot yourself through solar systems without raising the Indians. I later learned that my sexual tryst aboard the mothership in 1964 served a purpose beyond allowing Tan and the crew to get their jollies. The sexual session also produced at least 6 hybrid offspring, which bore more distinct human physical characteristics than did their mothers. They were shown to me on the vid screen in 1975, and to me they looked strange but cute. They even had sparse hair on their little Mr. Potato heads, and I believe 5 fingers on their hands as opposed to their mother's 4 fingers. I've never been able to fully reproduce the sexual climax intensities again with Earth women, but the alien females did not spoil me on Earth women. Why? Because my sexual experiences with the extraterrestrial females were different. Extremely good, but different in a spiritual sense. The alien women didn't love me, and I didn't particularly like them. It was purely a case of drug-induced lust. I resent the fact that they used me, that they performed sex upon me instead of making love with me. I'm not keen on the idea of having been rendered physically incapable of assisting or preventing the sexual activity. Still, all things considered, I still think of it as having been a very pleasurable experience. How widespread is this crossbreeding program, and what is the numerical value of the earthlings so used? I really can't say, but I know from first-hand experience that it is still being done. What is to be the future purpose and destiny of the hybrid offspring that result from the crossbreeding? This, too, is a question that I am unable to answer at this time. I'm sure that the females I had sex with were part human. I gathered this opinion from their physical appearance, which was similar to humans in more ways than they were different. They were not mental automatons, but had distinct and differing personalities. Of the 12 females I had sex with, not one was to return for a second session. Physically, the 6 lean ones were very similar in appearance, yet I have no problem distinguishing the unique differences in their personalities. As any woman or man who has experienced a number of different intimate partners knows, no 2 individuals feel or make love in exactly the same manner, not even identical twins. So I could tell the difference between them. The whole 3 days was like one long sensual dream. Because of the effects of the mist, as well as possibly the liquids they fed me, may have continued to induce the mental torpor of the sensual high. When it was over, I was noticeably weak in the knees for hours, and upon my return to Earth, I could not achieve an erection for a month, no matter the stimulus. My problem was that, at the time, I had no conscious recollection as to the why of my temporary impotence, and it disturbed me grievously. That was 26 years ago. Sometimes I find myself wondering how those females are and what my offsprings look like now. I truly believe that I will see those kids again in this lifetime. I believe that the 6 offspring I was shown on the screen in 1975 were the progeny of the 6 slender hybrid women. I was not shown the offspring of the heavier females, if indeed any offsprings resulted from those unions. I could tell that the heavier ones were of a different racial genetic order than the slender ones, but I couldn't see any resemblance between them and any of the 7 known intelligences aboard the ship. Could they be of some celestial race not represented in the number aboard the mothership? With a little imagination, I could easily conclude that the slender ones were of Beovian and human stock, just like the Beovian features were still visible in my alien offspring, though not as pronounced as in the features of their mothers. Aside from being a humanoid bipeds, the heavier ones bore no true resemblance to any of the intelligences aboard the great ship. Then I stop and remember that Tan told me that different species of life are abundant throughout the galaxy, and no doubt the many other yet uncharted galaxies as well. Still, I would like to see those kids if they exist. I could love them, even though, judging from their mothers' looks, they've got to be some ugly little bastards. When I stop to think about it, I must inevitably come to the conclusion that the human gene has already been dispersed throughout the cosmos. If not in Homo sapien form, then certainly in the form of hybrids. I know that I have at least 6 offspring on the planet Beave, and I also saw other hybrid children there.
During the study, they will ultimately know how much of the human population is heterosexual, homosexual, or bisexual, and to what extent certain fetishes prevail. From this study, they can correlate the relationship between sex and aggression, prejudice, and the underlying nuances of what we call moralistic persuasion. They will learn what sexual practices are acceptable on the mass level and which ones are frowned upon. They realize that man's sexual nature serves as the catalyst that motivates and controls the greater portion of his actions. Perhaps they are attempting to breed a more logical thinking and less aggressive man, and attempt to perhaps incorporate the physical strength and tenacity of the human being with the more astute mental facilities of the aliens. The subject of human sexuality did not occupy all of my discussions there, but it was definitely a subject that was given priority exploration. Update 2007, Chapter 6, Inside, the Alien Mind. This is the 7th year of the new millennium. It is also the year of the dual moon alignment on the home planet of the Beovians. I've been told that this year will initiate a start of more definite sightings on Earth. He did not speak of contact. We, humanity, are in more trouble now than we ever have been in our recorded history. These sightings are meant to wipe away any doubt of their existence and hopefully initiate a new spiritual and conscious mindset on Earth. I've told you that they will not forcefully save us from ourselves. Only we can do that. The Beovians are more concerned now than I have ever seen them before. As I foretold 17 years ago, we are now faced with the embrace of many perils on Earth. It ranges from ethnic hatred, mass murders, wars, pollution, new insidious diseases, the rapid destructive changes in the weather patterns of the Earth, not to mention nuclear proliferation. This state of things sorely troubles Stan. He informs me that if I will honor my promise, and I will, to inform the world of these things, they will do their part to bring about certain revelations as to their presence. I try to keep a positive refrain. Fortunately, I do not give sway to fear or paranoia, lest my emotions affect Tan in some detrimental manner, because he is highly sensitive to my emotions. On the mothership, if I felt out of sorts or became sad, they would always try to cheer me up in some manner, usually by showing me some new, wondrous things. I saw over time several of the ancient Beovians, perhaps holy men. I once locked eyes and minds with one of them, at which time he showed me the birth processes of the earth, from the nucleic axis, beginning in the waters, to the splitting of the atom. When he released me, I fell down. They were all dressed in deep purple robes and were prone to levitate above the ground at times. Oh, what would I give to learn the elements of his mind's knowledge? But alas, I could not yet sustain or contain the data. Dear reader, dear listener, there are many aspects and nuances to the alien's mentality that was left unsaid in the original chapter of this book. Not for lack of more information, but for the sake of brevity in the novel. Then let us further explore some of this gathered data. While aboard the great mothership, I noted that all Beovians' flight commanders did not always consist of a male and female team, as was the case with Tan and Nello. Upon reflection, I remembered that of the two male teams, one of the males would tend to wear more colorful garb and exude a dulcet or feminine aura. Thus, the factor of alternate gender orientation may not be an exclusively human trait. These are obviously gay aliens. I did not detect any stigma attached to them.
Young Biavians or cadets on occasion exhibit some of the same playful antics as their human counterparts, though on a more subtle scale. On several occasions, perhaps in one of the circular amphithechambers, a rather large group of Biavians would stand in a circle holding hands while swaying back and forth to some mesmeristic music. The number of participants were always numbered in the increments of 7. That is, 7, 14, 21, etc. No doubt their way of spiritually communing or just having fun. On one occasion in 1964, I detected an anxious moment among the hosts. Tan said, "Friend Martin, come with me." From one of the observation windows, we witnessed the approach of a rather large meteor shower heading for the mothership. No doubt everyone rushed to their post and made ready to destroy any meteor that posed an imminent danger. The 3 great guardian spears went into action. Their calculations were precise enough to allow meteors to pass within a mile of the mothership without blasting it. Needless to say, for me, this was a hair-raising, a frightening, and exciting experience. The Biavians are very sensitive in emotions. For instance, when I would request a meal, many times Tan would hover around me until I approved of the meal. My approval would always make him happy. Heavens forbid if something wasn't just right for me. He would get upset until it was replaced. I would say to him, "Tan, chill out. Don't worry about it." "No," he would say, as the robot took that food away. "That which is possible must be done, friend Martin." Even if I would say, "Oh, yum, yum," and didn't mean it, he would know, and the robot would take it away, sometimes after a couple of tugs. Their insistence on perfection started to piss me off slightly. So Tan sometimes reluctantly stayed out of my face at mealtime. Question may say, "Hey man, these little motherfuckers can be a nuisance. You gonna eat the rest of that?" There's a difference between the psyche of a female and male Biavian. The male's mentality is more stoic, matter-of-fact, and to the point, while the female has a more dulcet refrain, shy, inquisitive, and in Nella's case, somewhat flirty. If I'm watching some historical or galactic happening in the holograph room and Nella is there, at certain emotional points, she will gently place a hand on my shoulder in empathy. Above all, it seems very important for them to assure me that I was in no danger while in their company. I tell you truly, that no matter the awesome wonders I've surveyed, I always instinctively knew that I was protected. It would be easy to exalt the Biavians to something akin to divine angelic personages if I did not know much of their history. I am well aware of the fact that they are perfectly capable of protecting themselves from any foe or danger, even though obvious weaponry was never evident. I was aware that they are there and no doubt can be produced on a moment's notice. Also, I suspect that some of the numerous robots that whiz about doing various chores may also be equipped with weapon devices. Observation of where you are, what you are doing, and even what you are thinking is an absolute science while you are aboard the great mothership. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7. Back in Time. There are Biavians living today who are 40 and 50,000 of years old. This is meant literally. 50,000 years ago, a bouncing baby Biavian was born on Biave, and yet he lives in the physical form. He has been physically cloned several times. That is, his original brain has been surgically transplanted from one aged body into a new youthful one, which was grown from genetic materials taken from him, his own original body. However, the numerical value of the Biavian population is strictly enforced. This is the way it works, and it is not without some complications. It may be noted that genetically flawed fetuses, which cannot be medically corrected, are all terminated in early growth on Biave. True, literally every Biavian citizen has duplicative biomatter stored or frozen in anticipation of the time in the future when the duplication process will be necessary, should the citizen so desired. Of course, it would not be practical to begin the clone growth process too early in the life of the original, lest the planet's storage capacity be overextended with adult-sized clones lying around waiting. So the birth and growth process is started only when a medical examination foretells the imminent necessity of this transference. Those ready to receive the operation must remain on the home planet for the 16 or 18 years that are required to bring the clone to trans status. And there are no exceptions to this rule. Not even the foremost scientists, pilots, or artisans may leave the home planet during this time period. And though it is possible the cloning materials and technology are not permitted to leave the home planet, I am sure that this is for security reasons, to prevent the possibility of this technology being stolen, abused, or duplicated. However, the necessary equipment for freezing new materials can be carried on missions. Should a particular scientist of great knowledge meet some untimely or mortal fate away from the planet, his original being or spirit is lost because the Biavians are not able to preserve the original brain for extended periods of time without damaging it. If the clone is permitted to develop naturally, it will produce another brain identical in all biological respects to the original, but it will remain an empty vessel, which must be taught in the manner that all children are taught. Though biologically identical to the original, it won't automatically inherit the conscious properties and content of the first. Ordinarily, the brain of the clone is medically suppressed in growth and will weigh only several ounces, even when the body matures, and it would have no conscious awareness of its surrounding. If the clone body is allowed to develop naturally, complete with brain, it is in essence a totally separate entity with rights of its own and thus cannot be used for brain transference. This is the law. Any one person may have enough genetic materials in storage to clone 1,000 separate bodies. However, only one duplicate of any Biavian, even a high council member, may be in the developing stage at one time, and then only when the transference procedure is imminent and necessary. Otherwise, you are not allowed to order up 100 of yourself at will. In order to keep the population in check with topographical availability, the birth rate is strictly controlled. Each couple is allowed 2 children, of which the gender is left to chance. If for some reason the parents die, the orphan child will be placed with childless parents and will supersede the birth of new babies. There are no orphanages on Biave. The birth rate is also governed by the number of deaths or will for terminations. Since death is to a greater extent by choice, the birth rate fluctuates with time. I'm told that the Biavians sometimes experience a euthanasia fad or flap, in which a large number will choose to die in a given time span. And these flaps cannot be anticipated. They just seem to happen. At these times, new births are encouraged. Other happenings may entail the birth of new births, such as the rehabilitations of some newfound planet, or the decision of many to simply live out their present lifespan and die a natural death. Once this decision is made, the stored genetic material is forthwith terminated, so your decision is final. All over the planet, at any given time, a Biavian has decided to end it all. A computer records the termination and destroys the corresponding genetic material, cross-references, and duly alters the new birth quota. A child or animal cannot enter the disintegration chamber. Should a child attempt to enter, the eye of the computer duly records the attempt, and someone is dispatched to investigate the matter. If the child attempts to enter again, he is allowed into the chamber and simply held until the authorities arrive to pick him up for tests. Should a child or other non-terminate status person opt to kill themselves by some other means or meet with accidental death, the censors will also record their death, even though it did not have the power to prevent it. Since the gender of all children born on Biave is left to chance, more females than males are born. So males are valuable, pampered beings, and polygamy is standard.
However, if a male has more than one wife, the average is about 4, he can only produce one offspring to each wife beyond the 2 children of the first wife. By law, each wife must have a separate residence of her own apart from her husband's and the other wives. In most cases, the wives' homes are built in a circle around the husband's house, which is in the center of a wagon wheel configuration. The children are common property and have free run of all the houses. Actually, the children are spoiled rotten even by earth standards and are prone to manipulating the parents, as are all children. Strangely, a woman does not have to go through any legal procedure in order to leave her husband, but is required to inform him of her departure via computer before or after the fact. The divorce is duly recorded. Should she decide to return, she needs only his permission. If he refuses, then she can take him to court. Infidelity is not legal grounds to prevent her return, but refusing him her sexual favors is. Her inability to bear an offspring for him is not grounds to prevent her return, but her refusal to adopt is. And like earth customs in a separation, a child generally remains with the mother, and so do her personal servants and companion robots, since their programs have become closely attuned to her wavelengths. I further learned from Tan that Biavian males are in many ways just as perplexed as to the actions of their women as are Earthmen. They have their dominant and docile female personalities, busybodies and gossips, fidelities and infidelities, schemes and intrigues, no doubt on a much more subtle level of expression in comparison with their Earth sisters. It would be a misstatement to say that the Biavian individual is always above reproach, because there have been, and on rare occasions there may yet be, an antisocial or renegade Biavian. There is no guarantee that a seemingly normal individual may not at some point, for some reason, go haywire. The Biavians have long known that it is dangerous to place too much power in the hand of any single individual. The checks and balances involved in taking a major action are so extensive and complex that it would entail a major collusive conspiracy in order to bring it off, so any notable deviation from procedure is nearly always detected and corrected early. Fortunately, the Biavians don't have a major organized underworld or subculture like that of Earth because of these checks and balances, and the lack of the material and social incentives that fosters gangsterism. If you are Biavian and you have a yin for soldierly combat, you can participate in the combat games or exercises. This game consists of you against the opposing team of lifelike robot fighters. During these games, you can destroy those robots with your lasers, and they can stun, wound, or literally knock you out with their weapons should you get hit right. The combat is non-lethal to you, but memorable. There are numerous ways to satiate the needs of nature on Biavi, and regardless of skin color, all Biavians look upon themselves as one person, one race. Biavian culture is hundreds of millions of years old, as we measure time, and I'm told that the first Biavian set foot upon this planet, called Earth, along with the Neptunians and Stygians, some 600 million years ago. Of course, at that early date in our planet's history, there were no existing creature which could conceivably be called intelligent on its surface. I'm told that at that point in time, the young planet was simply charted on a log as just another planetary body which was capable of sustaining life. It was but one among many such heavenly bodies. In those days, the Biavians had not yet developed a mode of space travel even close to their present capabilities, and a journey from the home planet to Earth would have taken hundreds of years. On that first expedition, the wayfarers spent a few years on the planet's surface collecting samples and other scientific data before departing for home. Tan also assures me that the Biavians were not the only space travelers who knew of and visited the young planet Earth. Biavians continued to stop by on occasion over a period encompassing literally millions of years. During that span of time, the Earth did not hold a position of prominent interest to the Biavians. The universe is filled with scientifically interesting planets. Earth's initial discovery was claimed by the Biavians, and if they desired to keep possession, it would be necessary for them to actually start some tangible development on the planet's surface.
Back in that far time, Biavian technology and social order had not yet been refined to its present state, and there were unlawful elements of society to be dealt with. Since banishment to planetary colonies was preferable to capital punishment, the planet Earth became Biavi's Australia. So a substantial group of Biavians and other species of intelligent undesirables was shuttled off to Earth. The great prison colony airlift transpired 150 million years ago as we measure time. The new settlers must have found the Earth to be a terrifying and nightmarish place, because by that time the scaly megatons had crawled from the oceans onto the hot steamy shores, and the dinosaurs ruled the land. Perhaps the captain of the great transport ship did not have the forewarning of what manner of life forms they would find here, but once having reached their destination across several hundred light years of space, and not having the on-board supplies to return the prison hordes, decided to offload them onto the now forbidden planet. They would have to survive as best they could by their own wits and resourcefulness. Thus were the first intelligent biped life forms introduced onto the planet Earth. The home planet would not know of their success or failure for another 50 million years or so. Such fantastic time spans tend to boggle the mind of most people, yet I'm told by Tan that there were living planets which were discovered and visited hundreds of millions of years ago, which probably shall never again be visited by the Biavians, even though they remain aware of their existence. When we pause to reflect upon the tens of billions of stars in the universe, most of which boast their own solar system, then we realize how insignificant this grain of living sand is in this infinite sea. As time passed through eons of measure, and the Biavians succeeded in conquering the time quantum and to exceed the light speed equation, multiple visits to out-of-the-way planets like Earth became a more practical reality. Had those first settlers succeeded in conquering the natural obstacles of this violent planet and risen to their former technological level, perhaps they would have one day returned to their home among the stars. As it was, those first settlers, though they survived 50 times longer than man has been a biped creature, ultimately failed and melted back into oblivion, leaving nothing behind but a few boot prints in the Mesozoic clay. During the time of the first intelligent inhabitants, the planet Earth was a much different place geographically and geologically than it is at present. I am told that the planet goes through varying ages of warming and cooling, and at the time the Earth was experiencing a warming period, the intensity and duration of which has not been equaled again. Even unto this day, the Earth is in the process of warming and cooling. Think of a great mud ball, which has a hot, bubbling core. From time to time, the core of the ball flares up and literally heats the crust all the way to the surface. When this happens, a kind of greenhouse effect prevails over most of the planet. By and by, the core loses fuel and starts to cool. When this happens, drastic and swift changes occurs on the surface. The ocean cools. Volcanic activity subsides, the polar ice flows advance, and much of the fauna goes through a transition of adaptation. So do many forms of animal life. It would be safe to say that a volcanically active planet eventually will turn itself inside out, as the magma from the core continues to boil to the top. The regurgitated material is eventually replaced with new material, some of it organic. During the Jurassic period of the Mesozoic era, the plant and animal and organic fuel period was very rich, and the seething core of the planet reacted by bringing forth the hot, moist, and steamy surface conditions which were ideal for the nurturing of numerous megalithic forms of life, among which the reptile rose to ascendancy. It was a time that was tropically ideal for the incubation of reptilian eggs, which were hatched in profusion. Many reptiles will continue to grow for the duration of their lives, and many of those creatures boasted lifespans of literally hundreds of years. The reptiles were so diverse in size, habit, and diet that no other species of vertebrae could compete with them on their turf. Some were land dwellers, while others lived in the sea. Some were vegetarians, while others were carnivores, some omnivorous, amphibians, gliders, scavengers, crawlers, runners, jumpers, ground and tree dwellers, and all of them were hungry and dangerous to some link in the living chain. Some dinosaurs were 100 feet in length and weighed many tons, while others were mere inches in length.
Many developed various forms of body armor, while others possessed poisons. Size protected some, while speed protected others. Some laid their eggs above ground, some buried their eggs, some swallowed their eggs and hatched their youngs internally. Some actually guarded their nests of their youngs, others did not. The reptile's greatest enemy was other reptile, the scavengers and the predators. Yet in the midst of this awesome reptilian nightmare, other less prominent species of animal life struggle to find and hold a survivable niche in the rippling cracks of this reptilian empire. Nearly 2 billion years before the thunder lizard reached ascension, the same melting pot of electrically charged nucleic acids from whence they came also brought forth slightly different kinds of life forms, which would slowly evolve parallel forms of warm-blooded creatures. A small number would endure to gaze in awe and fear upon the awesome and deadly lizards through large, expressive, myopic eyes from beneath the twisted and grotesque roots of great swamp trees. No longer than small rodents possessed of hyperactive metabolisms and covered with tender sparse hair, the little creatures found it necessary to consume 2/3 of their own body weight each day in order to stay alive. So nearly all of their waking hours were spent hunting food and avoiding the predator reptiles. Some of these little creatures lived in underground burrows or in the hollows of rotted trees. Others had learned to climb and make their nests in the canopies, tops of the tropical trees. As the warm-blooded creatures gradually evolved into more tenacious and adaptable form, so did the reptiles continue to multiply and diversify until there came a time when the line separating warm-blooded from cold-blooded species grew thinner among some species of reptiles, and the warm-bloods found it harder and harder to survive when pitted against such awesome adversaries. Different species of animals tend to evolve under specialized conditions and may be restricted to one particular geographical area. Should this area suffer some great cataclysmic upheaval or disaster, an entire species or subspecies may become extinct in a very short span of time. During that terrible, faraway time, some vast parts of the surface of the earth was always in the process of awesome upheavals. Huge, fiery volcanoes thundered and blew magma ash into the scarlet evening, and the seething surface moved like some great steaming waterbed, bringing scalding, gaseous destructions to millions of scampering, screaming creatures. Scorpions, 18 inches long, and praying mantises more than a foot tall, skulked through the night and preyed upon lizards twice their size. Sometimes during the warm tropical rains, great sea crabs would seize a chance to leave the foaming waters and raid the shores, scavenging and even preying upon the unwary and the slow. A 70-foot brontosaurus trapped in the grasping quicksand will not live to perish of starvation before falling prey to swift, carnivorous, ostrich-like pack lizards. A number of lizards, while being light in weight, possessed great folds of leathery skin stretching between the forward and rear legs. Sometimes a sudden gust of wind would catch the skin and momentarily lift the lizard aloft. By and by, these lizards became conscious of and sought to utilize these updrafts in clumsy attempts at flight. Some kinds eventually succeeded and became quite dexterous at gliding. The abundance of warm currents welling up from the seething surface made staying aloft easy for some, so much so that some, like the pterodactyls, became predatory masters of the Mesozoic skies. During this span of evolutionary adaptation, warm bloods were also devising complicated and specialized methods of survival. The warm-blooded creatures had always been nocturnal and retiring, ever scrounging in the shadows of the true masters of the earth, the dinosaurs. Instinctively, some of them came to realize that the reptiles could not exist in cooler regions of the higher altitudes, so they retreated to these zones. The seasons at the time were not so pronounced as they are today, but there were definite seasonal changes, and the snow or frost lines of the mountains advanced and receded with the seasons. By following the ice line closely, the warm bloods were able to avoid much contact with the terrible lizards. Some of the warm bloods, vegetarians and carnivorous, started to grow in physical size and to develop specialized means of survival. Some still retain the ancestral habit of laying eggs, while a few developed marsupial traits. Yet another had developed the ability to fly. One kind possessed
6 feet leathery wingspans, and repose upside down from the ceilings of caves, emerging only at night to drink the blood of other creatures. Yet, as time went by and the wheel of evolution continued to turn, certain kinds of saurians started to develop metabolisms which were similar in working to the warm bloods. This biological transition enabled some of the lizards to invade the cooler zones and prey upon the warm bloods there. This infiltration of the mammalian zones by the reptiles eventually decimated the species value of the warm bloods. The competition for survival between those opposing species was clearly being lost by the mammals. Archaeologists have long been of the opinion that the evolutionary process is a long drawn-out procedure of subtle alterations which are directly influenced by the creature's environment. To a lesser extent, this is true, but to the greater extent, it is a matter of genetic defects. The same is true of numerous plant species. Frequently, fossilized remains of some extinct creatures discovered, to which scientists can attribute no transitory kinship with other known species. Today, the genetic pool among the species is more specialized and individually refined. As a rule, the species rarely interact to the crossbreeding level, and the creation of entirely new species as a result of the crossbreeding is not nearly so common or possible as it was at one time. There was a time when the genetic differences among reptiles, mammals, and fowls were not so different as to prevent the cross combinations. 2 large lizards hatch a clutch of eggs, and among the hatchlings are several runts, genetic deficients. If these runts survive, they may seek other genetic runts in the same commune and proceed to birth a new order of smaller lizard. This same scenario can be applied to certain fowls and mammals, so in many cases the link is missing. I realize that my assessment is very simplistic in its expression, but it is nonetheless true. How else could all domestic dogs have come from the wolf, or domestic cattle from several wild kinds? Look at the thoroughbred horses and various breeds of swine. Today we have reached the point of designing animals through various methods of crossbreeding. It may be noted that for every successful species of animal who survived, perhaps 100 other new species didn't. In the ruthless age of the evolutionary melting pot, it seemed that the nature embarks upon an unrestricted creation campaign, bringing forth a great profusion of life forms. But time, environment, and happenstance will cause this number to dwindle accordingly until only the most tenacious and adaptable remain. The best kinds of survivors have always been those species who are able to swiftly adapt to any kind of ecological or food source change. For instance, the cockroach, the coyote, the rat, the human being. To be able to live anywhere and eat anything, meat or vegetable, rotten or fresh. Some 600 million years ago, when the first forms of intelligent life were delivered here from the stars, the creature that I've just spoken of had not yet evolved to any prominent level, yet the planet was still populated with a profusion of lesser forms, many of which were deadly, and the volcanic upheavals of the planet made permanent location settlements a most precarious undertaking indeed. Nonetheless, the first interplanetary life forms who possessed some rudimentary technology managed to settle in and survive for eons. They built cities and advanced to the level of producing combustible motors for transporting power. When they first arrived, I am told, there was a sense of comradeship between them, and they proceeded to work together in the recreation of much-needed technology and mutual protection from the surrounding animal life and the elements. Primarily, there were 3 kinds of beings: the Biavian outcasts, who were about 4 feet tall and fragile in physique; the Porons, who were a warlike species of giants from some far-off planet in the galaxy, who had fallen prisoner to the Biavians. They were about 12 feet in height, weighed 1,000 pounds, and walked on elephant trunk-like legs. The third group were Nilts, or Nillits, who were a race of teeny people who were about 6 inches tall. I am told that the Nillits were very valuable because of their expertise in microelectronics. This partnership lasted for centuries until difference of origins and their innate jealousies eventually drove the coalition into differing opposing camps, and ground wars ensued. Over a period of time, wars, disease,
and the ecological catastrophes literally brought these species to extinction. I am told that they even used biological warfare on one another. If any survived at all, they are not in evidence at this time. It is theorized that some of the nilids may have managed to survive by moving underground permanently and may exist in a primitive form even unto this day, but this is pure speculation. Then about 70 million years ago, a new and very dangerous intelligent life form entered the picture. The Biavians had known of the existence of these intelligent reptilians for many thousands of years. They had followed the Targsians' technological process for many centuries and were aware of the fact that the Targs had developed antimatter propulsion rockets and ruby lasers. By peopling one of the solar systems around a neighboring star, the Targs fell into the territorial chart boundaries of the Planetary Federation. Yet close social and diplomatic relationship with the Targs had never occurred, not because the Biavians didn't wish it, but because the Targs were very secretive and mistrustful of all others known to them, and even though their technology had reached an advanced level, the Targs were still warlike and primitive in many things. Their differences in genetic origins, social order, and cultural reasoning was too extreme to be desirable to the Biavians. It was noted that on their home planet, the Targs had quite literally destroyed all other primitive but intelligent reptilian species and had conserved only those food animals they desired for sustenance. The planet Targ is rich in precious metals and jewel stone, and continuous volcanic hot springs and gaseous geysers supplied a readily abundant natural source of energy. A kind of greenhouse effect pervades the planet, making the atmosphere undesirable to soft-skinned, warm-blooded life forms due to ultraviolet rays penetrating the stratospheric level. However, the atmosphere is ideal for the reptile. By and by, the Targs advanced to the stage of space exploration. Even with the advent of satellite planetary exploration, the Biavians didn't feel as if they had anything to fear from the warlike Targs. However, when the reptiles, with the scientific aid of another unnamed life form, gained access to fusion electromagnetic propulsion capabilities, the Biavians began to take notice of them. Within a century, the Targs began to raid the Biavian industrial installation on off-planet moons and asteroids, destroying the then rudimentary sentinel systems and stealing the refined material and finished products which were peddled on the planet Targ and to other smugglers in the star system. Initially, the Biavians only made diplomatic inquiries, then protests. The Targs denied any involvements in the raids. Then a manned industrial installation was raided, and all 100 of the male and female scientists were executed by the Targ raiders, but not before a video scan recorded the actions there. It was decided by the Council Federation that a punitive strike should be made on the Targs. The result of the strike wiped out the Targ interplanetary fleet and literally paralyzed the industrial production capacity of the planet. Several thousand Targs were destroyed. The Targs were cowed but unrepentant. They agreed to cease all aggressive activity in the future and not to rearm their off-planet ships, but they had no intentions of honoring that agreement. They had learned some important lessons from the first campaign. They learned the true military capabilities of the peaceful, fragile Biavians, and they would try not to underestimate them again. In order to reap the benefits of the numerous industrial installations that the Biavians already had operating, it would be necessary to take the factories intact, along with their robotic technologies. In order to assure the success of this takeover, it would be necessary to nullify the source of the Sentinel systems, the planet Biave itself. So then, the Targ made plans to build a war machine of a great enough magnitude to attack and destroy the planet Biave. Though the Biavians were not definitely aware of the reptiles' intentions, they did know that the birth rate on Targ had increased drastically and that numerous supposedly non-combat ships were being built, not to mention a huge network of underground installations. It was suspected that great quantities of fissionable materials were being mined by the Targs on the home planet and on various uninhabited space bodies. The reader may perceive the impression that these things happened in a matter of a few years, but in actuality it took a few hundred years. The Targs have long memories, so the whole process was slow, clandestine, and calculated. The Biavians found true reason for apprehension when it was discovered that the Targs had developed the technology for near-light speed travel and were dispatching ships out into deep galactic space, doing one of these deep space jaunts, and perhaps using star charts stolen from the Biavians. The Targs discovered the planet Earth. This was about 70 million years ago. Then back on the home planet, it is recorded that the Targs struck in force. The Biavians suffered great losses in deep space, but not so great as the Targs. In our solar system near Venus, the Targs attacked the Biavians' exploration ships and were almost wiped out. Back home, the planet Targ suffered something akin to a scorched earth destruction before capitulating to the Biavian visitors. The Biavians then turned their attention to the young planet Earth. They were not pleased with what they saw. Before them lay a beautiful young planet which was teeming with life forms. There were fowl, insect, aquatic and mammalian species in large numbers, yet among these creatures the obvious masters of the earth were the terrible lizards. The dinosaurs, in their many diverse sizes, habits, and forms, completely dominated the natural direction of things. This would not do. If left to its own evolutionary direction, it was agreed that the reptiles would continue to rule the young planet and would eventually displace and completely wipe out all other aspiring species of warm-blooded creatures. The Biavians had experienced more than enough of the reptile form. Should the Targs eventually be able to gain control of the new planet with its abundance of natural resources, they would have another base in this sector of the Milky Way from whence to launch future warlike campaigns. The Earth was still considered frontier territory, and being outside the accepted space region of the seven intelligences, and yet bearing no intelligent life of its own, was basically up for grabs. They might be able to lay claim to the Earth by virtue of genetic kinship with the dominant species on the planet, the dinosaurs. It was soon decided what must be done. The Elohim came to the decision that the reptile dynasty upon the earth must be destroyed. Furthermore, the ecological progressive rhythm of the planet must be altered so as not to remain an ideal atmosphere for the future nurturing of such an unrestrained and numerically diverse habitat for huge reptilians. The manner in which this was accomplished was shown to me on a huge vid screen aboard the great mothership in 1975. I stood and watched in awe at the terrifying reality of the true technological powers possessed by these wondrous beings from the stars. Imagine, if you will, being transported back through the trembling eons of time, back beyond the conception of conscious intelligence as we conceive it. From a bird's eye view, far below, you could see what appeared to be a pack of small animals surrounding a much larger animal and its two cowering offspring. At first, you get the impression of a pack of hyenas attacking an elephant. But as you draw closer through the steam and mist, you are amazed to see that it isn't an elephant at all, but a desperate, horned Triceratops mother and her two offspring, locked in mortal confrontation against a determined hunting band of much smaller, ostrich-like, meat-eating lizards. A great chilling chorus of grunting, clicks, and hisses rented the air as the mother Triceratops turned, charged, and turned in a desperately futile attempt to keep the hunters from reaching her young. Numerous bloody scratches, bites, and lacerations covered her back and shoulders, as well as those of her siblings, who crowded close to her, emitting high-pitched screeches of fear. Two of the hunter lizards rushed under her, trying to get at the tender belly of the great lizard, only to be trampled to death, at which their still trembling corpses were immediately set upon by others of their group and literally ripped to pieces. Though a number of them were tossed about and injured, the hunter pack was relentless. Before long, first one, and then the other,
of the Triceratops' young fell under the onslaught of the predators. Then, seeing that all was lost, the mother charged through the pack and lumbered off, but judging from the extent of her wounds, I felt that she probably would not survive. Now, from out of the scarlet sky, several kinds of winged reptiles descended and started vying with the predator lizards for their share of the spoils. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar, and the pack lizards as well as the winged reptiles scattered in fear, for the king had come, standing nearly 30 feet tall and weighing 8 tons. The awesome Tyrannosaurus Rex had arrived, and it didn't take long for the king lizard to completely consume what was left of the 2 young Triceratops. The panorama was dotted with distant active volcanoes, and the swampy landscape was dotted with great steaming tar pools and deadly bubbling suckholes of hot quicksand. Through these perpetually steamy tropic rainforests roamed the great vegetarian Brontosaurus and other swamp vegetarians of an even greater size, and a host of other megatons and smaller reptile species. Huge armed snapping turtles, 12 feet across the back, plowed through the mud like moss-covered tanks. Boa constrictors, the size of oak trees and measuring 60 feet in length, hung lazily from overhanging tree limbs. Dragonflies, with 2 feet wingspans, came to rest upon the ridged backs of 60-foot crocodilians. Pink-skinned lungfish crawled from the muddy waters and sunned themselves upon leaning tree trunks and the loops of shallow, twisted roots, while great 20-pound bullfrogs chorused their deep, thunderous voices from the moving shadows. This monstrously benign scene is marred occasionally by the dying hiss or scream of some hapless creature falling victim to the fangs and talons of some great predator. Moving back from the scene, we can now see the curve of the planet below. Before us lay the great tropical expanses and the much smaller than present north and south poles of the living planet. I am told that every available trans-space ship was dispatched from the mothership with 2 purposes in mind. 1, to collect specimens of numerous animals and plant life from the surface of the planet, and 2, to plant a large number of high megaton nuclear bomb devices at certain designated spots on the planet. I'm told that these preparations took about 10 years Earth time before the Biavians were ready to execute the action. Of course, all of this was condensed for my benefit down to about 2 hours of viewing time. The Biavians have a great habit of visually recording all of their operations, and I have no doubt that in their archives is an audio-video recording of every historically significant event on Earth and of every human abduction. Also, I'm aware of the fact that the aliens are intimately familiar with all technological accomplishments on Earth. Having monitored all the bomb tests and rocket launches, they have physically retrieved and closely examined some Earth satellites. They also have methods of observing certain individuals and are able to predict a number of scientific breakthroughs in advance. A later chapter will be devoted exclusively to some of these revelations in particular. You must understand that the aliens didn't just set these fissional explosions indiscriminately, but did so only after extensive scientific, geological, topographical, ecological, and atmospheric data gathering. It was never their wish to completely destroy the planet, but instead to change its future ecological progression and to change the evolutionary order of the species' ascendancy. As I sat and observed the primordial earth floating gently, a soft blue spear nestled upon a deep purple azure sky, Tan explained to me what was taking place. It was hard for me to comprehend the fact that I was viewing a videotape which was recorded about 67 million years ago as we measure time. The destruction sequence was started with the simultaneous detonation of multi-megaton loads a few miles above the surface of the North and South Poles. And though I had been told by Tan that the brilliance of the recorded blast would not harm my vision, I found myself momentarily shielding my eyes from the light. According to Tan, these blasts would literally melt much of the ice tonnage of the poles,
and also literally reverse the magnetic field of the planet. Even before the ice blue light of the initial blast had diminished, the sequence of megablasts, which had been planted in a chain running north to south, began to detonate, starting from the equator and moving outward towards the poles. The process had been sped up on the screen, and I actually saw the planet slow and stop its revolution. Such was the force of these explosions. From my viewpoint, the process seemed like slow motion. When the planet's revolution stopped, the shifting waters of the oceans would not be restrained, and governed by the awesome centrifugal forces of gravity, continued to move inland. I heard myself saying, "My God," as before my eyes the entire planet slowly tilted from its previous axis. Now the cameras panned in swiftly, and I beheld what from a great distance had appeared to be slow-moving waters. I saw a great wall of thundering water, standing hundreds of feet tall, rushing over the land, undeterred by even mountain ranges. As the awesome deluge swamped active volcanoes, rainforests, valleys, geysers, and liquid struck the glowing magma, the terrible reactions occurred. Great chunks of whole continents heaved upward and dissolved into the churning waters. Huge herds of terrified dinosaurs stampeded before the coming doom and were swept away like ants before a thunderstorm. Soon oceans lay where prairies had been, and dry expanses where seas had been. Connected portions of continents became islands, and mountains now protruded as small islands surrounded by oceans. All of this time, a great nuclear cloud was swiftly spreading over much of the planet, turning day into night, and temperate zones into frozen wastelands. The planet settled into its new orbital position as the nuclear winter, which was wrought by the technology, held the planet in its chilling talons for several centuries. Then, as the atmosphere slowly settled and cleared, a kind of new atmosphere and ecological circumstance emerged. The resultant electromagnetic waves from the blast, coupled with the ecological and atmospheric changes of the planet, had accomplished the aliens' wishes. The lizard dynasty was no more, and numerous other species of both land and sea dwellers had been destroyed. The planet's new revolutionary axis had caused the temperate tropical zones to become restricted to a narrow band which followed the equator of the planet. The poles had grown much greater in size, and the notable changes in seasons had become entrenched. The aliens knew that some enterprising and tenacious species of creatures would survive. For the most part, these were physically small, ground-dwelling types of mammals and reptiles and insects. They also knew that radiation would not harm certain kinds of creatures, and that others would suffer chromosomal damage, but would still continue to breed until the altered genes reverted to normalcy. A great number of larger species of fowls, mammalians, and some reptiles had been previously retrieved from the planet's surface and reintroduced later. A few ocean and lake-dwelling saurians species initially survived the cataclysm, but they had to come to the shore to lay their eggs, which were so affected by the fissional electromagnetic pulses in the atmosphere that they never hatched, and the adults eventually died out. After about 1,000 years, the Earth had renewed its ecological vigor enough for the preserved species of plants and animals to be reintroduced to the surface of the planet. And this is how the dinosaurs were destroyed as the supreme species of life upon this planet. Then, aside from an occasional scientific expedition for the collection of species and the observation of ecological and evolutionary progression, the Biavians did not place another permanent settlement on the surface of the Earth until 40,000 years ago. As I have said before, even though it may be hard for us to imagine leaving this beautiful planet alone for many millions of years, we can better understand it when we realize that this is but one of scores of living planets that the aliens know of, and Earth remains of interest only for its ongoing scientific update value and because it has come to the brink of ecological and fissional destruction. Update 2007, Chapter 7, Back in Time. We have just walked through a rudimentary history of the earth. Of course, for the sake of literary brevity, I was obliged to condense into short form what could have been a complete novel unto itself. I was attempting to explain the historical interrelations between Earthman and the ET connection. Indeed, Stone Age man did cave drawings of these celestial visitors, while we live in an age of technological achievements, yet in many ways, most of us are stuck in the psychological dark ages of reasoning and rational realizations. We have more documented evidence of alien visitation than we had of Iraq having weapons of mass destruction. Yet we went to war on that assumption. We have always been, and no doubt will always be, blindly led by the lies and subterfuges of the governmental political orders. Because we refuse to think for ourselves, we have sown the winds and will surely reap the whirlwinds. The falsification of true history, archaeological discoveries, and religious manipulation has been the mainstay of our educational orientation from the beginning. The powerful people who pull the political and economical strings have always been of the opinion that we are not ready to know any more than what they wish to tell us. In other words, we are little more than fuel to feed the power machine. The time has come for us to open our eyes and to start seeking and demanding answers, lest we end up destroying this beautiful planet. I am looking for the resourceful, the inventive, the creative ones among you. We need new breakthroughs in alternate energy applications. We need them quick. We don't have much time left, people. There was a time when the beings that were destined to become Homo sapiens biped erectors, that is humankind, lived in the trees in the deep jungles of Africa, touching the ground only long enough to travel from one tree cluster to the next, as necessary to feed and to procreate. As time went by, there came changes in the weather patterns. Drier than usual conditions caused large openings to transpire in the jungles. So it became necessary for the tree dwellers to come down and move across wide spaces to reach the next sanctuary. Due to the perilous nature of these journeys, which were fraught with predatory animals and poisonous vipers, some among the troop were obliged to occasionally stand upright and look for the approach of danger. After a time, this ability to stand upright and walk was inherited by successful generations. This freed up the hands to be used for other things, perhaps to pick up a rock and throw it at a stalking hyena or some other dangerous beast. One day, while the troop was traversing the land, the rains came, thunder and lightning, driving wind. A bolt of lightning touched the earth, igniting dried debris. Night was falling. Cats hunted night, you know. The temperature fell. One among them led the troop closer to the fire to absorb the warmth. During the night, they gathered more debris to throw on the fire. They also noticed that predatory animals feared the fire and would not approach. Soon the use of and making of fire was incorporated by the people. Tree dwelling was phased out, and cave dwelling became the norm. With the domestication of the canine, the dog, the rock gave way to the spear. Thus communal living came to be, and human beings to multiply upon the earth. These hunter-gatherer clans, by necessity, became migrants, following the monsoons and the migration of the animal herds. Of course, this brought them into direct competition with the predatory animals that fed upon the same herds. It was a life fraught with danger and perils. I cannot overly stress the domestication of the dog, the domestication of the dog was the early man. This union between human and animal was easily as important as the use of fire.
The dogs served as protectors, companions, and hunting partners to their owners. As humans multiplied upon the land, their travel would bring them into contact with other clans. This led to conflicts as well as procreative activities between the groups. They also learned from each other and added to the diversity of the splinter groups. Then, around 42,000 years ago, a new equation came into the picture. Suddenly, many of the nomadic hunter-gatherers started to settle in permanent living locations in North Africa. This is because of the visitation of unearthly beings coming down from the fabled island kingdom, which we now call Atlantis. Wheat was introduced as a stable food source, genetic crossbreeding was done, and the offspring of these experiments began to build great edifices, the first great cities and communities on earth. From this point, we see the rise of animal husbandry, irrigation, architecture, writing, mathematics, medicine, astronomy, and governmental order. These initial offsprings of the gods were long-lived and possessed great neurokinetic etheric powers. It is a fact that the ancients built megalithic structures that our technology of today might not be able to accomplish. How could that be even before the invention of the wheel? Just as the selective breeding of animals for domestication was done, like so were humans subjected to similar genetic experiments. As their numbers multiplied, certain groups began to split off and venture out towards new geographical locations. Some migrated across into Asia, into Upper Mongolia, some filtered down into the Pacific Rim, and some up into the Caucasus Mountains of northern Russia. Some eventually crossed the ice bridge of the Bering Sea into Alaska to later filter down into the Americas. These migrations ultimately filtered down into Eastern and Western Europe. Thus it has come to pass that humankind would eventually populate all continents and many islands of the earth. Through generations, most of the original knowledge was lost, though not all of it. The examples of that original knowledge can be found all around the planet, even unto this day. I submit to you that the original knowledge still abides in humanity. Humans are quite capable of overcoming the greatest obstacles, yet this creativity most often is used in some destructive manner instead of in constructive ways. I have told you that life is not promised to any species. Many species have lived only to have suffered extinction. We are the masters of our own destiny, just as we have the power to destroy all of life upon this planet. So, do we possess the power to save and sustain life? We also possess that power on earth. It is the time for all good spirits to come to the aid of Mother Earth, lest we all fade into the shadows of that terrible night. I do not mean to paint for you a scenario of imminent doom and gloom. I truly hope that my prophetic words will help to bring about a new and more progressive level of comprehension in humanity. Through your votes, you must demand the development of alternate fuel sources, the building of more efficient vehicles, the institution of universal health care, and other socially progressive reforms that are easily within our power to do so, without causing the rich to be poor or the strong to be made weak. Let us not insist upon making many of the same mistakes that we have made time and time again back in time. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of Men and Gods, Recent History. Perhaps before I am obliged to leave this planet, either in body or through the transition called physical death, I will learn more of and write in more detail about the vast expanses of time which are not covered in this book. The knowledge passed on to me by my friends, the Beovians, concerning the history of this earth and mankind was restricted by my own inability or failure to put the necessary questions to them within the time allotted to me in their presence. Had I been an archaeologist, a historian, or some other highly educated parsonage, no doubt the knowledge gained would have been more encompassing and precise. So I beg your forgiveness on this score. Many other things were revealed to me that I'm sure I've forgotten or simply was not capable of understanding and retaining. Also, purely for the sake of science, mind you, I was obliged to partake of certain esoteric and mind-altering or enhancing substances that were in the possession of my alien friend or had been feloniously pilfered by my sidekick. Question. There is also the possibility that I witnessed some things which were so repulsive to my psyche that I deliberately blotted them out of my forward memory. Even while moving along the great spiral causeway of the mothership, the awesome kaleidoscope of activity that assailed my eyes could not possibly have been consumed and retained in its entirety during my passing. I might pass some great slimy tentacled creature of many eyes, and even get a whiff of its repugnant odor, and I did not have the nerve or wish to know what it was, or if it was considered intelligent. Once I saw a family of hairy, ape-like upright creatures in the Hyborian garden, and upon inquiry was told that these creatures were genetic relatives of man, and that several races of them still live upon the earth. I consider myself open-minded, but I would not want to invite one of them to lunch, and I'll never forget the smell of those creatures. Over the eons of time following the first great space wars, the Targs had eventually taken their earned place in the Council of the Seven, and had begun to team up with the Biavians and others in joint exploratory missions. So it came to pass that about 40,000 years ago, another colonization mission to Earth was formed and executed by the Biavians, the Targzicians, and the Niptonians. The purpose of that mission was to scientifically ascertain the probable intelligence factor of the Homo sapien and his ability to make the transition from predatory savage to homogeneous stationary societies. Genetic experiments would be performed to ascertain to what extent the human creature could be crossbred with other forms of intelligent life. These experiments were supposed to be strictly controlled, and none of the hybrid specimens of these experiments would be permitted to leave the control area. In order to assure the complete segregation of the colonization experiment from the rest of humanity, the colony was started on a large island, which was located in the Mediterranean Ocean and was, at the time of their coming, uninhabited by humans. I'm told that the island was some 40 kilometers wide and 60 kilometers long, and was formed from volcanic action in the past. The volcano that stood near the center of the island was still active. About 40,000 years ago, the Biavians and Targs and the Niptonians had attained the technology to reach near light speed and intergalactic space travel, but arrived on Earth in a common mothership of Biavian design. The mothership was large, but not nearly so large as the present one, and as a result was able to bring only a limited amount of technology. Each of these three groups possessed the materials to fabricate self-contained living structures and several saucer ships, each of which was capable of solar system exploration, but did not have the power capacity to return to the home planets. The superstructures of the mothership was dismantled and used to build the self-contained cities for the three intelligent life forms. Ships, submarine, and transport vehicles would be fabricated out of natural alloys found on the Earth. The Niptonians are from a high-gravity planet and chose to build their permanent living emplacements beneath the ocean off the southern tip of the island. The Targs built their dwellings on the northern tip of the island, while the Biavians raised their city at the center of the island, and this city encompassed the land stretching from the western foot of the volcano to the seashore on the western shore of the island. Human beings tend to think in terms of resettlements of any nature being accomplished in a matter of decades, and where human settlers are concerned, this is generally true. However, I'm told that these extraterrestrial settlers kept their activities and their presence restricted to their island for over 1,000 years each time before making the first contact with human beings. No doubt that time was spent in construction and the building of suitable vessels and vehicles for Earth traverse, as well as in scientific studies of the Earth's ecology and its indigenous humanoids. These are, of course, the Negroid, the Mongoloid, and the Caucasian. The aliens also found that even with the purity of the Earth's atmosphere at the time, that there were numerous organisms against which they had no natural biological defenses. A large number of Togs and the Biavians were afflicted with various forms of infections, and a number perished. The Niptonians were more fortunate because initially they lived under very controlled circumstances. Living in a city beneath the ocean, the Niptonians lived in an atmosphere which was segregated and virtually pure. Over a period of time, the Niptonians developed various serums and antibodies to protect themselves from Earth organisms by utilizing the immune properties in the bloods and organs of the dolphins, with whom they could communicate, and which is a species native to Nipton, the home planet of the Niptonians. Dolphins were transplanted to Earth millions of years before by the Biavians at the behest of the Niptonians. The physiology of the dolphin of 40,000 years ago had evolved some, and the language had advanced to a more complex level. However, the Niptonians were able to swiftly develop a communication rapport with them. I'm told that the dolphins were used in many constructive ways by the aliens to seek out ore deposit, pinpoint human groups along the shores, harvest fish, and even protect Niptonian workers from sharks and other predatory sea life. Dolphins are friendly creatures, and the Niptonians taught them to always look upon humans as friends and even protect and save man in times of peril. To my knowledge, they are the only sea-dwelling species on Earth so inclined. I am told that there are a number of species native to Earth which have similar counterparts out in the cosmos, and the biological similarities of these various species are not the result of the interplanetary seeding by space travelers, because in the overall picture of the numerous life forms in the cosmos, species seeding plays a minute role. The greater portion of the interplanetary biological similarities among species is a matter of evolutionary and genetic happenstance. For instance, the basic aerodynamic design of the bird's wing and the digestive system of the fish is quite similar to that of creatures on Biave or Nipton or Doria. Of course, there are many other life forms which are radically different from anything which may be found on Earth. Yet I'm told that overall the physical and biological similarities of creatures from living planet to living planet is quite notable. I have spoken of these things so that as to reveal the fact that the genetic similarities between Biavians and Earthlings are not a rare occurrence between mammals from planet to planet throughout the cosmos. The full extent of these genetic similarities became apparent as the Biavians started to abduct individual humans from among the various races and tribal groups. It may be noted that the original Biavian settlers never fully overcame the immunization problems of Earth's biology. After the first 1,000 years, the aliens found that not even their on-board technology could arrest the aging process indefinitely, nor did they have the technology on board to perform the necessary brain clone procedure, as this technology was not allowed off the home planet. Even so, and with all of the natural perils of Earth, the Biavians, or Elohim as they are called, could expect to live perhaps 20,000 Earth years before physically dying. Yet it was soon learned a most extraordinary thing. It seems that each successive generation of Biavian born on Earth lives shorter and shorter physical lifespans, and even the medical knowledge of their scientists could not preserve or extend their children's lifespan beyond 5,000 years, and then 4,500 years, then 4,000 years. And the genetic stability would continue to diminish until it could no longer reproduce in the Earth's atmosphere. But how was this circumstance to be rectified? Thus, before the death of the original generation, the quest to overcome the genetic obstacles of interbreeding with humans began in earnest. With the passing of the centuries, the original Elohim began to die off, leaving the continued existence of their species to their mixed breed offspring. The Niptonians worked in close proximity with the Biavians in gathering the proper human subjects for the hybrid experiments. In those days, on the whole, the human species was nothing more than a roving predatory band of hunter-gatherers. In order to ascertain their mental possibilities and to pick the best subjects, it was necessary for the Niptonians to start to practice human husbandry. So they literally started to teach humans the first semblances of stationary community agricultural life. They introduced man unto man, a Biavian grain, which we have come to call wheat. They taught man how to breed and to domesticate milk and meat animals, and to structure a social order based upon that of the Biavians. The Niptonians traveled in submarines and would disembark from these ships and teach the people on the land near the shores, and the people came to know them as Namans and Nomans. The most astute among the humans and some of the most beautiful females were taken back to live on the Isle of the Gods and to bear them offspring. As time continued to pass, the memory of the home planet Biave started to recede in the distant catacombs of past legend. Unfortunately, or fortunately, the Targs could not find a reptilian counterpart capable of bearing their seed to any intelligence level. And as the original Targs began to die off, they reawakened the age-old primordial hatred of their former enemies, the Biavians. The differences in social structure, philosophy, and ethics have always been, and still are obviously quite different between the Targs and the Biavians, and on the island of the gods these differences became pronounced with the passing of time. For the Targs to have considered attacking their mammalian neighbors outright would have been foolhardy, as the Biavians' numbers grew even as the Targs' numbers dwindled. Yet their hatred of their neighbors continued to grow and to fester within their hearts. Any kind of social intercourse between the Targs and the hybrid offsprings of the Biavians was forbidden and strictly enforced. Inasmuch as the Targsian mind is capable of intrigue, they set about to undermine the social structure of the Biavians by seeking to bribe and corrupt the minds of some of the rural hybrids against the central authority of the Elohim. As the original pureblood Biavians died off, much of the original technological knowledge died with them, and as a result, the level of technology deteriorated with the passing generations. We must understand that the growing number of hybrids in procreation with the human species further diluted the original blood. By and by, those who were the original scientific god leaders through successive generations eventually evolved into a kind of religious, priestly caste. With the dilution of the original blood also came the dilution of the ability to decipher and retain a true knowledge of the original science. And the Biavians began to take on many of the emotional and primordial weaknesses of man. When it was discovered the extent to which the Targs had managed to influence the minds of a few of the Biavians' males and females against the central authority, I am told that the Elohim went forth and destroyed the last remnants of the Targs' technology and forbade them to build any more aircraft of any kind of machines which could be used in a warlike fashion. Forbidding to attempt crossbreeding with humans, the Targs were doomed to die out and be reduced to the common non-intelligent forms of natural reptilian life. The corrupted and rebellious hybrids were expelled from the island of the gods and sent to dwell among their lesser brothers. Without the protection and medical care of the Elohim, they would be doomed to short mortality lifespans, which would be shorter still for their future offspring. As time passed and the settlements of humans continued to spring up in Africa, the Elohim began to send forth emissaries and teachers to develop the more stable social orders and to develop trade networks among the humans. It was there in the valley of the Tigris and Euphrates that the sons of gods took unto them the fairest of the daughters of men and produced the offspring which would form the first great kingdoms and dynasties among men. They were the original founders of the kingdoms of the Sumerians, the Thebans, and formed the first blood lineage of the original 12 tribes of Nog. Eventually, their offspring traveled to various parts of the globe and started civilization in the Americas, Asia, Europe, and other places. Along the way, the original scientific knowledge was lost or corrupted.
Splinter groups from the ancients moved about and settled in many places and started their own orders. One group was those who started to build the nuclear cooling towers in the valley of Shinar, but were thwarted by the forces from the Mother Isle of the gods. And some who escaped that destruction eventually founded the fabled and notorious cities of Sodom and Gomorrah and their sister cities on the plains. Others formed the first dynasties of Egypt and built the first great pyramid and the Sphinx using lasers and levitation technology. Because the original authorities of the island of the gods continued to monitor and sometimes destroy the works of the dispersed, there eventually developed a loose confederations of beings who were avowed to the downfall and destruction of that central authority. If you have read the book of Genesis, then do so again while bearing these things in mind. The scriptures of this book quite literally parallel the chronicles of the writings of the Elohim scribes, omitting few details. If one is aware of present-day cloning and artificial insemination methods, then the significance of these scriptures becomes more revealing. In order to follow the diminishing of the lifespans with the crossbred dilution of the blood through successive generations of the infusion of human blood, you must read the 5th chapter of Genesis in its entirety. The chapter chronicles the generations of the house of Adam, but do read the entire book. The chronicles of the blood lineage of the original Elohim is highlighted all the way down to the house of Abraham, Noah, and Lot. During the course of my stay among the aliens, they did not refer me to any particular scriptures or writings, but from time to time, certain familiar names were mentioned, names like Abraham, Noah, Lot, Menes, Akhenaten, Aaron, Jacob, and some others. A number of present-day researchers have become convinced that extraterrestrials played a major part in the recorded history of mankind. They have searched and in some cases found the deserted remnants of lost civilizations. Modern-day archaeologists, paleontologists, and historians admit that they are greatly impressed at the level of architecture, medicine, mathematics, and economic proficiency of those societies. They have also noted the structural similarities between the pyramids, pottery, and philosophical traits of various people in Africa, Asia, and the Americas. They are amazed and perplexed in their attempts to figure out just how these ancient people were able to accomplish such great engineering feats without the aid of modern-day technology and equipment. The researchers cannot reconcile the advanced accomplishments of these ancient people with the known order of technological progression among other indigenous people of the same geographical region. In essence, these points of enlightened realities were truly enigmatic anomalies in a world dominated by Stone Age barbarism. Even though some of them have come to theorize the extraterrestrial connection, structured pure limitations and persuasion, coupled with their own misconception of their uniqueness, the inability to explain, has caused them to simply cast aside the hard physical evidence which is staring them in the face. Yet, as I've said before, it is not my wish to try to shove the reality of the extraterrestrial intelligence down the throat of those who would have to be mental deficients not to have reached this conclusion long ago. Perhaps the researchers could better understand if they knew that the great structures like the pyramids and the sculptures and other artifacts left by those civilizations are the handiwork of distant relatives of the original Elohim instead of the gods themselves. The last vestiges of the central power had passed away about 7,000 years ago with the cataclysmic destruction of the island of the gods. From the time when the sons of the original Elohim, thrice removed, started to establish earthly kingdoms among mankind, there arose dissenters to the central authority. Those great leaders, through intermarriage with humans, soon became more man than alien in their physiology and concepts of social order, and all of those elements possessed by mankind eventually took precedence over the more aloof and objective logic of the central code. Greed, envy, pride, gluttony, slothfulness, and sexual depravities literally became the order of the day within many of those mainland kingdoms. Before long, the numerical value of the wayward dissenters and their offspring became too great and widely dispersed to either keep them under central control or to efficiently destroy them all. So it boiled down to simply keeping the strong ones under surveillance and monitoring the social and scientific progress. From time to time, a considerable number of those who possessed some of the true knowledge of science, medicine, and weaponry would band together and form social orders, which, if left to their own design, would eventually overcome all less advanced peoples and infect them with the norms of depravity which were anathema to all logic and decency. Thus it came about that a group of these renegade hybrids, while languishing under the titles of priests, came in among the indigenous people of the plains and formed the settlements which would become the 5 cities of the plains, the greater of which were the cities of Sodom and Gomorrah. Now these cities became the center points which controlled the bulk of the commerce and trade of the plains, and achieved a reputation for a time as a cultural center of the Middle Eastern world. Drunk with power and other human weaknesses, the 2 great sister cities eventually devolved into the foremost den of depravity and iniquity in the ancient civilized world. What the researchers of today do not yet know is that the original ruling priestly caste who founded the cities were beings of immortal status in comparison with the indigenous people, because their lives were centuries long. These long-lived priestly beings were also genetic scientists and experimenters, and they had literally an endless supply of experimental subjects in the common people. I am told that those priest-scientists did not restrict their experiments to the human species, but also sought to incorporate the animal and human genes. They sought to incubate the human spermatozoa within the bovine, the sheep, and the goat's womb. The monstrosities brought forth from these indecent experiments became worship fixtures in the inner courts of the rulers. I am told that sexual practices between humans and animals became a norm, and slowly a caste of biological freaks and monsters came to be in those 2 unholy cities, and among them there could not be found 10 men or women who were not given to the most perverse manner of deviant license. The time came when trading caravans would not dare enter the city gates, but would languish near the city walls and do their business, and upon completion thereof would hastily depart. Unindoctrinated slaves sold at a premium in those awful cities, where young males were preferred over women by other males, and dogs were preferred over men by wealthy females. Disease, insanity, human sacrifice, and rape murder were rampant in those cities, and cults which practiced cannibalism skulked through the firelit night. It was a place and a time when sexual deviation was the norm, and normalcy was not condoned or even tolerated. Now, near the gates of the city of Sodom, lived a wealthy trader named Lot and his family. Lot was of the family of the religion of the powerful nomadic sheep and goat-herding tribes of the house of Abraham, and he served as a middleman between the trading caravans and the peoples of the cities. Lot was allowed to remain unmolested by the people of those cities for several reasons. 1, he was the only trustworthy trade representative near about. 2, he supplied the city with meat animals and grain. And 3, he was under the protection of the powerful tribes of the house of Abraham, whom the Sodomites feared as a military force. It is also known that Lot was a distant relative of those people of the cities, and his blood lineage could be traced back to the original Elohim on the Isle of the Gods. It was unto Lot that the central rulers sent 3 of their emissaries, who could rightfully be called advance scouts for the coming strike force, which had been ordered to completely destroy 4 of the 5 cities of the plains. Lot was instructed to immediately flee the area with his family. He petitioned the central power to spare the cities, or at least to wait until he could recoup some of the debt that was owed him. Then, upon the promise that he would be compensated for the loss of his property, he grudgingly prepared to depart. Lot's wife, who had for some time chose to maintain liaisons in the city, stole away from the fleeing family group during the night in an attempt to warn the city of the coming Holocaust. I am told that one of the emissary scouts followed her and rendered her rigid with a paralyzing ray when she had come within several miles of the city.
At sunrise, the 4 nuclear bombs, which had been hidden in traders' wagons in or near the cities, detonated, and within a matter of minutes the 4 cities of the plains were utterly destroyed. Yet remnants of the ancient knowledge of the Elohim's scientists survived in the minds of a small number of those who escaped the doomed cities by being away on business journeys at the time, and yet some others who had escaped the notice of the central authority on the island of the gods by literally crossing the oceans and settling among the indigenous people in Mongolia, northern and western Europe, and the jungles of the Americas. In truth, the rulers on the mother islands were having problems of their own. Over the centuries, all of the original gods, or Biavians, had died off, and the human factor in the blood lineage of their offspring now greatly outnumbered the purer rulers. Many had traveled the distant parts of the world and were aware of the human way of ruling. Thus differing factions began to form among the inhabitants of the island of the gods, and by, the various factions on the island began to fall into the decadent practices of those they had destroyed not so long ago, and the central authority began to lose its hold on the populace. Soon there were mutinous rumors, and some set about forming conspiracies against the central authority and plotting campaigns to literally take over the rest of the world. The only thing that prevented the outright takeover was the fact that the central city authority still possessed the well-guarded knowledge of the atom bomb and utilized laser technology to protect the entrances to the central city and its gardens. But the central authority knew that the handwriting was on the wall. They rightfully concluded that their initial efforts to civilize the savages and to assure eternal life through genetic experimentation had failed. It was decided that the secret of the atom and other advanced technology must not fall into the hands of their humanized and corrupt subjects. They did not have a personal standing army, and they knew that it was only a matter of time before some enterprising group would manage to either penetrate or sabotage the city's defense systems. Even as they reached the fated decision, they were aware that some powerful leaders in the outer islands were busily building ships and weapons which would be used to conquer the world. Then there, in the great temple, the elders all gathered and drank wine from golden goblets, and as they lifted their voices in an ancient song, which spoke of the glory of Biave, the eldest angel pushed a button which detonated the nuclear pile hidden deep in the caves of the volcanic mountain. The resultant blast turned Atlantis into liquid fire and sent tsunami waves crashing into the mainlands hundreds and thousands of miles away. So great was the force of the Armageddon blast that the very elements were torn asunder, and great storm clouds formed of the seas, waters, and poured down upon the earth's flood rains of near universal proportions. Far out in the cosmos, travelers from the home planet Biave picked up the frequency waves of the blast and communicated this to the mother planet. Thus the destruction of Atlantis transpired some 7,000 years ago as we measure time. Now my explanation of the history of the extraterrestrial intervention into the evolution and the affairs of humankind is, of course, quite incomplete and only touches upon the true magnitude of it all. The lost technological knowledge of the original Elohim is just now re-emerging in the present-day science of man. Our computers, microelectronic, jet propulsion, hydrogen fission, and the first rudimentary breakthroughs in cold and hot fusions are all products of the genetic legacy of the Elohim. To be sure, some portions of that genetic heritage can be found in some measure within all races and nations. If given the opportunity, the Aborigine or the Carib Indian or the Westerner could be a physicist or a mathematician or a surgeon. The extraterrestrials have always been aware of the knowledge potential of the human brain. I was further informed that the human possesses neurological powers that even the Biavians no longer hold in mass. The psychic power to levitate and to heal the sick or to alter the biomolecular order of other people's physiology, the power of clairvoyance, and other paranormal attributes which escaped the elements of scientific logic. Biavians find these things fascinating and are ever seeking to find scientific explanations for them. They believe that these paranormal attributes or powers retained from a time even before man became a biped Homo sapien. For instance, many kinds of lower creatures in nature have seemingly inexplicable powers. Some animals know when a storm is coming, can find their way home from thousands of miles away. A wild duck hatched in captivity and raised away from its peers still possesses the urge to fly south in the winter. Animals can read feelings and may know exactly when they are going to die. It is believed that the more primitive a human is, the greater his retention of these inherent powers. Correct intuition is to some extent a kind of clairvoyance, but the modern-day human, in general, is not rigidly structured, nor his modus operandi born of common species compulsions or universal necessity. The human mind's true complexity lies in the fact that it cannot be accurately plotted or anticipated either by themselves or by the technology of the all-powerful Biavians. Personally, my opinion is that most people are so busy thinking up dumb shit until they literally don't know what they are going to do next. In contrast, the Biavian mind is quite analytical, to the point, and is rarely, if ever, given to flights of fancy. During all of my time among the aliens, I discovered the fact that they don't have any industrial fantasy factor, things like movie studios which are dedicated to entertaining fiction films, nor do they have superstars of music, stage, screen, sports, and politics. I never saw cartoons, comic books, or toys which did not serve some practical purpose other than fun. This doesn't mean that they are ignorant of our movies, superstars, and preoccupation with amusement. Tan spoke to me of several notable films in December '87, which was the last time that I was physically in his presence. He spoke of the movie Close Encounters and was impressed with its special effects. I believe that the Biavians aided in the fabrication of the production by seeding the dreams of Steven Spielberg and many of the technicians. They may also have played some part in the rounding up of the proper personnel to act as advisors on the picture and helping to see that they were available. He mentioned the movie The Color Purple and was of the opinion that it should have received an Oscar. He expressed an artistic admiration for Robin Williams, Oprah Winfrey, Whoopi, Richard Pryor, John Belushi, Cicely Tyson, Sally Fields, Lee Van Cleef, Lisa Bonet, Charles Bronson, Red Fox, Richard Burton, Brando, Dustin Hoffman, and some others. He liked Eastwood's picture, Play Misty for Me, and he spoke at length of Stevie Wonder. He especially liked the albums Songs in the Key of Life. I was mildly surprised to be sitting there discussing show business with a little big-headed alien. I said to him, Tan, if you like Stevie Wonder so much, why don't you cruise over by his crib and zap him some eyeballs? And he said, Martin, if I should give him sight, might I not take away his ability to see? And I said, Tan, you're not as dumb as you are funny-looking. He also spoke of Kennedy, King, Mandela, Dick Gregory, Claude Pepper, and Jimmy Carter with admiration. These aliens are well aware of the state of things socially and politically on this earth, but they don't seem to be noticeably impressed by the shape of things. It does fascinate them to witness the mass falsity of the great machine and the ease with which the silly masses are manipulated by pure bullshit. It is hard for them to realize that even humans could be that dumb. If humanity is not yet aware of their presence in our stratosphere, then it is no fault of their own, as they make hundreds of solid appearances each year. They have a policy of not appearing en masse and just freaking everybody out. However, during the course of everyday movements, they will be seen, if only by chance. I was told that perhaps 75% of the UFO sightings are of remote-guided drones. Biavians have several kinds of robot drones, the most common of which being the small saucer. Just like mankind has begun to send out information-gathering satellites, so have the aliens. Of course, their techno capabilities far exceed those of man, but the end results are relative, and it is upon this data that the aliens base their knowledge of the present and projections of the future.
We do the same thing in many ways every day in stock market speculation, retail business, property purchase, weather forecasting, and market analysis, to name a few. Unfortunately, we do not place a premium on many aspects of life which are vital to the continuation of the human species. What are the projected ecological damages of a major oil spill, acid rain, chemical pollutants in our lakes and rivers, nuclear accidents, etc., etc.? These things are played down by the manufacturers and the paid-off politicians. I am informed that auto emissions alone virtually ensure the destruction of our atmosphere to a point of mass death within the next 20 years. And this without even getting into the millions of tons of inorganic chemical poisons from other sources. What we have to stop and realize is that the literal extinction of an intelligent species through ecological pollution is definitely possible, and in the case of humanity, quite probable should things continue as they are at present, because we live in a society which has raised lies, deception, unreality, falsity, bullshit, and mass apathy to an art which approaches a way of life by simply suppressing or ignoring these awful facts. They seem to assume that it is not true or that it will all go away. We live in a time when few voices of dissent are being raised in defense of this dying planet. They seem at best a noble oddity and at worst a pathetic nuisance. Sodom and Gomorrah were Sunday schools in comparison with the perverted dementia that now infects civilized society, and not even the murderous hordes of Genghis Khan could strike a light to the murderous damage done by our major corporations. Unfortunately, the wealth and the social and economic policies of this world are not controlled by the will of the caring, but by those who only care about what they can get out of it. Foresight and proper preparation is an odd phenomenon, and those obscure scientists who are busy working to create the process which could stave off the coming doom are at present fighting a losing battle. Update 2007, Chapter 8 of Men, Gods, and Recent History. We now live in a time where men have fashioned machines that can look down from synchronetic orbit in space and read tag numbers. We can communicate verbally and visually with anyone around the world in real time. We can manipulate genes and jumpstart babies in petri dishes. We can shoot photographs of the E.T. mothership near Saturn and pinpoint a definite subject through their DNA footprint. Yet, the high point of our days is that we have managed to kill more of our enemies than they have of us. We live in a time of wizards, mystics, saints, and demons. According to my calculations, we are swiftly approaching the point of awesome transitions. People between now and late 2012, a change is going to come. Will it be one of nightmarish destruction or prey? Will it be one of a new dawning of spiritual transcendence? My job and your job is to truly try to engineer the latter. In school, I learned history only in the manner that the academics wish me to learn it. Yet I've come to learn that man's interpretation of the past has been deliberately flawed, misleading, and outright falsified. Thus the schooling of Westerners, and indeed many other countries, have been subgrade. The ancient pharaohs and their queens did not look like Richard Burton or Liz Taylor. They were black Africans. The present-day Egyptians did not, and have no written recordings of who actually built the great pyramids of Giza. The beings who engineered these great edifices predates the written history of the present-day inhabitants. The contributions of Afrikaners, the Haramic, the Hispanic, the Orientals, the Caucasian, in many cases simply have been omitted by the Western historians. Therefore, the quest for the truth has taken a back seat to social subterfuge and academic clanism. We would do well to open our eyes and become truth seekers. There is a greatness in us all.
Thus it is not necessary to belittle or omit the accomplishments of others. We are no longer simply a planetary community. Indeed, I tell you truly that we are a universal community. Our genetics are composed of a certain measure of DNA from far across the trembling voids of the cosmos. Somewhere out there we have kinfolks, standing on the silver sands beneath two glowing moons, looking toward the sky, for their chronicles has told them that someday you shall be returning home. Humankind has accomplished many wonders in the sciences, electronics, medicine, gene manipulation, surgery, and agriculture. Yet we look about us and all we see is a world filled with intractable hatred, religious and racial intolerance, wars and rumors of wars. It is as if this buildup of negative karma can no longer be contained by countries, borders, continents, or indeed the planet itself. It is as if Mother Nature has become sick in body and spirit and has started to rebel against the human scourge crawling upon his skin. I tell you truly that before the year 2007 is done, these people in the sky will begin to show themselves on a more sustained basis, so that there can be no doubt as to their presence in our skies. I am told that they would do this in the hope that humankind will for a time stop killing one another and hopefully come to a new realization. The time draws near when we must prepare ourselves to join the celestial host and take our rightful place in the matrix of the universal equation. Still, if we insist upon self-destruction, they will not physically intervene, for we are the masters of our own destiny. Brazil and at least one Scandinavian country are well in the way towards total power independence through the utilization of alternate fuel sources. I submit to you that we Americans, being the richest and potentially the most innovative country on the planet, should be able to accomplish in whole or part the same power independence. I am willing to pay you, Mr. Rich Person, to recharge my electric car or to exchange my power cell batteries as I travel along the way. You do not have to go broke. You need only to diversify and become innovative. Archaeological evidence of the visitation of ancient space travelers has been discovered all over the earth. Yet our archaeologists, historians, paleontologists, and others in the academic community has gone to great lengths to falsify or simply to omit the obvious. Heavens forbid that one among them should have the guts to go against the grain and reveal that which is known. They have routinely faced ridicule and ostracization among their peers. Yet the truth will out, as many reputable figures in the government, military, and other scientific positions have started to come forth and reveal what they know. Apparently, they are no longer afraid of administrative retribution. You will note that the media, both alternate and mainstream, are doing more shows on the UFO phenomena. Conversely, the eternal debunkers are still working overtime in a futile attempt to convince you that your eyes and your cameras are lying to you. When the ship showed up over O'Hare Airport in Chicago in early 2007 to be seen by air controllers, baggage handlers, administrators alike, the government debunkers attempted to convince them that their eyes were lying to them. These people are trained to know what they see in the skies. Indeed, if our professionals are delusional, then we are surely in a heap of trouble. The fact that we are not alone in the universe should not dissuade anyone from their religious beliefs. Instead, this knowledge should give us a greater love and respect for the Creator. There was a time when the optimum weapon was the crossbow. We graduated to the gun, then to the smart bomb, the laser, and the particle beam. Like so should all thought processes and philosophical convictions evolve. For it could not be unless it is so. Be not afraid to embrace new horizons in perception. Never become so intractable and stiff-necked in your beliefs until you cannot or will not accept new realities. For this is a time when men and gods must come face to face with the elementals of our recent history. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9. Eastern Shore, Maryland, August 1975. In 1975, once again I had joined up with the blues band, and we followed the migrant work season up the eastern seaboard. The produce gathering season starts in South Florida in May and moves progressively up the East Coast as the produce crops ripen in planned sequence. We played the juke joints in the migrant camps, generally on the weekends, and by August of that year we had reached the state of Maryland along the eastern shore. My last physical contact with the extraterrestrials had been in 1964 at the age of 18. Approximately 11 years had passed since that last encounter, and it seemed like a long-lost dream, a lifetime ago. During those 11 years, I can't remember ever having discussed UFOs at length with any person. The experience had remained in the back of my mind, and on occasion I had experienced flashbacks, but the order and depth of these reflections were overshadowed by the everyday happenings of life. At no time did I ever consider that my reflections were just a figment of my imagination, because I never read, nor do I now like to read science fiction magazines. I had gone beyond the point of doubting the existence of alien life forms. I knew for a fact that I had at some point been contacted by them. I just couldn't remember all the details of that contact. I simply took the tract that they would let me know what's happening when they are ready to. How, you may ask, had I come to this conclusion? The answer is that things happened in my life which could not be explained by rational standards. I know for a fact that I had gained the power to heal pain and illness in others by simply touching them. Common sense persuades me that this power did not emanate from any great religious or saintly qualities on my part. I've never been, and still am not, a devout anything where denominational religion is concerned. In those days, in order to alleviate a little of the loneliness in the world, I found that it was incumbent upon me to do my share by making love to a vast number of lovely ladies. Some of them neglected to tell me that they were married, most probably to a 300-pound homicidal psycho who would cherish the opportunity of causing a nice person like myself extreme pain and mutilation unto death. I was not adverse to partaking of games of chance like cards, dice, dog racing, mumbly pig, or foot racing, and on several occasions my good reputation had been besmirched by accusations of cheating, thereby causing me to be forced to shoot out the light and dive head first through the nearest window. To this day, I don't know what dastardly villain planted that extra ace up my sleeve. I also like to partake of an occasional medicinal six-pack of beer or a pint of good sipping whiskey. And even with my docile, self-effacing personality, hardly a week passed without my having to defend my honor with a fistfight, which on occasion might involve knife play. Hard drugs were never my forte, but I've always smoked an occasional joint of cannabis as an esoteric appetizer. So my healing gift obviously did not come from clean living. And there was another inexplicable phenomena connected to my person which yet strikes me as strange but fascinating. I find that I am able to cause clearly visible biological aging changes in women with whom I have had sexual intimacy at least twice. For some reason, the aging process is halted in some cases, reversed in women with whom I have had intimate relations, and the effect seems to be long-lasting, if not permanent. Some changes tend to transpire within days, and I know of former loved ones who yet retain residuals of that liaison from 20 years past and are aware of it. Therefore, I've been cursed with many short relationships even unto this day. It seems that, on occasion, the side effects of our union is that of extreme personality changes in the ladies, such as burning jealousy, possessiveness, and sexual hyperactivity, which soon turns me off and drives me away.
Many never realize why they feel compelled to give sway to these extreme emotions. However, I believe that the psychological aberrations subside after a time following my clandestine departure. I always have been, and no doubt shall always be, a man who loves women. There are some imperfections in this biological phenomena. For instance, the alterations do not occur in every woman I love, at least not noticeably so. Perhaps a few are immune to the process. Also, the biological process does not occur in these women who fail or are unable to reach a climax, while the effects seem to be compounded in those marvelous ladies who are given to multiple orgasms. From what I know of sexuality, I would, with due modesty, classify myself as a good to excellent lover, as I truly do love each and every woman I make love to, no matter the age, race, or duration of the encounter. If for some reason I do not have this love vibration for a particular lady, no matter her physical beauty, I find that it is literally impossible for me to perform sexually. Fortunately, I rarely meet a lady that I don't or can't love, at least for a time. I've been told by the aliens that this sexual anomaly is caused by a certain genetic trait, which I possess as a biological legacy of the blood of the original Elohim. Furthermore, this genetic trait that I have is rare but not unique to me alone. Actually, a considerable number of people all over the world possess this genetic trait, and the trait is often stronger among a certain isolated group of people who haven't dispersed their gene legacy too widely because of that isolation. Males who possess the trait, barring injury and lack of stimulation, generally remains sexually active very late in life. My father, for example, sired 14 healthy children at home and is still sexually active, though he is well into his 80s. My mother bore children to the age of 50 and then said, "Enough already," by choice, not for lack of physical fertility. Tan named a number of people who possess this gene, and some of them you would immediately recognize if I called their names, but I won't. I also believe that I've always possessed a real measure of precognition, which has served me well down through the years, and has no doubt saved my life on more than one occasion. Tan tells me that I am a telepathic sensitive who can communicate with him at almost any time without effort, but remember that not even the Beovians can give you metaphysical properties that you don't already possess. They can teach you to recognize and channel it, or to enhance the workings of such attributes, but only if you are psychologically capable of consuming and retaining the instructions. The power to heal sickness and relieve pain with a touch is a factor you must already possess and cannot be controlled or explained by the workings of science. I am convinced that it is indeed a spiritual thing, but I do not attribute it to any particular written religious doctrine or philosophical rendition. Instead, I attribute it to the force of the spiritual wish which emanates from the inner being of the giver. No doubt, any number of miraculous healings have been accomplished by non-Christians and insincere evangelists, witch doctors, soothsayers, loving mothers, and well-wishers, not to take away anything from those truly sincere, denominationally religious people. There is another anomaly connected with the factor of telepathy. I believe that when a person succeeds in overcoming the nuances of telepathic communication, he also opens channels or frequency doors through which out-of-body spirits may sometimes enter. For instance, when Barbara placed me in a hypnotic state and started to regress me in time, I would often see and speak to out-of-body spirits who, for all intents and purposes, had nothing to do with the aliens. And sometimes their voices may be channeled through my body, but for the most part, during the hypnotic state, I try to pass these spirits by without pausing, though I can see and hear them clearly. It's rather complicated, so I won't dwell on that aspect of the experience. Since December 7, 1987, I have managed to take several sets of photographs of the Beovian ships when they came within visual range. I was able to accomplish this because for years I was always forewarned of their appearance. In August of 1975, I was instructed telepathically to leave the place I was in and go to a secluded spot for the rendezvous.
They don't always announce their coming via telepathy, but there's a certain sensation of inner resonance that is unique of their presence that I learned to recognize. Of course, they may sometimes pass over while having no intentions of contacting me personally, but I can still feel their presence. Lately, when I get the feeling, I immediately get my camera and start to watch the sky until they appear or until the sensation passes. There have been occasions when I was at Barbara's house that things, small, inexplicable things would happen. A videotape of one of our sessions would disappear from where it was placed. The lights might go out, all the dogs in the neighborhood might begin to bark, the temperature of the house would change, and consistent manifestations would appear in the development of photos which were taken during these times, no matter the camera or film brand, which we had developed at one retail chain store. We feel that the configurations are deliberate because the shape and dimensions of the etheric forms were duplicated from roll to roll and camera to camera. I believe that these things were deliberately done in order to assure us that we were not suffering any delusion, but were experiencing a tangible reality. I attempt the writing of this book at the behest of those same extraterrestrial beings, though I am aware of the fact that the Targs do not wish the work to be done. Certain inexplicable accidents have happened to relatives and some other people close to Barbara, and the Targs have gone so far as to physically amputate the last joint of my right little finger, as revenge for my having telepathically injured one of their kind. I will speak further on that incident later in the manuscript. It was a Friday, and the band was engaged to play a dance at a camp in Salisbury, Maryland that night. We reached the camp around 7 that evening and set up the equipment. Our scheduled gig was to start at 10 p.m. Around 9 p.m., and just as night was falling, I was told to get up and walk away from the camp. The spot I was drawn to, like a homing pigeon, was about 3 miles away from the camp at an even more isolated place. As I passed through a stand of trees and walked rapidly deeper into the woods, about 100 yards in, I came to a large clearing. That's when I felt the titillating vibrations of the ship's engines, though I hadn't yet made visual contact. Then I felt the hair on my body stand on end, and static electricity on my clothes. The leaves of the trees were trembling, and the static was all around me. I felt a kind of sensual vibration growing and growing within my body, and it caused my vision to momentarily blur. By this time I had reached the center of the clearing. I looked up to my left and saw the blue orb approaching me at a fantastic rate of speed. Orange, green, and red lights flashed on the undercarriage. I remember ducking down and saying to myself, "Oh shit, it's going to hit." A dazzling white light, then a low hum, and I was standing in the decontamination chamber, being cleaned by thousands of multicolored lights. I started to say, "What the f—" And the door whizzed open, and there stood Tan and Ella. "Damn, I know them," I said, as if to myself. Behind them on the dome of the saucer, I saw a computer graphic display of 2 jet fighter planes being rotated and graphically dissected. I stepped out onto the command deck and looked out through the seemingly transparent hull and saw the eastern coastal region of America going away at a fantastic rate of speed. "Friend Martin, it is good to be in your presence again. Welcome. Come and sit. Forgive our swift departure. It was necessary to evade the contact with the angry thrusters," said Tan, by the way of explaining the swift pickup and the jets. Since this was the second occasion military aircraft were in pursuit of the alien craft, even in my personal experience, it is inconceivable that the military and the government couldn't know of the extraterrestrials' presence in our stratosphere. I'm sure that the aliens have the technology to become invisible to radar or to project false images at a different location should they so desire. But in many cases they don't bother because they know that we don't have the technology to either fly with them or to penetrate their protective shields. The aliens also have the power to literally disappear by fantastic acceleration, by in-place vibration, or by jumping to hyperspace. But all of these high-tech powers are not possessed by all kinds of alien flying implements. Some, like the remote-guided drones, must rely on speed alone to evade cannon and missiles.
It is conceivable that man could fabricate high multi-frequency instruments which could override the robotic electromagnetic guidance system of one or more of the simple drones. The technology does exist, but the time, place, and kind of target would have to be just right, and to my knowledge, that hasn't happened yet. Also, I'm told that the government actually has listening devices which are powered by a vast 8-acre computer complex located between D.C. and Baltimore, which has actually picked up a number of extraterrestrial ship-to-ship transmissions, which they have not yet been able to decipher. The duration of some of these transmissions may be no more than a nanosecond. If they had a key from which to work, they would soon unravel the messages. Rockets, lasers, particle beams, and sound bombardment have all been used by the military in unsuccessful attempts to shoot down the alien craft. Of course, the government and military have been attempting to communicate with the extraterrestrials for years through Project Osmos and other means. But the Biavians are not foolish enough to open up channels of communication with the kinds of people who govern these societies. They have nothing to gain and too much to lose by doing so. And if my own sentiments are a good representation of that of other friends, then we have all advised them against such a move. Not that they needed my advice. As we moved away from the earth, I saw the body of a man floating in space. When they punched him up on the dome screen, I saw that he was a Russian cosmonaut, and the name on the helmet, I believe, was A. Kamarov, or something very similar. Of course, I have no way of verifying this to your satisfaction, so I won't try, but somebody knows. I was told that the aliens beamed him out of a space capsule at the very moment of its destruction, but he died immediately of space vacuum exposure, so the aliens' technology is not perfect. It was on that trip that I had the opportunity to see the planet Neptune, which is one of the furthest planets out in our solar system from the sun. Neptune has rings similar to those of Saturn, except that Neptune's rings are composed of carbon chunks, as opposed to the ice chunks of Saturn. The aliens actually harvest pure carbon materials from beneath the surface of that planet, utilizing robot technology. Should man survive, he would someday be able to accomplish similar operations. The aliens concede the fact that should man survive, there is no limit to what he can accomplish. We circumnavigated the planet Venus, and I was told of a subterranean base there, which is operated by the Dorians, who make extensive use of robotics and also have manned stations there. The Screed, or Insectilians, also have a mine network on Venus, and most of the work is done by Screed personnel. It seems that there are several mineral sources there which are found only in rare quantities throughout the universe. The aliens also told me that the planet Venus could be rejuvenated via technological means, but at present they don't consider such an undertaking to be one of any great importance to them. If man had been able to lay aside his racism, hatreds, and differences no more than 50 years ago, he would already have established permanent launch bases on Mars and the Moon. His failure to utilize all of his brain power resources, which is possessed by all the races collectively, has held him short of his true potential and has probably assured his destruction as a structured civilized order. At the rear of the command deck of the saucer, I saw the two Stygian scientists sitting in the shadow and realized that I also knew them immediately. They came back to mine. As I settled back into the comfortable, translucent recliner, I saw a computer graphic of my own form appear on the dome screen. The graph revealed first my skeletal structure, my vein network, inner organs, heart and lung action, brain, eyes, etc. This whole process was accompanied by numerical and linguistic symbols which I could not understand. The graph also revealed the coins in my pocket and the structure of the weave of my clothing. After we had left the planet Neptune, Tan told me that he would now fulfill his promise and grant my wish to experience a hyperspace ride, and this is the experience as best I can explain it. The robot pilot programmed a number of color and tone sequences on the console, and I felt a kind of vibration that went through my whole body.
Then the inky blackness of deep space began to exude a deep purple, which gradually lightened into a brilliant red, and then a golden orange that gradually pulsed into a blinding white light, which caused me to shield my eyes. Then suddenly a quietness, no sound, no movement. So slowly the area was engulfed with a green light, and I felt a sensation in my ears like being underwater. I moved my hands without undue effort, but all action registered in slow motion. I was startled to discover that my hands had become translucent, like lime jello, and the veins and skeletal structure looked like black ribbon veins and shiny blue crystal bones. As I looked around me, it seemed that the entire ship was composed of invisible glass, which gave me the sensation that I was sitting unencased out in the void, and the void was composed of cool, thick nectar through which we moved like lazy bubbles. Tan and Nella were transparent gummy bears with big heads, and the robot pilot was silver-tinted glass. I can't say how long this state of slow-motion translucent lasted, but if I had to guess, I would say 15 minutes before I felt a pop in my ears and saw a green glass bubbles start to mesh together and slowly revert to a purple color, then a bright red turned to orange, then yellow, then a brilliant white flash, which again caused my eyes to blur momentarily. I blinked my eyes several times and gave a defensive startled jerk as I saw the great shining mothership right in front of us. We were approaching the solid mass at a high rate of speed. Before I could gather my wits, we were once again inside the landing area of the awesome egg. From 10,000 miles an hour to 0 in 1/10 of a second. Mind-blowing. Don't ask me how, but at some point between the moment that we jumped to hyperspace and the moment that we came out of it, I had changed from my regular clothing into the familiar blue sheer robe and the woven shoe footsies, or slippers if you wish. Everything around me, the glowing globes and the hundreds of dark ships, was both familiar and newly fascinating to me. In other words, I never overcame the awe and magnificence of it all. I noticed that my arrival didn't seem to concern the many beings around in the least, with the exception of one Tark, who stopped working for a moment and looked in my direction. No others seemed very interested. Obviously, a human visitor was not a novelty to them, so common was the happenstance. As we neared the transport disk for the short journey deeper into the interior of the mothership, I saw a strange, furry creature waiting for us. He was busy digging in his pouch. For a moment I stood confused. Then recognition suddenly dawned on me. I snapped my fingers and said, "I know you. You're Question, aren't you? You're my friend. Good to see you." Then Question said, "Oh, goody. Now the universe is safe again. I'm so happy I could just shit," and kept digging in his pouch. Then it dawned on me that I probably did not like this animal very much at all. It kind of hurt my feelings that Question didn't seem happy to see me again. I resolved to control my temper and not let him get on my nerves. After all, he was only a dumb animal. Then I heard a familiar crunching, smacking sound and looked around to see Question munching on one of his eternal wafers. He noticed me looking at him and said, "Oh, I'm sorry. Would you care for a wafer?" I said, "Thanks." He held out a half of a wafer, and I smiled and reached out for it. In a flash, he flipped the wafer back in his mouth and shook my hand all in one motion, munched a few times, swallowed loudly, and belched. It was at that moment that I decided that Question must die. Once again, I saw the great dome levitating gardens floating in the vastness of the mothership sky, and immediately noticed that something was different about them. Then it dawned on me. What I was now witnessing was winter in the gardens. Except for the evergreens, the trees were devoid of leaves, the earth was blanketed with snow, the stream was frozen over, and the roofs of the little houses were blanketed with snow. Little lights shone in the windows, and a small herd of deer moved through the teeny trees. If I were closer, I'm sure that all things would appear normal-sized instead of like snow in a glass bubble from such a distance. Obviously,
The seasonal changes inside the gardens were controlled technologically, and I wondered if the beings who lived in the gardens were aware of this. Surely, if God would look down upon the earth, it would appear like this. For a fleeting moment, I was struck with a trembling chill at the implication of it all. I remember looking back at the earth from deep space and thinking how small and fragile it looked. In a lesser sense, the earth is only a self-contained levitating guarding on a larger scale than the ones aboard the great mothership, and if I had possession of a single Beavian whispercraft or saucer, I could easily dictate my wishes to all of humanity, and they would have no choice but to obey. No, if there's one thing I know for certainty, it's that the Beavians are telling the truth when they say they have no desire to conquer the earth. While mankind is preoccupied with building what they call the Star Wars defense umbrella in space, they don't realize that even if such a system were possible at this time, which it is not, it would only serve to assure an attack from those who could not afford to allow its implementation. For those who haven't witnessed the awesome power possessed by those aliens, it would be very difficult, if not impossible, to imagine just what a single sentinel globe could do if employed above Earth's stratosphere, with instructions to enslave mankind to the wishes of the controllers. Such an instrument could be programmed to take out a city or a certain parking meter, an entire missile installation, or to explode a cigarette lighter in a certain soldier's shirt pocket. The Sentinel could be programmed to incinerate every organism on the continent of Australia, or to cook a slice of toast in Chicago. Just imagine what the world would become if control of such a weapon would fall into the hands of man. Let us be thankful that the Beavians are the ones who possess the technology instead of Saddam Hussein or George Bush. It is no accident that the aliens have chosen not to socially interact with the governing factions of this planet. It would be suicide. I must admit that it bothers me to know that similarly destructive technology is also possessed by the Toxicians and quite possibly the Screed, not to mention the less intimidating Dorians and Neptunians. I have been told that none of the intelligent species aboard the mothership has any designs upon the earth which involve conquest of any sort. I believe this, not because I believe the aliens to be endowed with any great saintly qualities, but because I know that if such had been their desire, they could easily have accomplished this long ago. Also, I believe Tan when he tells me that such actions are against the celestial directive. If a Beavian should read our Constitution and believe its words, then they would no doubt attribute to man the most noble of attributes. But we know different, don't we? In actuality, the factors of freedom and equality plays little part in the applied policies of our society, and indeed in the world as a whole. So I can sleep peacefully at night in the knowledge that we need not fear the beings from the stars. And what about the beings in the levitating gardens? I've never seen a single Beavian enter or leave these gardens. Could it be that the beings within are not aware of the true dimensions of their world? Do they believe that the world does not reach beyond the impassable glass shield of the sky dome that covers them? Or do they voluntarily choose to live in the gardens because they are similar to their home planets? Are they Beavian, Dorian, hybrids, humans, or some other form of intelligent life? The question concerning those mysterious gardens are endless, and at this point I do not have the answers. On this trip, I did get a chance to ride aboard one of the inner ship's shuttles and pass within perhaps half a mile of one of the gardens, close enough to see the deer and recognize them as a species indistinguishable from certain deer on Earth. The living structures, as far as I could tell, were identical to some homes on Earth. I never did see one of the garden dwellers close up, so I still cannot say exactly what manner of species they are. After a rather extensive tour of parts of the great mothership that I had never visited before, Tan took me into a large chamber, which was practically dark, and he said, "Martin, close your eyes, close your eyes." I did so, and after a long moment he said, "Now open them," which I did. The magnificent vista that assailed my eyes nearly took my breath away.
I heard Tan say, "Behold, Biave." For all intents and purposes, I was standing on the planet Biave. I stood on a rolling meadow, a carpet of bluegrass, really blue, which was in full bloom with fragrant purple, orange, red, yellow, and green wildflowers. There were also many shades of blue blossoms. The flowers were being harvested by golden honeybees with iridescent pinkish red heads. The bees were larger than the earth variety, being about the size of your big toe, and their wing beat was more relaxed in pace. Butterflies of all descriptions created a kaleidoscope of casually moving color. Some's wingspans easily was a foot wide, while others were the teeny purple variety. I couldn't even begin to describe all the marvelous colors of the butterflies, for the wing colors ran from shiny black to blue dapple with pink, red sprinkled with yellow, gold, orange, yellow, flaming red, iridescent, etc. I saw the Biavian version of the hummingbird, and I chuckled at his seemingly slow wing beats. Beautiful. Forward of me, I saw the multicolored Biavian forest stretching away to the slope of a truly majestic gray-purple, pink-hued mountain range, whose peaks were lost in the billowing white clouds. Off to my right was a grove of fruit trees, which, for want of a better description, I will call apples. Certainly the fruit of these trees was identical in shape to apples, except that it was as large as small pumpkins and purplish red in color. The leaves of these trees were canary yellow with red veins, while the trunks of the trees were golden brown with shades of green and pink. Down the sloping meadow to my left was a slow-moving, crystal-clear river lined with trees of various colors. Occasionally a large gold, silver, black, or green fish would leap from the water and hang suspended in the air before splashing loudly back into the depths. Near the closer bank of the river, I saw a number of children and several adults. The kids were cute and obviously of mixed alien origins. I noted that the adults were human, of the earth variety, and I saw one lovely lady who looked familiar to me. I couldn't remember her name, but I know that she was a pilot back during Lindbergh's time. She had not aged at all. There were about a dozen children there, and they were doing what children do everywhere, playing. In my fascination at it all, I had forgotten that Tan was there with me all the while, so it startled me a bit when he spoke. "Martin, is Biave not beautiful?" "Yes, Tan, it's beautiful. See there, Martin, of the children, 6 are of your seed." And I said, "No shit, which ones?" He then proceeded to point out to me 3 boys and 3 girls who are the offspring of my sexual experiences aboard the mothership back in 1964. As I looked closely at the children, their characteristics became apparent. The children were somewhat shorter in stature than Earth children of comparable age. Their heads were noticeably larger, and the eyes were wide-set, rather large, expressive. They all had hair, though it was thin and fragile. The noses were small but well-formed. The mouths were small and doll-like, and the children apparently had the power of verbal speech. The ears were notably small in relation to the head size, and the chins were small but firm, giving the face an egg shape. The hands possessed the 5 fingers of the human and were long and of the classic sort. The length of the arms was a bit longer than usual, but not grotesquely so, like the pureblood Biavians. The feet were good size, but not as splayed or as flat as the purebloods. If you have seen the drawings of those adorable little kids with the large eyes, you have a good idea about how these kids look to me. Strange, but undeniably cute. One of the boys was busy stacking geometrically formed crystal play blocks using the power of telekinesis. One of the little girls was playing with a flock of butterflies. This would not have been so unusual had it not been for the fact that she seemed to be literally controlling the flight pattern of the butterflies in response to her hand gestures. The butterflies flew in various formations, forming circles, crosses, etc. Upon querying Tan about these things, he explained to me in this manner. It seems that the offsprings of human and Biavians and other aliens are naturally endowed with neurological powers which are not generally possessed by the pureblood alien or human. For some reason, the powers of telekinesis, levitation, and who knows what all are often greatly pronounced in these offspring.
Perhaps it is because the aliens have lost the ability to dream, to escape into fantasy. Perhaps they are devoid of all of the flippant elements which are characteristics of the still evolving human. Without a doubt, the aliens find these hybrids fascinating, but not so much so that they would allow them into the mainstream of Biavian society. I understand that the humans and hybrids on Biave are segregated to a geographical location which is away from the alien metropolises. This is done for the protection and well-being of the aliens as well as the hybrids. One can only speculate what might happen if the mixed bloods should ever gain widespread access to all of the awesome technology of their hosts. We might safely guess that these beings, who are in most cases more genetically human than alien, would no doubt retain many of the pure human psychological characteristics. And we know that humans are prone by nature to anger, greed, envy, pride, etc. Such emotions simply could not be permitted to run unchecked among the docile host. Tan said as much, but in different words. Instead of voicing the probable negative aspects of such things, he seemed to take relish in pointing out the marvelous freedoms offered to the new Biavians. For instance, the new Biavians, according to Tan, could walk for 10 days in any direction and not come into contact with a pure Biavian settlement. Their sphere of habitation includes rivers, lakes, parks, forests, hills, mountains, valleys, fruit groves, video screens, horses, dogs, and all of the amenities which the most prosperous of humans beings enjoys on earth. So the apples are purple. What the heck? You want to skydive or water ski? You got it. Want to camp out, horseback ride, or fly fish? You got it. Want to do a 5-year space vacation? You got it. Plus, you will live for literally thousands of years while remaining sexually virile and disease-free. While the world of the new Biavians has some restrictions, they are certainly not imprisoned by a long shot. As I stood there and scanned the living vista before me, I can only say that no description I could possibly give you of the seeming reality of the experience would suffice. The outpouring of love that I felt while looking at my offspring caused me to shed soggy tears. I could clearly hear the squeals and laughter of the children, feel the texture of the grass beneath my slippers. I could smell the river and the wildflowers and the over-ripened fragrance of wild fallen fruit. I felt the Biavian breeze on my face and heard the rustle of the leaves as well as the drone of the honeybees, the splash of the playful fish, and the call of distant birds. The shadows of the clouds passing overhead moved lazily across the meadow. It was midday, and I felt an overwhelming urge to just run over and join the kids and the rest of the people and just refuse to return. But before the urge overtook me, the scene began to fade out, and presently I was back in the large circular chamber aboard the great mothership, with Tan and Nella in question standing beside me. I asked, "Tan, is it real?" Being still somewhat choked up. "Yes, Martin, it is quite real." "Will I ever get to meet my kids in person?" I asked. "Yes, Martin, you will, providing you survive the dangers of your earthly mothers." In explanation, he informed me that the Biavians are no longer allowed to interfere in the destinies of man. However, it was known that an element among the fellow wayfarers, which I took to mean the Targs, and said as much, which he didn't deny or confirm, did not feel that I should be allowed such access to the sites of the mothership of such close interrelationship with the aliens in general. But this sentiment on the part of the Targs applies to all human contactees. I suppose that their opinion of human beings holds some merit in the sense that nearly every contactee in the past has used any information gained to try to cleave out a demagoguery for themselves on the earth, or to add to or embellish incomplete information. However, I was told that, be that as it may, I was under the protection of the Biavians, and that the Targsicians would be restrained from physically harassing me, providing I never invited their contact through my own wish and concern. Unfortunately, they neglected to tell me that the Targs might be able to telepathically influence the minds of other people who might do me harm. I'm certain that these unseen influences have been at work, especially since my decision to renew my knowledge of the aliens after my last contact on December 27, 1987. Too many things have transpired which do not fit into the natural order of things. Of course,
Any attempt to explain these happenstances to the average person would be futile. Even the person who has been telepathically influenced against you, although unable to explain the source of the sentiment or its justification, would still, in most cases, pursue these actions. So I am never surprised at a broken trust, the double crosses, and the clandestine intrigues mounted against me. I know such things to be real, as I have suffered the definite measurable effects of them. My only defense against such hindrances is to remain aloof and free of close relationships. Remaining a lone eagle and a free, unattached spirit is no complete assurance against the wrath of the Tarks, but it helps. Now, don't get me wrong. The privacy thing is not a psychosis. I'm certainly not schizoid. But I can easily see why some people who have been contacted and who have been so treated would have become so. It is a fact that some former abductees have ended up in asylums. Before you allude to the words of Shakespeare, who said, "Methinks thou protest too much," in defense of my mental stability, I will only say that my life's experiences on the whole have not lent themselves to giving sway to fear, and I'm not about to be intimidated by or live in mortal fear of a bunch of lizards, because I am, perhaps, the only human being living who knows how to hurt them, and I can teach you how to do it, too, should you ever find yourself in their presence. The first 3 days aboard the great mothership were spent in visiting parts of it I hadn't seen before, and holding long conversations with my friend Tan. When I had last visited the mothership 11 years ago at the age of 18, I had spent half of the time in the Hyborian garden, along the halls of frozen suspension, along the upper causeway, and in the chamber of love, where I spent 3 days procreating with a number of hybrid Adian females. But on this visit, I was taken to see some of the central lower levels of the great eggs. What these aliens have accomplished in robotics is nothing short of mind-boggling. From an area above an operating room, I had the chilling pleasure of watching a neurosurgeon robot perform a brain operation, and the actual operation couldn't have taken any more than 10 minutes tops. Using lasers, the machine worked swiftly and silently, never paused a second in the intricacies of its task. Immediately after the operation, the patient got up and literally walked away toward the recovery room. I was told that he would return to full duty in about 24 hours. Other robots were busy making what appeared to be microchips and other tiny electrical parts in a purified enclosed atmosphere, while others did things that required intense heat, but not on the scale of a steel mill. The parts they were making were small and individual. What fascinated me so was that the fabrication of one of these pieces required dozens of processes and literally thousands of geometric moves. There were robots that cut diamonds and wore invisible nets using super-thin strands of gold and platinum. I have spoken of small globes, or light spears, that darted about the docking area and other areas of the ship, seemingly under their own power. What their task was, I do not know, but I had the unforgettable opportunity of seeing one of the globes actually being fabricated by a specialized robot. The robot and its fabrication materials were encased in a large bathysphere-shaped metal module. The interior of the chamber was a pure vacuum. The inner atmosphere was alive with jagged blue-white fingers of electrical charges. The robot was shaped like a half loaf of bread with a dozen arms protruding from it, and so complicated was the machine that each of the arms seemed to be performing a unique function, and it continually levitated about the chamber, ever busy. First the robot bombarded a piece which seemed to be composed of some kind of metal, which had been incorporated into some kind of crystal. The piece looked somewhat like a child's play jack, only with more arms or points. The piece was set into a spinning motion, rose into the air, and stood there suspended. The robot then took a superheated wad of some kind of material so bright it nearly blinded me with its brilliance, and placed the glowing wad in a cavity of the outer chest of mid-body. Presently, it started to feed the material out in a very fine glass thread, which started to circle the suspended spinning piece. And as it did so, the globe began to form. The entire process took about 30 minutes, but I was told that some of the more complicated and finer spun globes could take many hours or even days to fabricate.
A Stagian scientist sat in a soft blue chamber nearby, silently, programming information into the individual globes and possibly the robot also. When the process was finished, the globe took on a life of its own and zipped away to begin its programmed function. Fascinating. Tan told me that the globes are used for a number of purposes. Some are used for planetary reconnaissance or to protect manned ships. Some are used for returning information to and from the home planets, while yet others are utilized to travel back in time to record certain incidents. I'm sure that the globes have many more applications that I wasn't told of. Alien in-ship shuttlecraft, as well as the large interplanetary ships, do break down, because I saw a number of them undergoing repairs in the landing zone and the in-ship shuttles in an area deep within the ship. Also, I had a chance to see the chamber of the sleepers, where literally hundreds of BRVians lay in a kind of suspension. They were lined up in neat rows, resting on levitating translucent slabs, and were being watched over and cared for by a number of quietly mobile robots. I was told that an individual's sleep span might last 100 years or just a few days. We didn't go into the in-depth reason for the varied sleep spans, but I was told that the dreams were recorded. As far as I know, the BRVians are not troubled with any uncontrollable diseases. However, their lack of sickness, while being wonderful on the one hand, can be a deadly affliction on the other, because it makes them easily susceptible to the many kinds of natural and unnatural infectious organisms they will be exposed to from new life forms. Even though the aliens visit Earth, they don't drink the water or breathe the air. And as I think back, I realize that even though I saw thousands of extraterrestrials of various origins, I never came within touching distance of any but Tan, Nella, and Question, and the hybrid females. Apparently, those who were near me have somehow been inoculated against my germs. Of course, there was always the decontamination stage I went through with each contact. So in spite of all the things I did and the places I visited aboard the mothership, I was still kept in a kind of subtle isolation. I'm sure it was for my protection as well as theirs. Even with all these extraordinary precautions, I am told that infections of some kind still manages to slip through on occasion. Did I tell you about the universal drink that was served to me? It looked like a glass of pink lemonade, but at first it tasted flat, or had no flavor at all. When I mentioned this to Tan, he told me to simply think of any flavor I was familiar with. So I recalled the taste of strawberry soda, and immediately the liquid took on the color and taste of strawberry soda. There's no limitations on the number of flavors that the liquid could mimic. Your own imagination was the only limitation. After that, I would create wines or beer. And once I did a pretty good imitation of good corn whiskey. Question kept bugging me for a taste. So I created a glass of vinegar for him. He took a sip and spit it out and said, "No wonder you motherfuckers are an endangered species." Tan also liked the taste of my creations. According to him, this was his way of experiencing the human taste. He looked silly sitting there with his little glass straw waiting to get a sip of my next creation. For the sake of science, and as a proud representative of my species, I immediately set about creating all the various flavors of alcoholic beverages I had ever imbibed, most of which were of the cheap, hard, or illegal variety. In a short span, all three of us were duly zonked to the slobber factor. I saw Tan's big head bobbing and bet Question that his awesome melon would flip him over in 6 more bobs. He lasted about 4 before flipping backwards. His little feet went up, and we thought this was funny as hell. The last thing I remember before waking up with a dry mouth was attempting to order a full barrel of the liquid so that I could turn it into Napoleon brandy. Apparently the robots didn't know what I was talking about or failed to fill my order before I passed out. Strangely, I didn't feel any great hangover effects. Tan never asked to sip my drinks again, but Question kept trying to get me to taste a lake in the Hyborian garden and zap one up. I explained to him how ridiculous and irresponsible an act that would be, and expressed my shame at his shameful gluttony. Anyway, I had already tried the waterfall at the lake, and it didn't work. Onward into this visit, I spent approximately 3 days counseling or teaching the human experience to an entire circular auditorium full of Biavians and composing mind music. The teaching sessions were held in this manner. Of course, all Biavians are telepathic, and this is their primary method of communication. However, the vast majority of the Biavians have never had any direct contact or social intercourse with humans. Secondly, all Biavians cannot easily communicate telepathically with the average human, and few have actually experienced the human emotions and sensations, as Tan has through me. As a result, the average Biavian has little idea of the true emotional, cultural, and spiritual level of the human being. Instead, perhaps they tend to view humans as just another mammalian biped animal who possesses the rudiments of technological promise. So in order to convey my meaning to the mass before me, it was necessary for me to funnel the message through Tan. If he comprehended it, he then passed the message and our emotion along to the crowd. Most of the time, it would take a little while for one or two among them to get it. Then these few would pass it along to their peers, and the rippling effect soon encompassed the whole host. There was much head bobbing and foot shuffling, and it doesn't matter what the subject matter is. The whole thing I thought was really stupid, because you could say just any old thing, and they would take it and blow it all out of proportion. For instance, never get your nuts caught in a bear trap. Now, wouldn't you say that was stupid? Then me in question would just crack up laughing, and after a while they would all be shaking and bobbing. Then question would say something like, "What a bunch of dickheads," which would set us all off again. It was fun. They never wanted to know about politics, religion, prejudices, etc. They seemed satisfied with just picking up the human emotions as I conveyed them. I must admit that it was fun. On this trip, I also learned that the aliens are capable of video recording human dreams. They demonstrated this by recording my dreams and showing some of them back to me. They are also capable of beaming images into the dreams of people on Earth. For those former abductees who remain consciously unaware of their experience, the aliens, for reasons of their own, sometimes beam images into these people's dreams. I suspect that may be the aliens' way of sensitizing those people to places, beings, and situations that they will physically experience in the future when the time comes for the great airlift. Also, dream probes may be another way of learning more of the human experience. As I stopped to think about it, I realized that the aliens probably recorded all of my dreams while I was in their presence, and have no doubt recorded some of my dreams down here through the years. Wouldn't it be marvelous if we had the dream technology here on Earth? When I asked Tan how long had they had the dream penetration technology, he said that it was possible for 50,000 years as we measure time. The possibilities of the application of such a technology are astronomical, and I can easily see how it could be abused or corrupted were it to fall into the hands of man. Just before my departure from the mothership in 1975, I spoke for an hour or so without interruption to the assembly, and though I do not consider myself a great orator, I am proud of this parting speech I gave. Near the end of my oration, I became choked up with emotion and near tears, and then I heard questions say, somebody get my boots, somebody get my boots. Still, I went on to complete my speech after being so rudely interrupted by this deplorable animal. Yet before I boarded the whispercraft, I attempted one last time to say goodbye and to express my sadness at parting from my friend Question, to which he said, "Cut the crap, Slim, and get the fuck off of my egg." As we boarded the saucer, I said, "Tan, okay, I'll go back and save the world and all that good stuff, just so I can get the opportunity to return to the mothership and choke the shit out of that beaver." Judging from the sleep cycle and other experiences, I estimate that I spent at least 9 days aboard the mothership. Yet when I returned to the camp in Maryland and my pissed-off band members, I found that only 3 days Earth time had passed since my disappearance or departure.
just an example of the time warp factor. Update 2007, Chapter 9, Eastern Shore, Maryland, 1975. In 1975, I had grown up in body and maturity. I had also, I'm sure, become wiser. At that age, I was better able to appreciate the alien technologies and the awesome fantasia of the great mothership. I had become less wild and more grounded in my thought processes and actions. I had lived through a bare-knuckle fight career, whose duration spanned several years, and survived a few mortal scrapes with imminent danger. I was astute enough to thank the Creator for another day of life, as should we all. While I had earlier more or less accepted anything the ETs told me, on that occasion I found it necessary to question every aspect of the experience. It was no longer just telling me something without explaining the why of it all. To his credit, Tan readily complied with my queries. Tan, yes, friend Martin, tell me truthfully, are you little motherfuckers planning on zooming in and blowing up shit and taking over the government and stuff? Tan answered, friend Martin, such a trivial action would not be prudent or logical. For I tell you truly that the human species is but one among the many lesser inhabited bodies in the Milky Way galaxy alone. True, we find you quite fascinating to observe, yet indeed you are a magnificent study in aberrant psychology. In other words, we are a bunch of crazy motherfuckers. Yes, this is partially true, meaning that they are holding out hope that a reasonable and good in humanity shall prevail over the negative. Over time, they convince me that they have no intentions of harming us. Don't get me wrong. I did not come to this conclusion easily. I was always looking for the cosmic lie or the general deception. I never found or felt it. As I've said before, the human genome can easily be duplicated with the aliens' technology. However, they cannot duplicate your memories, your experiences, your joys or sadness. To study the human experience requires earthborn humans, good or bad, the ecosystems and the vast arrays of life forms and their survival modems, and the study thereof is quite fascinating to the aliens, the Neptunians, the water people, Dorians, Biavians, the reptile togs, and the screed insectilians all have a stake here. For instance, there are a number of planets out there where the reptiles or insects alone are in the unique controllers or positions of those planets. Any warm-blooded life forms have long since been hunted to extinction. Therefore, there's little diversity there to study, unlike the Earth, which boasts a cornucopia of life forms to study. They also find the study of disembodied spirits or deceased humans and animals quite fascinating. There are many aspects of the human equation that makes for marvelous research. There's a certain criteria that must be met before a planetary body can develop and sustain cognizant life form. During its journey out from the center of the Big Bang, the space body must be composed of a nucleus of hard materials, that is, rocks, metals, and certain chemicals. It must be able to acquire enough hydrogen atoms to form a thick sheet of ice over its surface. Next, it must be caught in the gravitational pull of a star or sun. Its orbit must not be too far out from the sun, lest it remain locked in ice, nor can it be too close to that sun, lest all moisture be boiled away, leaving a burnt, sterile body. At the optimum distance from the sun, the UV rays will slowly melt the ice, which will ultimately create the oceans, lakes, and rivers of the body. Certain chemicals will leach into those waters, and wayward meteors will smash
into that body, bringing some of the building blocks of life with them. Condensation of the waters will form clouds of fresh, unsalted water. Positive and negative particles in the atmosphere will create electromagnetic agitation, resulting in lightning. The lightning bolts will hit and agitate the nucleic acids in the water. Upwelling gases will ultimately form the ozone shield around the planet, holding in the virginal atmosphere. Lightning-fed electronic bursts will cause certain near organic bodies in the ocean soup to come alive and start to move. Differing carbon-based organisms will start to attract one another and form what would eventually become distinct species or creatures. By and by, some among those new species would gain their sight, only to crawl from the turbulent waters, gasping for air, then ultimately looking upon the heavens from whence they came. Bear in mind, when one considers the vastness of space across the Milky Way galaxy alone, the happenstance of planet-bearing cognizant life forms is very rare. The Biavians had to travel across some 450 light-years of space to get here. However, their technology is such until they can cross that distance in roughly 4.5 years as we measure time, which means that they can travel 100 times the speed of light. Yet, I have learned that there are even greater technologies somewhere out there. Oh, what wonders have yet to be seen, and what miraculous things shall yet unfold. In reality, just like me, you are but a weary traveler on a journey here through space and time. We are experiencing just another grade in the cosmic schools of life. Let us learn something, this time, grasshoppers. It has come to pass that I am presently doing 2 major broadcasts on Sirius Satellite Radio and on the Artist First World radio program, which is accessed via computer, which means that for the first time my voice is being heard to the 4 corners of the planet. I consider it a fortunate and timely circumstance, as this is the most crucial period in the human equation. It is by your scrutiny, judgment, and good graces that my information shall be accepted or dismissed. I sincerely hope that you will lean towards the former. In perusing the archives of the Biavians aboard the great mothership out near Saturn, I was over time able to rudimentarily study the social structures and models of some 50 other intelligent bearing planets. Unfortunately, time would not permit me to study each one at length. Someday I hope to have a chance to do an extensive study of each one. I did learn that some kind of God's head belief system seems to be almost universal among the differing species. Even the reptilian Targs seems to pay some kind of religious deference to some great mythical winged serpent. There seems to be an innate psychic need for cognizant beings to believe in something greater than themselves, and humans are no exception. In the archives, I saw beings on one planet out there, silver-hued of skin, who had a symbiotic relationship with a great red, blue, and gold raptor bird species. They carried a bow and arrow quiver slung across the back and wore a kind of loincloth and sewn moccasins like footwear. They were able to call the great birds with a small flute instrument and then mount the creature. The birds seemed to be their main means of long-distance transport. The great birds seemed to also serve them as compatriots on hunts and in times of war. Creatures as large as bovines were taken, and the entrails were fed to the birds. Apparently, they had to steal one fertile egg from the wild raptor nest, which usually contained 3 or 4 eggs. This was no easy feat, and many pilferers lost their lives in the process. The egg would be artificially incubated by the owner, who played his flute to the egg as it matured to hatching stage. The infant raptor would imprint upon the caretaker and would usually remain his sidekick for the entire lifespan of the bird. No one but the caretaker could handle him. Someday, time willing, I shall tell you much more of the sociology and lifetimes of the many living planets I witnessed in the Biavian archives. But then, that would be a complete novel unto itself. Tan was there to answer all of my questions concerning those far-flung life forms. I discovered that the factor of peaceful coexistence among some celestial species is not universally practiced. Some are just as foolish as us in their quest to destroy their enemies. You see, it is true that some among us do possess angelic qualities, as I am discovering. Thus, I truly believe that there is hope for the ascension of humankind. Because of my broadcast exposure, I am meeting truly remarkable people all around the earth. I consider that I am blessed. The Biavians are able to dematerialize and to rematerialize you from a distance at will. I know because they performed the procedure on me in Maryland in 1975. I took note of it, and it led me to conclude that this is a method of matter overcoming the speed of light factor. Physical matter can be broken down or separated into subatomic, faster-than-light particles. This state of being can be maintained for extended periods of time. In the midst of this faster-than-light transition, you will perceive yourself as being whole, though you are not. Occasionally, you will begin to visually become translucent, only to stabilize again shortly. You will feel the almost sensual vibrations of the experience. Occasionally, you will be frozen in motion for a long moment. Then you may momentarily become elongated. Your thought processes may sometimes take a little while to catch up with you. Totally weird shit with a kick-ass matrix. The great Stangian scientists are believed to be on the verge of cracking the code of being able to utilize the bent space string matrix of intergalactic time warp jump. I am told that they have managed to send unmanned probes through the ether, yet they have not yet learned to track them to their destination. So the question remains, 100 times the speed of light is slowpoke stuff, considering the awesome distance that must be negotiated between galaxies. The debunkers would have you to believe that your eyes, your cameras, some astronauts, air traffic controllers, radar operators, thousands in Mexico City and Phoenix, policemen, priests, and all citizens are fools who cannot discern what they have witnessed. If you wanted to scrutinize most of these debunkers, you would no doubt have to pry their noses out of the asses of the governmental masters. I'm not saying that all perceived sightings are real. What if 90% are mistaken? Then what about the remaining 10% that cannot be dismissed? I submit to you that I know what a bird, a shooting star, or a fucking airplane looks like. These visitors are real. They are flesh and blood, skin and bone. I know what they feel and smell like. This knowledge I hold was not learned in a country school 50 years ago. If you think that I have achieved this level of awareness through delusion, then come forth and debunk me. Be you scientist or layman, and I will cease to speak further on the subject. I am firmly convinced that the Biavians have been grooming me for this time for most of my life. I could not have dreamed or hoped that I would one day be doing two worldwide radio broadcasts. Apparently, these broadcasts are well received by the listening public. Indeed, I can now count every race among the bearers of my mystic symbols. These are the circular configurations that the aliens downloaded into my brain in 1975. If someone had told you 100 years ago that you would be able to communicate around the earth with a handheld object smaller than a cigarette pack, you no doubt would have laughed at them. I tell you that this year, 2007, will prove conclusively to the whole world that we have visitors in our skies, which are obviously not of this world. Do not be alarmed, For I tell you with conviction that you have nothing to fear from these outer world visitors. You may say, and rightfully so, Riley, in your broadcast you have said that possibly as many as 39 species of ETs have visited and may yet be visiting Earth. How do you know that some of them you don't know personally aren't here to take over the planet? My answer is that, aside from the words of Tan, that this is not so, I also use common deduction. I know that aliens have been visiting Earth for all of recorded history. By recorded, I mean everything from Neolithic cave drawings to hieroglyphics recordings. Yet, our historians, archaeologists, and theologians make no allowances for this possibility. Understand that I am in no way attempting to dissuade any person from their religious beliefs. I am simply trying to broaden the comprehension of their reality horizons. One must not believe that the earth was the center of the universe. Once most believed this. Also that the earth was flat and that the sun and moon revolved around the earth. These concepts made sense to the people of the time because it appeared plausible. Yet advancement in the sciences, the open-minded proved that the truth of this matter, like so, must also be prepared to accept the reality of other intelligent life forms out there. God made them too, okay? I did not create these visitors in the sky, nor did I send for them. Yet I know for sure that they are here. I don't know exactly why they chose me or why they have chosen to befriend me, yet it is so. So then, I set about to learn as much of them as I possibly can and their motivation. This is the information that I am passing on to you, so that when you meet them, you will already know much of their personality and intentions. End of chapter 9. Chapter 9. Chapter 9.
Chapter 10. The Targ Terror, May 1988. I've spoken of the Targicians before, and my personal opinion of them is for the most part negative. I base this opinion upon what I have learned of them and their actions toward man in the past, as well as upon a personal and chilling experience I had with these creatures in the recent past. Like the Biavians, the Targs also communicate telepathically and are capable of conversing with humans. I know this because I personally conversed with the Targ via long-range telepathy in 1988, not long after my last visit with the Biavians on 27 December 1987. Tan has always been rather close-mouthed about the present-day activities of the Targs. However, over the years, I did manage to glean a certain amount of information on them during the course of many conversations. I learned that a major blackout of the East Coast some years back was caused by a huge charge of electrons which were emitted from a Targ ship's malfunctioning fusion core. The Targs are carnivorous, as opposed to the vegetarian Biavians, and do on occasion supplement their diet by taking living animals from Earth. I learned that the Targs have been reprimanded for taking domestic animals such as sheep, cows, and occasionally horses, removing the blood and some internal organs, and then leaving the carcasses around for the owners to find. Understand that the Targs weren't reprimanded for taking a few animals here and there, but for leaving them where they could be found. This is a no-no. Wild animals are also taken, but those carcasses are rarely found by people. Generally, when an animal is killed or dies, the carcass is swiftly consumed by predators, insects, and natural processes. The creatures that have been harvested by the aliens have a slower deterioration rate. The scavengers tend to leave them alone. I'm just guessing, but do you think that the slow deterioration could be due to the radiation used by the aliens to decontaminate them, and that scavengers bypass them because of the Targ scent that remains with the animal? As I've explained before, the Togs come in several forms that I know of. The original form is that of an outright lizard, which stands approximately 5 feet tall, and whose skin appears to be scaly and may be gray-blue in color. The eyes are prominent and reptilian in appearance. The hands are long, thin, and claw-like. Small notches are noticeable down the neck and spinal column, and the whole upper body tends to lean forward when he walks. The mouth is thin-lipped and wide, with small, sharp teeth. Another form of Tog, a hybrid, could pass for Oriental or perhaps Hispanic humans. They are short, 5 feet, sallow white skin, black hair, with a vampire peak in front, and they tend to dress in black suits that appear to be made by humans. I believe that there is a third kind of Tog, which is very huge, but I cannot swear to this, as I have not seen such a creature with my own eyes. I do know that the Togs are born from eggs, and that they have been among the Earth's visitors for thousands of years. As to any genetic crossbreeding between Togs and humans, I have no proof or confirmation from Tan. However, the white-skinned, black-haired beings in the dark suits tend to suggest that there is some form of biological intercourse between the Togs and humans. Yet, even if the Togs haven't biologically crossed with humans, I am certain that the aliens have physical contact with human beings. The Togs are more secretive in their wish to avoid discovery of their activities upon the earth. In the past, certain people who saw things, or perhaps were abducted, have been visited by some mysterious men dressed in black, who literally sought to warn or scare them out of attempting to reveal what they know, and with some success, I might add. It is known that electrical motors and appliances may experience shutdown or blowout when an alien ship passes near. This anomaly is typical of Biavian, Tog, and Dorian craft, but tends to be more pronounced in Tog ships than in others. From what I've lately learned of other abductees, it seems that most of them tend to look upon their abductions as a horrifying experience. Yet very few of them have any recollections of the pain or ill treatment in the physical sense from the aliens. However, some people have suffered scars and other physical complications as a result of the decontamination, radiation, and physical examination processes of the Togs. Unlike the Biavians, the Togs seem unfeeling in their dealings with human beings. I believe this is because Togs really don't look upon humans in the same manner as do the Biavians. They may see humans only as experimental objects and not attribute any spiritual qualities to them. I can imagine what a terrifying experience it would be for a person to suddenly find themselves in the clutches of these cold creatures. Some abductees have complained of having been probed with huge needles or having their skin and blood samples taken from their bodies. Women have complained of missing ovaries or aborted pregnancies and other medical complications, all as a result of having come into contact with these aliens. In my opinion, the Biavians are light years ahead of the Togs in human feeling and public relations. I get the distinct impression that the Biavians don't hold any great affection for the Togs either. When I was leaving the mothership in 1975, I passed close to a Tog V-wing craft that was still humming, and I noted that the ship had wads of some fine material on its hull and landing gear that looked similar to spider webs. I grabbed a bit of it in my hand, and it slowly melted away. Also from the open hatch or rampway of the V-wing ship, I saw and smelled a kind of humid fog coming from within, indicating to me that the interior atmosphere of the ship was warm, damp, and humid. There was a kind of orange glow emanating from within the ship, as opposed to the soft blue interior of the Biavian saucers. The Togs also make use of robotics, but I don't think that their technology comes near that of the Biavians. For example, I saw a Tog maintenance robot working on a ship. The machine seemed aged and worn, and a Tog was standing near it with what appeared to be a remote control unit. The Tog ships were not as clean, unmarred, or as smoothly constructed as the Biavian ships. The power drive of their ships is louder than that of the Biavian ships.
The only other alien technology which comes close to matching that of the Biavians in sleekness and beauty is that of the Dorians. However, the Dorians seem to do a great deal of their own work manually, while I've never seen a Biavian do much of a manual nature. I once saw a number of Dorians sitting in a R&R area, and they were retrieving their meals and drinks from dispensers around the wall. The Biavians have only to think of what they want, and almost immediately the desired object or material appears borne silently on a levitating disk. The Biavians are the least physically imposing among all of the intelligent life forms. However, I have no doubt that these diminutive figures are the preeminent power force over them all. Yet, when it comes to the factor of actual physical danger to humans from an extraterrestrial source, the Tarks are the most likely perpetrators. It may also be noted that in the history of man, the Tarks have not always remained an unknown quantity. Even while the Biavian gods were taking mates from among the daughters of man, there were other groups of men who also gained a kind of civilized prominence that was more violent and warlike in its context. It will be found that all of these groups, no matter their geographical origins, have a common persuasion. They all worship the snake, the crocodile, or some other reptile, just as a number of Biavians escaped the destruction of Mu or Atlantis. So did a few Tarxicians, and while the Tark survivors may not have had the technology to accomplish crossbreeding with man, they did have the tech magic to influence and control the rise and directions of some cultures. This worldwide worship of the reptile or the dragon is no fluke or coincidence. And what of the Neptunians? As far as I can learn, some Neptunians did survive and continued to people the undersea installations beneath the oceans of the planet. The offspring of the original Nemons still survive even unto this day. No doubt they are visited on a regular basis by wayfarers from home and are sometimes seen doing so by lone ships or passing aircraft. It gives us cause to wonder about the many mermaid legends which have been told by sailors down through the ages. I know for a fact that the Biavians sometimes visit undersea bases, and it never occurred to me to ask just who was maintaining these underwater bases, but who would be better suited for the job than the Neptunians. Once I saw an open atlas representation of the Earth in the chamber aboard the mothership, and upon the map were the pin light indicators which I believe pinpointed the locations of alien bases on this planet. I noticed that a blue light indicator showed a location off the southeast coast of Florida, another off the northeast coast of Florida, a third due east of central East Florida. There was a red indicator for the North Pole and a yellow indicator for the South Pole. There was another blue indicator in Central Africa and another blue off the southern tip of Africa, a yellow in Central Australia, a red in northeastern Russia, a blue in northern China, and a few other points. Oh yes, I saw a triangle representative of a pyramid in Egypt, the Americas, and Europe. There were other indicator symbols dotting virtually the entire planet, but I could not consume all of the information. Whether the Biavian language also consists of recognizable symbols, I can't say. However, there are some symbols I saw from time to time, and all of these symbols were connected to the Biavians. They consisted of 7-pointed stars, ankhs, the fish sign, the H sign, 7 globes tied together, and various other configurations that were indicative of the Biavians. And following that, I saw symbols connected to the Tarxicians. One most notably was the great winged serpent on the great door of the Tarxician part of the great mothership, and various other symbols that they posted around or either on their uniforms and what have you. The Dorians also had symbols of their own, of the lightning flashes and the stars and things of this nature. Of the 7th form, I saw no symbols to attribute to them whatsoever. However, on the base of their levitating parts were hieroglyphic type and cuneiform type writings of some sort that I could not decipher. When you pass close to a Tark pilot, you can feel the heat emanating from his body, a life support system. and you can also feel a rise in temperature when you pass near the talk zone of the mothership, or indeed near one of their V-wing ships. You can also smell an odor ever so subtle that reminds one of a humid swampland, like warm mud, while the B-avians exude a fleeting odor which reminds one of honeysuckle, a pleasant smell. I did not get close enough to the Neptunians to smell them, nor the Donians. The only place I ever saw an insectilian, or the seventh form of life, was in the great chamber of the Council of the Seven. That is, I never saw either of them moving about among the populace. I learned that the Targs once actually captured an Earth jet fighter, along with the pilot. The reason I know this is because Tan told me that the pilot of the plane was turned over to them and chose to go to Biave instead of return to Earth. He is still alive. In February of 1988, not long after my last contact with the Biavians, I started to receive a different kind of telepathic transmission late at night, and the voice was saying, "Friend Martin, we know of your greatness, and we need to speak with you." This message was at first almost as faint as a passing thought, but I left my receptive mind open to it, and it became progressively stronger over a period of several days. I finally responded by saying, "Who are you and what do you want?" So the answer came, "We are the Targ. Most high greetings do we bring, and seek counsel with friend Martin." And it seems as if the sulfur resonance of Tan's voice cut in and said, in effect, "Martin, don't do it. Your trust is to me only. Only by your wish may the Targs approach." In other words, he was telling me that if I chose to commune with the Targs, I would do so at my own peril. On one hand, I somewhat resented this telepathic intrusion into the privacy of my psyche, while on the other hand, I was fascinated at the possibility of broadening my knowledge of these extraterrestrials. You see, it was around this time that Barbara Simon and I had begun to make great progress through our regressive hypnosis sessions. It was also soon after that time that a local television station had run an interview with me, and the Polaroid photographs that I took on December 27th, 1987, during that contact. Perhaps it was only coincidence, but the television antenna to that particular station inexplicably fell on the day or the day before my segment was to be aired, and as a result, the segment could only be seen by those people who had cable. Then things began to happen around Barbara, which could not be explained in the conventional sense, and several people in the media whom I had contacted concerning the materials suddenly chickened out. One radio announcer even left town. So publicity of the event was quite limited by this train of coincidences. And now I was being personally contacted by the aliens. There are those among you who at this point may say that this guy is just hearing voices and is therefore some kind of nut. Had I not been consciously aware of the existence of these beings, I may have drawn this conclusion myself. However, I had no doubts whatsoever as to the reality of the situation. Deep within, I knew that the Targs were nothing to play with. I've learned that some contactees have ended up in asylums, while it is possible that others have met violent, untimely ends. Even though I am not a cowardly person, I also do not consider myself foolhardy. Yet I'm aware of the fact that if I have an addiction, then the most prominent of my afflictions must be my insatiable quest for knowledge. My compulsion to learn something new was and is greater than my fear of the unknown. So against the advice of Tan and the echoes of my own better judgment, I instinctively knew that I simply had no choice but to pursue the matter. Even though I inwardly knew that I would eventually bow to the inevitable, I spent most of my time contemplating the situation. I had always been inquisitive to know more of these aliens, of their sense of logic and self-esteem. To what extent have they been involved in the history and affairs of man? What are their present and future plans concerning humanity? And to what extent have they already incorporated the genetics of man into their biology? I wanted the answer to all these questions and more, and who could better supply the answers than the Targs themselves?
Before that time, I had never had any verbal communication with these creatures. However, I was aware of the fact that they had had previous dealings with mankind. The fact that the Targs were able to locate and contact me indicates that their tracking technology is quite advanced, and the fact that they were able to duplicate my neurological brain frequency and initiate communications clearly indicates their skills in this field. Even though their technology cannot compare with the Biavian, it still dwarfs that of man. Barbara knew that I was in telepathic contact with the Biavians, and I had mentioned the Targs to her. However, I decided not to inform her of my impending communication with the Targs, because I knew that she would insist upon being present, and I did not wish to expose her to any danger that might be connected with the visitation. If anything detrimental was going to happen, I didn't want any innocent bystander involved. Also, I didn't want the presence of others to possibly prevent the Targs from making the next contact. In early March, I had decided to leave my nights open for the next contact. On the night of March 14, or should I say the morning of the 15th, the telepathic contact came. It is difficult to explain what the sensations of the transmissions felt like. While the transmissions between me and Tan were performed, I lay in a kind of somnambulistic state between open consciousness and sleep, and the sensations were quite pleasant and didn't require any great effort on my part. The words are nearly always accompanied by sharp images, and these images are composed of what Tan is seeing through his own eyes during the transmission. I believe that he can also see what my eyes are seeing. But with the Targs, it was different. First of all, the telepathic exchange caused a feeling which is similar to the sensation of being underwater, with the voice echoing deep within the brain. Instead of seeing through the Targzician's eyes, it was as if I was sitting 10 feet in front of the Targ, looking directly in his face. It was like seeing him through tunnel vision, but his face was clearly distinct. "Greetings, friend Martin. It is well that we may meet at last, that you have bade me come and speak with you." And I responded by asking, "And just what the fuck do you want from me?" "Friend Martin, your eyes beheld such wonders as must be denied most of your kind. It is not well for them when you say it over," he said. And I said, "I have the blessings of Tan, that it must be told. I know that most will not believe me, but some will understand." And then he said, "Tan does not lead, and the power is not of Tan, but of the host. You will yield to me, and speak not of these things." And I said, "Fuck you, lizard." I'm not sure, but I think that's what pissed him off. Suddenly I felt it. It's hard to describe what it was, but it started my temples, just in front of my ears, and slowly moved toward the back of my head. Then it started to ease down my spine like a hot cube of ice. I discovered that I could no longer move my hands or my head. My mouth hung open, and I could blink my eyes only slowly and with great effort. During my lifetime, I have felt fear, but never before or since have I felt such helpless fear as that I felt on that occasion. Now I understand the terror that an abductee feels as they lay on the examination table, conscious of their surroundings, but totally helpless in the face of it all. The super lizard was taking over my very body with my knowledge and defying me to do something about it. I could feel myself losing it, and it was causing my chest to tighten up. The Targ was either going to kill me or worse, destroy my mind, and leave me one of the thousands of the mentally crippled. Suddenly it dawned on me that the Targ was inducing this state in me through psychological induction. Could it be that he is also vulnerable to psychological influences or imagery? Bearing this in mind, I rallied my mental facilities and started to lash out at the Targ. I conjured to mind 2 claw hammers driving nails into the Targ's skull. This seemed to surprise him, and I felt his grip loosen, so I escalated the attack
and began to saw into his body with a revving chainsaw, then to shoot him to pieces with a pump shotgun. He turned me loose and vainly tried to defend himself, but the saw, the hammers, the gun continued to destroy him. Then I compounded this torture by dousing him with gasoline and setting him aflame. At this, the targ started to flail about and to scream, and I heard a voice say, "Release him, Martin, release him." But I was like a scared pit bull who had tasted first blood. So adding an imaginary hand grenade to this, I proceeded to blow his shit away. With that, the telepathic screen went red, and I felt my mental and physical factors return to me. 10 days later, I spoke telepathically to Tan, and he told me that I was a subject of discussion among the targs, and my situation might now become perilous. He didn't say it in these exact words. According to Tan, it was no longer a question of would I have to pay the price for my dastardly deed, but what exactly would that price be? Now, under the circumstances, a great percentage of people would become extremely paranoid, and I'm no exception. However, I did not allow my fear of the targs to incapacitate me. I tried to assess the matter realistically. I had beings mad at me who were capable of retrieving a jet fighter in flight or destroying a city with the touch of a button. So if they wanted me, there wouldn't be much I could do to prevent it. So why losing the sleep over it? That's not to say that I wasn't apprehensive at all times. On the 7th of May, 1988, Tan told me that a decision had been reached. This was it. Since I had willfully and maliciously destroyed the mental factors of a benevolent targ who was simply attempting to extend a friendly hand to me, it was obvious that I was by nature an aggressive and violent being. Since it was against the Council's rules to physically destroy a human, it was decided by the targs that this propensity toward aggression was inherent in my offspring on BRV. Thus, the children must be destroyed. However, this could be prevented and their lives spared if I would agree to pay a price. This price turned out to be the last joint of my right little finger. If I would willingly give it up, the lives of these children would be spared. Now, if this was all a psychosis or fabrication on my part, or if somehow I have been a victim of some great lifelong delusion, then agreeing to part with a joint of my right little finger could do no harm. If what I was experiencing was true, as I believe it to be, then this amputation would prove once and for all, at least to me. So I agreed. On the night of my 42nd birthday, which was May 9, 1988, at about 3 in the morning, I looked up and beheld two alien beings appearing in my room. I sat in awe as they proceeded to amputate the last joint of my right little finger with a kind of laser scalpel. They had materialized out of nothing, and to nothing they returned. The fingertip stub didn't bleed at all, and I felt no pain until hours later. You will not find any hospital records of my having gone for medical treatment for the injury, because the wound completely healed over in about 5 days. I can only speculate as to why they wanted a piece of my flesh. Perhaps it is going to be used to clone other Martins. I know that the Biavians have this technology, and perhaps the Targs do also. Could this be the manner in which they obtained the men in black? Possibly they found the ideal subject and proceeded to make multiple copies of the same to get the men in black. With due modesty, it would seem that according to them, I am something of a unique specimen among human beings. Perhaps they believe that if they can clone another Martin, they can discover what it is about me that has caused the Biavians to trust me and to confide in me things which quite possibly no other human being on Earth knows. In any case, the Targs don't have to do anything else in order to convince me that they are real. Since I've never before compiled or published a major literary work, I can't say with any certainty that this work is of literary merit, or even if it is grammatically passable. However, I am certain
that it is of vital importance to those for whom it is meant, and that it could be of vital importance to all of humanity if only mankind would take it literally and start from this day forth to drastically change the way in which we do things. Should there ever come a time when peace prevail upon the planet, I'm sure that the Biavians would be better disposed towards sharing some of their positive technology with man, and no doubt make their presence universally known and without question. Many people have claimed to know of these aliens down through history, and there have been numerous sightings which have been recorded in writings down through the years. I would venture to say that there is no ancient written language or living culture which has not alluded to these space beings at some point in their history. Instead of asking yourself, what if I'm wrong? You might better ask yourself, what if I'm right? I will concede the possibility that some of my ideas concerning these beings may be wrong or miscomprehended. Yet, this does not nullify the fact that the aliens are real. I hope that during the course of this work I shall be able to cause the skeptic to really wonder and to cause the open-minded to realize even greater things than I have thus far been able to learn. My first intuitive feeling that the Targs were dangerous has been verified, and I might venture to say that the damage they've thus far done has been held in check only by the edicts of the Celestial Council and the technological power and moralistic strength of the Biavians. Still, I'm certain that they have done enough on the isolated and individual level to have painted a negative picture of the extraterrestrials as a whole, especially in the minds of those who have suffered the terror of having been abducted. Barbara, who herself is an abductee, has a skeptical and basically negative opinion concerning the overall intentions of the aliens, and I've not been able to dispel these sentiments in her, not that I've tried very hard. I, myself, am a true skeptic by nature, and I've not developed my conclusions lightly. Even though I truly do trust the Biavians, I freely admit that I've not yet learned to accept anything 100% in all of its projections. Though I am impressed with the things that the aliens have shown me, I remain inquisitive about the things they have not revealed to me. Let me put it this way. Even though I truly don't believe that the aliens wish to conquer or subjugate man, suppose I'm wrong, and they do have some negative plan for humanity. Will simply ignoring their existence change anything? Of course not. And if we should look objectively at the history of humankind, we might begin to wonder if man wouldn't be better off in the long run under the leadership of the aliens. If they treated us like we have treated our less powerful fellow men, then our plight would be rough indeed. There seems to be some kind of agreement between the different alien species as to which humans may be abducted and by whom. Apparently, I fell under the Biavians' umbrella by virtue of my genetic inheritance. This hands-off rule apparently can be circumvented on occasion because I have been granted visual and physical access to the reality of the Targs as well as the Biavians. Also, because I willfully allowed myself to be approached by the Targ emissary, I personally removed myself from the usual modus operandi, and thus contributed to the Targ vengeance that was perpetrated against me. The Targs probably knew that I would be speaking extensively of them in this book, which was at the time only in the planning stages. Eliminating me as an individual would, of course, be a simple thing, but since I am under the wing, so to speak, of O-Qua Tangin Wann, Tan, my life has thus far been spared. Before the confrontation of minds between the Targ and myself, I used to receive a number of telepathic intrusions almost on a daily basis. However, since the incident of the amputation, I haven't received a single telepathic molestation from these beings. I'm sure that some other people are not so fortunate. Who knows how many lives and sanities have been drastically altered or destroyed by the experimentations of the Targs. Why, you may ask, are the Targs such cruel and uncaring entities? And my answer is this. First of all, you must not logically assume
that technological advancement goes hand in hand with exalted moralistic principles and divine aspirations. We have only to look at the history of humanity to dispel this notion. As I've said before, I don't think the Targs are evil in the calculating or sadistic sense, but in their inability to comprehend the ethical workings of the human mind. For instance, a Targ may look at a certain city and see that the female population exceeds that of the males by several thousands. So what's the harm in taking a few female samples from the populace, or a few children, etc.? The fact that the family of that individual or the mental stability of that individual may be devastated by their actions is a concept that is lost upon them. While the Biavians are capable of taking such things into consideration, the fact that a number of abductees have suffered temporary or even permanent physical and psychological damage as a result of radiation burns and surgical procedures in their hands is dismissed as minor imperfections of ongoing research. I'm sure that a Targ would no more restrain and torture a human for pleasure than a naturalist researcher on Earth would do with some lower form of life. Where the humans are concerned, you find that the factor of individual personality and fetishes et al. Is a thing of prevalence. But among the Targs, I don't believe that such individuality exists. If given a task of collecting one reindeer, one bear, and one human, the Targ, so assigned, will perform the task without sentiment, one way or the other. Apparently, the Targs do have the presence of mind to duplicate certain human phrases, which have proven successful in calming the abductees down. Phrases like, "Don't be afraid," "We won't hurt you," "We are your friends," and so forth. Since the Targs do not communicate easily with humans on the telepathic level, the phrases are probably synthesized by computer. The Targ abductees, like the Biavian abductees, are anesthetized against physical pain, but the Targs, I believe, fail to realize that, in the case of humans, much of pain is psychosomatic. The sight of a large needle penetrating the abductee's stomach will cause psychologically induced pain in the subject, and, as I've said before, the radiation decontamination process will have differing effects on different individuals, depending upon their biological tolerance to the level of radiation. Also, in the case of the Targs, and because of the organism contamination problem, most, if not all, of their abductees are handled by smart machines instead of by the Targs themselves. I realize that I am probably simplifying what are much more complicated procedures, but I will devote a later chapter to these more bizarre aspects of the alien experience. While the Biavians have been exposed to human beings from the hands-on level for thousands of years and have succeeded in learning more of the psyche and motivations of humans, the Targs, I believe, have never reached any human state of socialized intercourse. Historically, while the ancient people were starting to adhere to the more democratic principles of the Biavians, the Targs were content with human and animal sacrifices. While those societies who were Biavian motivated were toying with things like universal suffrage, the Targ motivated groups evolved warlike religions and values. This play and counterplay with the human species by the different alien factions went on for thousands of years and continues to this day, on a more subtle and surreptitious level. Much of the Targs' present-day technology was developed by or pirated from other forms of intelligent life, so the intelligence of the Targs using the machine need not be scientifically advanced. In fact, I get the distinct impression that the average Targ foot soldier is little above some kind of a mindless automaton, not given to individual decision-making. Any action by these aliens comes directly from a central control, and if that central control were somehow knocked out or nullified, the whole system would collapse or be cast adrift without meaningful direction. Yet with the Biavians, the factor of individuality is not a lost concept, but like the Targs, much of the Biavians' technology is developed or co-developed with the aid of other intelligent forms, namely the Stygians, As we said before, the Biavians and the Targs have retrieved and examined Earth satellites, and I feel certain that they are abreast of all significant technological developments, both military and non-military. No doubt they also monitor radio, television, telephone transmissions on Earth. I don't believe that they would hesitate for a moment to take and use any tech advancement of man's creation and adapt it to their own use. As a self-contained living laboratory, the Earth is a great source of fascination and research for the aliens. The great diversity of life forms on this planet and the relatively unique ecosystem makes it an endless source of scientific interest to the celestials, not to mention the fact that the Earth would be an ideal departure point for intergalactic expedition as it sits on the very outer perimeter of the Milky Way spiral. Human research programs are rarely planned to exceed the lifespan expectancy of the originators, but the aliens think nothing of starting research projects which may span thousands of years. So the fact that you and I are living in a time frame which coincides with revelations of universal import and with the coming of the aliens on a visibly mass scale can be attributed to the inevitable and coincidental culmination of events which consist of sociological, ecological, and technological peak fact. Such a thing could have served no great purpose 50 years ago and will be of little value 50 years from now. Most people on Earth at this moment are really ignorant of the fact that humanity has literally touched the ecological point of no return. As far as I know, the Targs have no interest in saving, moving, or rehabilitating the human race, and for some reason, which eludes me, I believe that the Targs are dead set against the human airlift planned by the Biavians. It is a fact that most human beings have an instinctive fear of and dislike for reptiles, and I'm sure that the Targs know this, so developing any form of social rapport between themselves and humans is out of the question. At this point, no effective means of mass human mind control has been created, either by the Targs or the Biavians. In the next chapter, I shall explain in greater detail how and why I have reached this conclusion. Abductions of human beings by Targs, I believe, have drastically diminished in recent years or stopped completely, and the Biavians have assumed the dominant role in hands-on dealings with Earthlings. That's not to say that the Targs don't still cruise our skies and collect some scientific data, nor even if they still don't collect a human specimen on occasion. Tan assures me that the Targs have been forbidden to abduct any more humans or to begin experimentation upon any that were not touched prior to the stop order. But I get the impression that the Biavians are not privy to all of the Targs' actions in this and other respects. By international law, the embassy of one's country, though situated in a host country, is sovereign territory and cannot be invaded by host authorities. So, theoretically, what goes on inside that embassy is private and secret. The same concept holds true concerning the various intelligent species aboard the mothership. So, though they all share a common mothership which belongs to the Biavians, the individual zones on the ship are considered sovereign territory and respected as such. So it is conceivable that the Targs are still performing clandestine experimentation on heretofore untouched human beings. In closing this short chapter, let me reiterate some of the facts concerning the Targ-Biavian social and political relationship, as before stated. The Biavians beat the Targs in their last interplanetary war many centuries ago, and I've concluded that the Biavians, while having accepted the Targs into the Council of the Seven, still play a major role in the content and direction of the Targs' progression. There are certain kinds of technological weapons and war-use substances which the Targs are forbidden to have or to develop, and a guideline of interplanetary action to which the Targs must adhere. Other known intelligent species of being must follow certain trade guidelines when dealing with the Targs. Biavians do not physically occupy the Targ home planet, but I have no doubt that they do closely monitor the Targs. The Targs do maintain a modicum of autonomy on the surface, but they are by no means free agents. the Biavians hold no illusions as to the warlike potential of the lizards. So then, I don't think the human race as a whole has anything to fear from the Targs, but we must not ever completely discount the possibility that political and possibly interplanetary situations are capable of changing. For want of a more tangible thing, let us all wish the Biavians well, lest the Targs become preeminent. Update 2007, Chapter 10, The Targ Terror. It may be said that over the years, I have become more knowledgeable about these aliens, their technologies, and their modus operandi. Even though, among many humans, I may be considered psychologically stronger than many, even so, I tell you this, no matter my self-confidence, I would not want to lock telepathic minds with another Targ mindbender. Unto this day, I shudder at the thought of the experience I had in 1988. I tell you truly that I have never known such fear and horror as I momentarily experienced on that occasion, before or since. We have all had nightmares on occasion in life. If you can think of your worst nightmare come alive, this is how it was with the Targ. Yet I faced and overcame him. By extension, I learned that evil cannot overcome the good unless the good give up and embraces evil. By virtue of your conviction to decency, and you are rendered invincible in the face of evil, no matter how terrible it may be. None of us are totally free of all negative thoughts and emotions, yet in most people these reflections are fleeting and not a permanent preoccupation. Those few among us who tend to dwell upon such thoughts are the ones who turn out to be our dictators, sadists, psychopaths, and serial killers, etc. Such obsessions are an aberration of human psychology. These are the ones who will embrace the dark forces. We would do well to understand that mortal beings on earth are beyond, may not be totally free of imperfections. Yet I've learned that even the Targs have not gone to war for nearly 42,000 years. That's a pretty good track record, even for aliens. However, this does not mean that the smart reptiles are free of some minor shady operations, such as the cattle mutilations and the ongoing manipulations of human and alien genetics. In recent years, a substantial number of people have revealed that they have been visited and are abducted by a group of aliens commonly known as the Greys. These creatures are a relatively new phenomena on the ET scene. During my visits to the mothership, I never knew or saw these particular beings, yet I have queried Tan about these beings over the last few years. This is essentially what I've learned. I must ask you not to embrace my assessment as words written in stone, yet I believe that I'm basically correct. The rudimentary information I've been able to glean from Tan about these creatures gives me to believe that the Greys are a living product of the Targsian scientists, interfacing of the human and reptilian DNA to produce a compliant worker slave group designed to do their bidding. What is the nature and extent of these creatures' neural capabilities? I perceive it in this manner. You can train a dog to track down and restrain or even kill the quarry. Yet you cannot teach the dog to restrain and then perform complicated genetic procedures and things of this nature. Therefore, the Greys are imbued with a more complicated neural matrix. This is scientifically sticky. In this manner, the Greys have at least 1/3 of the human genetics. Therefore, they are more capable of working in close proximity to humans. Their ability to endure infections, germs from humans is greater than, say, the immune system of a full-blood alien. The Greys were bred to be strict vegetarians, unlike the Targs. These creatures are geared to perform their tasks without emotions. Can't have emotional, carnivorous aliens wandering around out there. The Greys are not stupid. They are quite capable of flying their interplanetary ships and of performing complicated medical procedures on the chosen subjects without doing permanent physical damage to them. Their home bases are located in subterranean caverns on the planet Venus. They are not permitted to live on the great mothership among their masters, the Targs. The host Biavians won't allow it, and the possibility of them cross-infecting the Targs could prove deadly. The Greys are quite fragile, and one cough from a human with a cold or flu could soon kill him. So the job of working in close proximity to humans for them is a dangerous task. Still, I don't perceive them as being inherently evil. They are simply doing the job that they were programmed to do. I also know that when the Targs have completed their experiments here and are ready to depart to their solar system, the Greys will probably be destroyed. I noticed that the physical genetic vibrations among the Targs aboard the great mothership were quite visible. For instance, there seemed to be several distinct caste levels of Targs, the lowest level being the shorter, more primitive-looking ones with tails. These were the ones who did the grunt work, doing mechanical work on the ship, maintaining food animals like rats, frogs, fish, etc., loading supplies on the ships, and even performing the dangerous task of changing out the drive cores of the propulsion systems of the ships. The second mid-level caste, Targs, were the taller, tailless pilot, soldiers, breeders. Their scaly reptilian features were prominent, though. It was with one of these that I did a telepathic mind lock in 1988. The third and highest caste level of the Targs are the slimmer, smoother-skinned scientists, geneticists, and strategists. This highest reptilian caste are the ones who might communicate in a more refined fashion with humans, contribute the genes for hybrid breeding, and sit on the Council of the Seven. I get the distinct feeling that they are from a different genus of the Targs, perhaps like the alligator differs from the crocodile on Earth. While observing these creatures, I was given to wonder, just how could an erstwhile primitive species like a reptile have achieved such a high level of intellect and technology? Then I learned that the ascension of the cognizant abilities may be achieved by any number of so-called lower species, given time and opportunity. Look at the screed insectilians, smart bugs. I'm sure that the Biavians exposed me to all of the species so that I might gain knowledge of the possible scope of what can come to be out in the cosmos. If I could not have dealt with these revelations, then I would not be fit for this job. Oh, the wonders I've seen many times while aboard the mothership. I would get a longing just to get on a hyperspace ship and just go on an endless journey across the heavens to visit new worlds and sample the foods and cultures of other kindred species. But alas, this was not yet to be granted to me, for I was being groomed for the task that now faces me and you, to save Mother Earth. When viewed from space, this is a most beautiful planet indeed. I tell you truly that we earthlings of every race, creed, and color can live together in peace, if not complete harmony. People of reason can surely reason with others. There is some point wherein a compromise can be reached that is socially and economically agreeable to all. This is a hope that many believe is an impossible dream, yet I have no choice but to try. I hope that the world at large will heed my words. I have no agenda but the wish that we all might live instead of perish. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11. Mass Mind Control, Truth or Fiction. Perhaps, since before the advent of stationary agriculture and fishing societies, men have attempted to practice various forms of mass mind control with varying levels of success. It began in a consciously planned sense in the cave dens of pre-dawn humanoids. The male who gained the leadership of the group through his hunting skills and physical strength ruled his clan through a system of fear and respect. In its baser sense,
this law of rule with various ideological and technological attributes still prevails among human species. In a baser sense, this law of rule with various ideological and technical attributes still prevails among the human species even unto this day. Perhaps the hunter leader of the cave clan gradually gained a kind of mythical status because of his ability to overcome the most ferocious game and his prowess in combat against upstart males of his own clan and enemies of other clans. By keeping the tusks of the largest boar or the teeth of the bear, he seemed to mystically capture the strength and cunning of those worthy adversaries, thus gaining more overall control of the minds and destinies of his clan. Soon, just the knowledge of what he had done caused others to bend to his will, and if the game was plentiful, he could even afford to be benevolent, thus gaining a modicum of admiration and even love. As this leader grew older, and possibly because of injuries sustained, he was forced to rely more and more on his mental dexterity to remain his exalted position in the clan. Coupled with his accumulated knowledge and game habits and his tracking skills, as well as his intuitive attributes, was his grasp of the persuasive power of ritual. Today, a person who possesses this intangible touch of mysticism is said to have charisma, and such a person makes a successful politician, actor, minister, or salesman. Unfortunately, charisma, intelligence, and fairness don't always go hand in hand. Thus, a maniac as well as a saint can possess this ability to control the emotion and even destinies of masses and of believers. There have always been a few individuals who possessed charismatic leadership abilities which far exceeded those of others, and who were able to gain the influence to control the minds and actions of the masses. Jesus of Nazareth accomplished this feat by exuding some great and tangible esoteric saintliness and a philosophical oratory which was and is of the highest benevolent rapport. The Prophet Muhammad also possessed a great measure of this saintliness, but the negative aspect of the justifiable murder or holy war was incorporated into his philosophy. The force of the persuasive power of both of those men exists in strong measure even today. Even so, without a doubt, the religious connection in its many forms has been the most successful method of mass mind control to have thus far existed throughout all of recorded history. But we would do well to understand that religion itself serves only as a catalyst or rallying point of the control, and the driving force of the mass compliance stems from base, raw, and uncomplicated compulsions that lay in the hearts of humankind. When a Christian went to war, all non-Christians were branded heathens and barbarians, and were subhumans, deserving only conversion or death. When the Muslim went to war, all non-Muslims were labeled infidels and pagans, and were thus deserving only of conversion, slavery, or death. Even with this success ratio in mass mind control of the minds of great populaces, the most astute among the perpetrators knew that religion itself was not the basic driving force, and that a large segment used religion's precepts only as a catalyst of opportunity towards other ends. In other words, there are Muslims who drink and gamble and indulge in all other vices surreptitiously, and Christians who only pay lip service to the doctrines of their faith. So in the real sense, true mass mind control has never been a reality. For a time, the mass population control was accomplished by the Khmer Rouge, or Pol Pot, who murdered millions in Cambodia in the post-Vietnam era. Without a doubt, the mass control accomplished by the Khmer Rouge was born entirely of fear and terror. The hearts and minds of the Cambodian masses were never won over. They simply complied with Pol Pot's orders to avoid being summarily murdered. The most heartless and ruthless among the camera killers were often young boys and girls. Here we see the expression of the baser, raw, and beastly elements of the human animal in action. The Khmer Rouge never masqueraded under any religious ideology. In their enforced isolation, they swiftly evolved a totally separate and vengeful mentality toward all of the surrounding populace, and they succeeded in attaining and holding a mental state of total enemy to all non-Khmer, so that when their time finally came, they were able to slaughter their fellow beings without qualm or remorse. In the case of the Khmer, their wrath was not born of religious or even coherent political ideological percept, but of an unbridled vengeance upon those whom they have come to perceive as their lifelong persecutors. Even though many of the younger Khmer had never come into close contact with or been involved in a military action against the soft ones of the cities. Unlike many other conquerors, the Khmer did not gain their position through the popular support of the people, but because of the lack of any organized resistance on the part of the ruling factions of the country. Before the rise of the Khmer Rouge, the political situation in the country had deteriorated through graft and corruption, nepotism and favoritism, to a point of having completely shattered the common people's respect for the government. It is the classic case of a handful of people owning most of the wealth. The cities were dens of iniquity, crime, and arrogant decadence. If the people had respected and supported the government and had possessed a strong sense of nationalism, the Khmer Rouge could never have succeeded in conquering the country so easily, because the guerrillas were never very great in numbers. Initially, many of the people welcomed the victors, but the awful truth of what the Khmer Rouge had in store for them wasn't long in coming. After the Khmer Rouge had succeeded in murdering 2 or 3 million people, the Vietnamese invaded the country and stopped the massacre. But after a few years, the Viets decided to withdraw, and by doing so have left the way open for the Khmer to return. In relating the methods of the Khmer and the Viets to mass mind control, it should be clearly pointed out that most compliance to the occupations by the mass of the people was due to their fear of the guns of the occupiers, and thus cannot be considered true mass mind control. Even lifelong orientation within a certain political or religious structure is no guarantee that the individual will not at some time rebel and challenge the edicts of the central authority. It may be noted that in every recorded society down through history, there always arose a segment of that society which chose to attempt, and in some cases succeed, to change the original direction of that society. So in this sense, the ideal form of mass mind control has never existed. Then there are examples of attempted mass mind control on the microscopic level. Case in point, the Jim Jones suicide incident and the Charles Manson cult murders. It is no doubt that both Jim Jones and Manson possessed a certain measure of that intangible factor that we call charismatic persuasion. Manson was able to impose his will upon his cult group through the use of isolation from society, drugs, sex, and fear, and his own presence and philosophy. By using these methods over a period of time, he was able to weed out the rebellious and potential usurpers and keep the psychologically docile. Even so, he still never reached the ideal state of mass mind control over his disciples, nor did Jim Jones achieve that level, even though he may have come a bit closer than Manson. It may be noted that during the latter part of Jim Jones' infamous leadership, fear had become the strongest element of his control over his isolated cult group. When a scientist thinks of mass mind control, he thinks not in terms of religious, political, or ideological concepts, but in terms of some man-made chemical, electronic, or other invention or process which would be capable of transforming the masses into mindless, servile automatons. If such a creation should ever be perfected by mankind, it would, of course, immediately be bought, stolen or seized by the ruling factions, and forthwith abused to the extreme. I have no doubt that there are presently any number of secret experiments going on in universities, chemical companies, laboratories, and secret government installations throughout the world with this end in mind. Barring mind control, the ruling forces have resorted to and are still perpetrating ongoing schemes to weaken certain segments of societies or countries, and many of these schemes involve the coolest and most hideous forms of demonic subterfuge. Back in the 1950s, some doctors in Alabama, under government instruction, infected 20 black men with the syphilis germ and then observed them over a period of 20 years as the infection drove them insane or blind or both before they died in a most terrible fashion. They started the experiment in Alabama for a simple reason, that the chances of any of these southern black men ever having sexual relations with a woman of the Caucasian race was nil, so they were fairly confident that the infection would stay within the black community. This filthy, indecent, and ungodly experiment is atypical of the kind of leadership mentality that governs this land. The same experiment in New York or Los Angeles would not have remained so racially controlled. You may rest assured the syphilis experiment was not the first nor the last to be sponsored by the government and other shady organizations. During the course of our conversations, I spoke to Tan about the acquired immune deficiency syndrome, or AIDS. And even though he didn't elaborate extensively upon the virus, he did tell me that the disease is man-made. It is the product of biological genetic research of some Western medical personnel in Central West Africa. It seems that there is a certain species of monkey native to that area which transmits a certain kind of virus through its bite, that when it interacts with the sickle cell trait, which is a biological anomaly possessed exclusively by the black race, it metamorphed into the HIV-3, or AIDS virus. Now, even at this stage in the African metabolism, the virus may cause the carrier some physical complications, but is not generally lethal. Because the species of monkey in question is one that has been used as a pet and in other domestic capacities by the indigenous people, the simian carrot infection is widespread in that area. The Western researchers knew of the virus and its unique properties for some time before its surfacing in the West. They started a research program on the virus with the ultimate goal in mind of concentrating and enhancing the elements of that virus which would make it lethal. They were hoping to tailor its lethal components so that the virus would be deadly to the black race only. They were eventually successful in culturing a more viral and deadly form of the virus. They then injected it back into the veins of a controlled group of local people, and as hoped, the virus proceeded to break down their immune systems and kill them. However, at this point, they hadn't tried the deadly virus on any other racial group but the pure-blood Africans. Now they wanted to find another group of blacks whose genetic metabolisms were predominantly Negroid and in which the interracial sexual activity was a bare minimum. After some discussion and geographical research, it was decided that the small island of Haiti would be the best prospect for trying the AIDS virus. Why Haiti? Well, for one thing, Haiti is almost entirely black, and the people of Haiti, because of their long isolation from the genetic pool mixing with other races, still maintain more of a pure African genetic metabolism than any other black group which was separated from the motherland. I have no way of knowing if these researchers took into consideration the fact that Haiti has been the unpublicized mecca and retreat for American and European homosexuals for years. Or maybe they did consider this and chose to sacrifice, if necessary, a number of the Western homosexual community for the sake of science. After all, theoretically, the gay community is a relatively closed one, and this would be an ideal chance to study the transmission factor and the biological effects of the virus as it crossed the racial line, and without incurring the wrath of the straight community should the experiment ever become known. For years, middle, upper middle, and wealthy white gay men regularly vacationed in Haiti. because in the dirt poor, corrupt, and desperate economy of that country, an American dollar goes a long way, and young black males can be hired inexpensively as sexual partners. Soon, the AIDS virus started spreading in the West. It was first thought to be an anomaly that was restricted to the gay community. The researchers who brought the virus to Haiti had not reckoned with the adaptability of the virus. It proved to be lethal to humans of all racial origins and is virile enough to be transmitted in a number of ways. The virus just happened to hit the Western Hemisphere when the use of intravenous taken drugs is at its peak among all strata of society. Before they caught and started to run tests on the blood bank cells by the drug abusers, a substantial number of blood recipients had been infected. Then there is the bisexual and the prostitution factor. This man-made virus may be the ultimate scourge to have been experienced by the human species since its beginnings. This awesome virus has the chameleon-like ability to literally adapt its structural components to combat any known form of drug yet thrown at it. And in a sexually open atmosphere of Western societies, the AIDS virus is at this point one of the most deadly dangers to Western human populations. But let's not get sidetracked too far from the subject of this chapter, which is mass mind control. I spoke of the AIDS virus and how it came to be among us, not as an example of mind control per se, but to make clear the fact that man will do absolutely anything, no matter how filthy, inhuman, or dangerous, in his quest to satisfy his wish to control the masses, or to eliminate certain segments of the masses. Getting back to the elusive but much sought-after method of mass mind control, let me turn your attention to the past mass participation undertaking, which in its inner ramifications yet remains unique and is born of a morbid ghastliness and universal measure of the true worth of humanity, which is untranscended by any other man-made monstrosity since the beginning of time. I am speaking of the Holocaust, the systematic and concerted effort to exterminate the Jewish race in its entirety by Hitler's Germany between 1933 and 1945. Within the species family called human, it is universally accepted that self-defense, even unto murder, is permissible when it comes down to self-preservation. And from what I've learned of the aliens, the same sentiments holds true through the intelligent universe. Self-perpetuity must be protected even at the cost of the destruction of an enemy. Thus, the noblest principles of peace known to physical organisms is reason instead of harm, harm instead of maim, maim instead of kill, and kill instead of die. If a greater philosophy exists, then it is thus far unrealized in a practicable sense by any known intelligence. In any war there are excesses to be expected, generally from all sides of the conflict. But these excesses are usually isolated actions by a given group of combatants in their quest to revenge some factual or perceived atrocity upon themselves, which was perpetrated by the opposing side. But to set about the task of deliberately and completely wiping out an entire chronogenesis race and seed of a non-combatant racial element, even at the cost of continental and possibly world conquest, but to set about the task of deliberately and completely wiping out an entire chronogenesis race and seed of a non-combatant racial element, even at the cost of continental and possibly world conquest, it defies all the rudiments of reason, logic, and sanity. Such a concept in practice completely nullifies any possible claim a human society can make towards over-animal separation, and by proxy condemns all the rest of us for our inactions and mute acceptance after knowledge of the fact. In any major military conflict, it is inevitable that a substantial number of civilians will swell the casualty list of the conflict. The common symptoms of total war, of course, will cause much suffering within the civilian populace through the diminishing of natural and agricultural resources, rationing, overburdened medical facilities, destruction of utility and sanitation service, and actual physical harm and death from deliberate bombing and terroristic actions. During the Second World War, the civilian populations of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were deliberately singled out for destruction by the U.S. military government. These monstrous atrocities cannot be ethically justified. However, as terrible as these actions were, from a militarily strategic and logistic standpoint, these actions made sense. By dropping the atomic bombs on these two cities, the American government was sending a clear and unmistakable message to the far-flung Japanese military, which in essence said, either give up the struggle, or the homeland for which you fight will no longer exist upon your return. Without a doubt, even if the war had continued via conventional strategic means, tens of thousands more soldiers on both sides would have perished, and the conflict would have dragged on for another year or more as the Japanese were entrenched on dozens of islands in the South Pacific. So even though the destruction of Hiroshima and Nagasaki were reprehensible acts, they were not difficult to comprehend from a strategic standpoint. No such strategic or logistical rationalization can be applied nor sanely comprehended when viewed in the case of the mass extermination of the Jews by Hitler's Germany. No matter the rabid extent of Hitler's personal hatred for the Jews, he could not have implemented his monstrous master plan of mass extermination without the actual aid or at least tactical approval of the German masses and the apathetic sentiments of the rest of the Western world. After the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, all of the Japanese people in mainland America were interned in military camps for the duration of the war. Now, while this action may have been premature and unfair on the part of the American government, it was not without understandable merit and practicality, and not even the sometimes atrocious treatment of American prisoners of war at the hands of the Japanese caused the American government to commit similar atrocities against the interned American-Japanese populace. Comparatively speaking, such actions of retaliation on the part of the Americans could have been justified in evil logic. The Germans could not produce any real justification for their beastliness against the Jewish population of Europe. Quite the contrary. By utilizing the economical, cultural, and scientific attributes of the Jews in Germany, Hitler could have aided his war effort immensely. In fact, the brainpower of the Jewish scientists in physics and atomic research may have given Hitler the crucial factor he needed to emerge victorious in the struggle for world power, because a great percentage of the Jews considered themselves Germans first and Jews second. No, in the Germany of pre-World War II, something far more fanatic, base, and demon-like pervaded the inner natures of an entire race of humanity, the likes of which has heretofore not been known or experienced among the human species. It was a thing unique unto a time and a race of man, and the alien Tan and I discussed it rather extensively. Yes, the extraterrestrials seem to have more than just a fleeting interest in that wartime period, or more precisely, the years between 1933 and 1945, which I understand encompasses the initial ascension and the fall of Adolf Hitler. In order to more fully comprehend the factors which contributed to the Germans' national mentality immediately after the First World War, the political and economical agreements which resulted from the Treaty of Versailles did not leave Germany much room for self-determination and economical prosperity. After that war and before the rise of Hitler, the average German citizen lived in an economically depressed society, and under the Versailles Treaty, the prospect of future permanent was, for the average person, a distant dream. Thus the atmosphere was ripe for political change, and the fast-rising young National Socialists, or Nazis, proved to be the catalyst for that political and social movement. Anti-Semitism, of course, did not originate with the Germans or even in Europe. this racial hatred of the Jews by various peoples goes back to pre-Christian biblical time. And as a general rule, some form of racial hatred is always reserved for people whose social and religious lifestyles sets them apart from the general populaces among whom they abide. Such a phenomena is not restricted just to the Jews. We have only to look at Northern Ireland and the perpetual hatred between the Protestants and the Catholics, or the various factions of the Islamic faith in Lebanon and other parts of the Middle East. It is a case of brother against brother. Religious intolerance, it seems, has always been with us. From the earliest times of recorded history, we find that racial and religious persecution played a part in the sociological shaping of the times. From the ancient Babylonians to the Romans, to the 10th century Christian crusaders, we know that the Jewish communities of various places were the victims of pogroms and other forms of persecution. In Nero's Rome, as in several other places, when times were economically tough, or when certain powerful people found it politically expedient, there was little hesitation in blaming the Jews for these misfortunes and then sacrificing them as a scapegoat pacifier to the angry public. However, when the initial bloodlust of the mobs was satiated after a short period of violence and looting, things generally settled back to normal. Sometimes the pogroms resulted in the expulsion of whole parts of the Jewish communities in certain places. Further, we find that in the case of all of these racial persecutions, there were exceptions to the rule. For instance, in Christian countries, those Jews who publicly turned away from their original faith in favor of the prominent religion of the region were spared, as were many of those who converted at sword point. In other words, it was generally the religion alone and not the physical origins that dictated the treatment of the persecuted. Before the Holocaust of mid-20th century Germany, there was never before recorded a massive, well-orchestrated plan or movement on a national scale to literally commit mass genocide upon the Jewish race. Generally, we find that beneath the religious persecution there lay an ulterior motive, having to do more with money than with ideology. The ignorant masses may have been driven more by racial hatred than by greed, but the church and political leaders were almost certainly motivated by the prospects of confiscating Jewish property and businesses. Once this was accomplished, they were content to call off the dogs and even be a little more compassionate toward the remaining Jews. Hitler's persecution of the Jews was unique in the sense that the possession of any Jewish blood was tantamount to a death sentence for those people unfortunate enough to fall into the hands of the Gestapo. Of course, the usual ulterior motives were involved in the murder of the Jews. You see, during the years between the First and Second World Wars, the segment of German society who seemed to be more economically fortunate in spite of the Depression was the Jews. To be sure, a core elite of the Jewish people had long held prominent positions in the arts and humanities, jewelers, banking, money lending, and industrial production. They wore expensive clothes, drove big cars, ate the best of foods, and maintained great cultural institutions and synagogues. Of course, as with the German populace, many Jews were poor, but even the poor Jews tended to place great emphasis on education and personal hygiene, thus exuding an air of prosperity even when it wasn't so. In the eyes of the average German citizen, the Jews were not proportionately wealthy in the face of a universal depression. So envious and hateful sentiments ran deep and raw in the hearts of the average German citizen. Many were deeply indebted to Jewish bankers and moneylenders, and many others were envious and jealous because they could not gain acceptance into the Jewish inner social circles. For the most part, the Jewish community maintained a social and economical system which was separate and apart from the larger German populace, and wealthy Jews were just as discriminating, if not more so, than were wealthy Germans against their children marrying out of their religion. So when the Nazis arose and started to blame the Jews for all of the social and economic ills, the general populace was quite willing to accept the Jews as a scapegoat and an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. During the civil rights marches of the 1960s, we may safely say that the rights of blacks were advanced because of the public outrage at the brutal treatment of those nonviolent marchers. Yet, when far greater atrocities were publicly committed against the Jews in pre-war Germany, there were no such public outcry or popular support for those innocent people. Instead, the average German either participated in or stood back and gloated over the plight of his Jewish neighbors. As I've said before, the great crime of man is indifference to the plight of his fellow man, and this aberration of character seems to be an anomaly which deeply infects the European mentality, most notably the Germanic people. The same aberration is also dormant in the psyches of the Croatians, Lithuanians, Poles, White Russians, English, and Americans to an equal or lesser degree, because, for the most part, those nationals in the German-occupied territory were willing participants in the genocide of the Jewish citizens, while those in countries not occupied by the Germans knew of the atrocities and refused to work towards saving those people or even in broadcasting the facts to the public. The aliens are well aware of this fact and have given extensive study to this particular psychological anomaly among the white races. The aliens have a sociological research breakdown on all countries, races, tribes, and ethnic persuasions of humanity, and they have a comparative chart of models concerning things like matricide, patricide, incest, pedophilia, mass murder, both homo and heterosexual, child molestations, ritual murder, serial killings, suicides, and other depravities such as fetishes, sadomasochism, etc. And the Europeans wins hands down in all categories of these negative aspects. The main focus, however, is on the German because the proven expression of that dormant nature forms a tangible base from which to build relevant data. It is a fact that as a race, the Jewish people have been the one most widely dispersed race of people historically on the earth, and were therefore always available when a racial or political scapegoat was needed in a given place at a given time. While other races have been cast into the role of servitude or slavery, they rarely gained enough economical prominence to be perceived as a social or political threat as did the Jews. Having always been an educated and professional group, politically and economically, the Jews, no matter what their habitat, generally gained more notable political prominence and were thus more likely to be singled out for persecution. I am told that as a young, starving artist, Hitler was denied admittance to several institutions of higher artistic learning by Jewish administrators, and that he was denied the courtship of a young, well-to-do Jewess because of her family's disapproval of his poverty and religion. This, the aliens believe, was part of the cause of Hitler's rabid anti-Semitism in latter years. Yet, no matter how strong Hitler's personal hatred for the Jews was, he could never have succeeded in putting together his mass genocide machine without the physical, logistical, and sentimental support of the masses. Did Hitler possess the personal magnetism to actually have brought about mass mind control? The answer is yes and no. Yes, he did possess a great measure of personal magnetism and the ability to impose his will temporarily upon the most educated and rational of men. But no, neither Hitler nor his extensive propaganda machine could have persuaded literally tens of thousands of common people and soldiers to personally participate in the mass torture and murder of millions of non-combatants. Thus the conclusion that this bloodlust is an intrinsic factor in the German psychological makeup. In other words, the natural predisposition to murder without justification, reason, is a primordial possession of the German people and possibly mankind in general. The answer to that question could, to a great extent, influence the perception of the true worth of the human species as a whole. The great bulk of information which has emerged from the Holocaust has dealt primarily with the transportation and ultimate murder of the Jews. But there are other aspects of that infamous undertaking which have not been given much exposure. These aspects encompass everything from homosexual slavery to pedophilia, sadosexuality, lesbianism, sacrificial murders, genetic experimentation, human-animal transplants, cannibalism, rape, murder, sadosensual torture, and any known kind of deviant fetish. Fetishes and other deviations could suddenly be legally practiced upon an entire race of people at will by any German male or female without fear of repercussions. Suddenly you could have your own basement or attic or secret room full of male, female, and children sexual slaves who were forced to bend to your every perversion under the threat of death. How many handsome young boys and men met their deaths while being chained in the basements of some middle-aged Fräulein or burgher? How many thousands of beautiful young Jewesses were held as starving sex slaves to some elderly German farmer, or babies sacrificed in satanic cult rites? Perhaps this sadomsexual syndrome did not even dawn upon the minds, or the conscious minds, of many of the average Christian Germans. Yet, as time passed, the element of greed emerged. Why not loot the empty houses to get rid of the man who holds the mortgage on my house? Once having taken the plunge into larceny, many began to formulate plans for satiating their sexual fantasies. When all Jews became hunted beings akin to game animals under the law, it was a simple matter for a German citizen to go out and round up a number of the desired sexual human objects by promising help in one form or another. So the public at large became a direct part of the mass cover-up conspiracy. Just about everybody profited either directly or second-hand or third-handed from the properties confiscated from the Jewish people. We are all now partially aware of the genetic experiments performed upon the Jewish children by the infamous Dr. Mengele. But we were not told of the many houses of sexual slavery that were set up by the Nazis to service the military and civilian party elite, male and female, or of the carnal houses or camps that were maintained near the death ovens to service the camp guards and other soldiers. The much-used inmates at these camps and houses were subjected to every kind of sexual deviation imaginable, including animals, and were completely expendable. This mass sexual preoccupation only served to strengthen the mass murder conspiracy. It is a fact that the women's camps were staffed mostly with the most sadistic lesbians, while the other camps were staffed with the most sadistic males, those mentally twisted people who gained sexual gratification through torture and murder. So then, when considering all of the mental factors involved in the Holocaust, patriotism, idealism, religious zeal, greed, and all other motivations, they all take a back seat to the sexual perversion factor. Yet, when it comes to true mass mind control, the actions of pre-World War II Germany are not a valid example of mass mind control. Upon close consideration, we must come back to the agreement that true mass mind control would consist of literally controlling the physical actions of people against their will, while rendering them incapable of consciously rebelling against that control. Fear, greed, nationalism, and hatred, or even sexual license, are not enough to accomplish mass mind control, nor has science yet created a chemical or organic compound capable of controlling and directing the masses in some coherent manner. Of course, they could put a barrel of LSD in the New York City water supply, but all they would get from that would be a million uncontrollable maniacs, or perhaps sedate the city and put everyone to sleep. But to what constructive end? Earth scientists have taken rudimentary steps in seeking to comprehend and utilize the beta wave factor in relation to the functions of the human brain. It has been learned that the brain's electromagnetic functions can be interfered with or momentarily short-circuited by directly bombarding the test subject with beta waves. However, the ability of the scientist to actually control the motions and thought processes of the subject via remote means is not even close to being accomplished. Technically, according to the aliens, the scientists are on the right track concerning mind control. However, man does not yet possess the technology to master this technique. At this point, Earth scientists have been able to accomplish some small things using beta waves. For instance, they have learned to induce anger or sadness temporarily by bombarding a certain person with rays. and conceivably it might be possible to influence the mood of a crowd of people temporarily, but this could not be considered a viable or permanent form of mass mind control. Nonetheless, the quest for the perfect form of mass control continues. One of the greatest fears of the human race is that some hostile extraterrestrial species will use their advanced technology to take control of the minds of humanity. The most horrible fate that man can imagine is that of becoming a slave to some other human or thing. Yet the thought of enslaving others causes pleasant sensations in the hearts of much of humanity. There are certain segments of the European race who would rather die than give up their roles as slave masters, as is exemplified by the present racial structure in South Africa, and as was the case in America prior to the Civil War in the 1860s. After the Second World War, a large number of ex-Nazis and fleeing German nationals took refuge in the country of South Africa, as well as other locations like Argentina, Brazil, and some anti-Semitic Middle Eastern nations. It may also be noted that an even larger number of ex-Nazis found refuge in the United States, either with forged credentials or with the complicity of the American government. So, the same blood lineage and ideological concepts still very much pervade these societies. The aliens know that Hitler still exists in the hearts and intentions of his disciples, and South Africa is the Mecca which holds the seed of all that is beastly, inhuman, and perverse in European man. It seems that there is something in the nature of the European male and female, Slavic and Aryan, that causes them to literally swoon with pleasure at the thought of holding the power of life and death and sexual deviant dominance over other human beings. So, the same blood lineage and ideological concepts still very much pervade these societies. The aliens know that Hitler still exists in the hearts and intentions of his disciples, and South Africa is the Mecca which holds the seed of all that is beastly, inhuman, and perverse in European man. It seems that there is something in the nature of the European male and female, Slavic and Aryan, that causes them to literally swoon with pleasure at the thought of holding the power of life and death and sexual deviant dominance over other human beings. The South African, European, and American races would choose war and death over the probability of having to do that which is right and fair. The Toxicians have argued, and with much justification, that the European race is expendable by virtue of its history and proven inner motivations, and that the elimination of this genetic strain might prevent the imminent destruction of the ecology and life chromosome of the planet. I differ with them by pointing out certain selfless examples down through the ages, and I further pointed out that during the civil rights marches in the 60s, a substantial number of people of European extraction also put their lives on the line for the cause. I spoke about the abolitionists and the conductors of the Underground Railroad before the Civil War, who aided slaves in their escape to the North. I spoke of the probability that enough of a percentage of these people still exist in the United States and Europe to prevent the domination of Nazi-like elements from gaining control ever again. Therefore, I refuse to accept the opinion of the Togs in relationship to this race of man. Yet my sentiments will not prevent this ruling segment of humanity from destroying the ecosystem of this planet, nor will my opinion cause the South African Europeans to release his slave-owning stranglehold on my brothers and sisters. These are the people who tortured, starved, gassed, raped, and murdered 6 million non-combatant Jews, and who took great relish in tossing truckloads of children alive into great bonfires, and who might very well commit the same atrocities again if given the opportunity. The question is, are they prevented from doing so by ideological enlightenment or because the Jews now have guns? I ascertain whether his scientists have the technological power to enslave humanity on the planetary scale, and this is basically the answer he gave me from the standpoint of military force. The answer to that question is yes. The ever-present factor of the fear of punishment and death can be used successfully in forcing the masses to do your bidding, inasmuch as you are capable of enforcing the threat. The criminal, the antisocial person on earth, is held in check by such means. However, these elements can persuade only those who fear the possibility of getting caught more than giving way to these compulsions. The law is not strong or fearful or efficient enough to dissuade the determined felon or the wealthy from their dastardly deeds. The astute but violent felon believes that he can avoid getting caught, and the wealthy believe with much justification that they can either buy or outwit the justice system. So no pure or equal form of social mass control exists in civilized society. However, the aliens, should they be so inclined, could conquer and control humanity via military might and police action because they have the true technology to do so. It is estimated that they would have to nullify at least 100 million humans worldwide and completely eliminate all leadership in order to accomplish the proper state of physical futility, docility, and fear among the humans. Then it would be a matter of releasing a certain number of sentinel globes and laser bolts to keep the tabs on the activities of the charges, as well as to eliminate any infractors. Population control, agriculture, property dispersal, etc. could be governed in the same manner. Too many people, zap. Actually, there would be many positive aspects and benefits for human under alien rule, such as the unlimited non-pollutant power supplies via fusion technology, though tens of millions of people now living would have to be put to sleep to prevent the further spread of existing contagious diseases. The ones remaining would live relatively free of disease, because a healthy animal is a happy animal, and the medical ability of the aliens are unbelievable. The average human lifespan would be lengthened, perhaps triplefold. Hunger and the homeless would disappear because of population control, agri-science, and the aliens' ability to reasonably control the weather. Marriage as we know it would no longer exist, and sexual activity totally unrestricted, because the aliens believe that a sexually satisfied animal is a happy animal. Accidental maiming and physical handicaps would diminish almost to zero, because all transportation would be centrally controlled, and advanced bionics and implants would replace missing limbs, partial paralysis, etc. According to the aliens, the Homo sapien is biologically a vegetarian, therefore meat-eating would cease. All kinds of drugs, or their organically degradable equivalent, would be free and abundant to all who wanted them. All children of a given community would become common property of that community, and so would all resources. A monetary system would no longer be necessary, as all essentials would be supplied. Education would be restructured to fit the psychological capabilities of the individual suited, so schools as an institution would no longer be necessary. Natural resources worldwide would be controlled and distributed equally as needed to everyone. Although each person would be granted complete control of their living quarters or homes, no one would actually own anything exclusively. In other words, the concept of rich and poor would no longer exist. Among other humans, an individual would be measured solely by his character and not by race or position. Religion as we now practice it would no longer be necessary. The research and contemplation of the elements of light would be sufficient for all humans. Continued violence between a certain male and female or homosexual couple would result in the nullification of both parties. The same holds true of any excessively violent person. Manual labor as we practice it would diminish almost to zero, and leisure time would abound, because nearly all of the work would be performed by smart alien design and programmed machines. For those who decide that life is not worth living, euthanasia booths would be strategically positioned around the world. When life under alien control is compared with life as it exists now for most peoples, it looks better and better. Yet, just beneath the surface of that carefree existence would always lurk the realization that one's destiny is not one's own, and that death remains an ever-present reality. A great number would go about literally seething with inner hatred of their masters and benefactors. What kind of world would it be if no man, had the power to force his will violently upon others and could not kill without dying, or if no person could command fidelity of a mate through intimidation but only through love. If the formerly rich had to cook their own food and do their own laundry, I believe that I could easily live with such a system as described by Tan. However, that system, while being possible and efficient, still cannot be considered a true system of mass mind control. The people would comply with the ruling edicts of the aliens only because they fear being zapped into carbon dust if they didn't. I'm speaking of how I perceive that human existence would be under the guidance and control of the Beovians, but I shudder to think of what human existence would become under the rule of the Targs or the Screed. Fortunately, and because of the power of the Beovians, man will not be faced with either scenario. Instead, the emphasis should be based upon the question, do the aliens have the power to subjugate humanity via mass mind control? Let us explore this aspect to a greater degree. There have been numerous visual sightings of UFOs by multiple witnesses, who sometimes number in the hundreds. On many of these occasions, we find that many of the witnesses to the same incident have visual interpretations which are different in dimensions from the next witness to the same anomaly. People may get differing conceptions of the shapes, sizes, colors, distances of the ship. One person may see the occupants of the ship as being tall and blond, while another may see them as being short and large-headed, etc., and then a few may not remember seeing anything at all. This leads me to believe that the aliens have been experimenting for quite some time with mass mind control techniques. Of course, there is the quite common occurrence of near total amnesia and missing time in abductee subjects. Yet we know that these attempts at mind wiping are not always successful. I am personally a good example of this fact. The alien computers are far more advanced than our own. However, a computer is still a computer, and is restricted in its functions by precise laws of mathematical and geometrical logic. The superintelligent Beovian and Stygian scientists are not soothsayers, and are thus restricted by their inability to deal with the illogical, and not even their computers are as complex as the common human brain. Speculation on the stock market and in the cosmos is still a matter of chance. The best that the stockbroker or alien scientist can do is to use all available data on a given subject to narrow their odds, yet the unknown quotient and the element of chance remain. While experimenting on lower forms of life, like fish and insects, the aliens have found that mass motivation control is quite possible. For instance, a certain wave frequency can stop an ant migration or start it. Herd a school of fish in a certain direction or cause whales to beach themselves for no good reason. However, when it comes to human beings, the process is not nearly so focused or simple. The same vibration or frequency which causes one person to experience great sadness may cause another to experience joy. The aliens have learned that all species of the lower life forms of Earth are rigidly bound by certain lifelong habits and motivations. All lower species of creatures, and indeed some humans, are creatures of unvarying habit. But the greater percentage of human beings are psychologically free agents, and to the aliens this presents a perplexing dilemma when it comes to the factor of mass mind control. The alien study of the prevailing mentality of the German populace historically is an attempt on their part to unravel this mystery, because that particular populace has come closer than any other given ethnic group to possessing a common motivation. The fact that the catalyst of that motivation was born of a kind of sanosexual negativism is not as important as the fact that it transpired without notable variance. Hitler instinctively knew the right buttons to punch to bring about this. The same or a similar spontaneous syndrome happened in 1801 on the Isle of Haiti and during the French Revolution. Something similar is taking shape in Poland, Red China, and several other locations worldwide. Still, none has yet come close to reaching the purity in force as did the German populace between 1933 and 1945. The second and closest example to Nazi Germany is the ruling factions of the Republic of South Africa. It is at present the only place on the planet where evil, hatred, and sadism have been exalted to spiritual dimensions. In order to maintain and inwardly justify such a system of bestiality, it becomes essential that one learns to literally love the role of slave master and find sensual stimulation in sadism throughout recorded time. No one but those of the German European extraction has accomplished this and institutionalized this state of human psychosis. This is not to say that none among them possess any decent, benevolent human qualities, because there are few voices of dissent among them. However, these voices of dissent are relegated to an insignificant quotient by the greater prevailing attitude. No doubt, a great portion of those ruling South Africans would voice the opinion that their racial position is predominantly economics. They simply don't want to share the wealth, but in reality, the true motivation far exceeds even the love of money. The fact that 99% of the Southern whites before the Civil War were poor did not prevent them from fighting and dying in order to keep the black man in human bondage, and the same hold true of the South Africans. The same blacks they hate were the same people who raised their children, who raised them and their forefathers. These are the same blacks who nurtured them in their sickness, served them faithfully during their times of poverty, and loved them even when their own brothers turned their backs on them, and yet they relished the power to maim, torture, kill, and enslave them. They would feel the same, even if all the gold and the diamonds were to disappear at this moment. The abiding love of and the wish to hold absolute power of life and death over another human being is a thing seemingly typical of the German European race, and is thus an abiding interest to the aliens. If the force of that particular mentality could be harnessed, dissected, altered, and focused, it may be possible to find a common denominator in the human mass mind control factor. Is this syndrome atypical of the white race in its entirety? Or has the sociological influence of other ethnic groups brought about a decisive fragmentation of this syndrome among them? The aliens are not interested in exalting one ethnic or racial group above another, just in finding a common psychological denominator as it applies to the masses of the people. Fortunately or unfortunately, they have not yet managed to do so. It seems that the variables in humans' psychological motivations present a viable method of inducing mass mind control. As I have stated before, I do not believe that the aliens have any wish to enslave humanity via military or mass mind control means. However, I know for a fact that the aliens are going to be compelled by necessity to reveal themselves in mass within the next 20 years, and I'm sure that they would much prefer that all of humanity welcome their coming instead of being afflicted with mass hysteria. They would much prefer that the military of the planet refrain from trying to shoot them down like an invading force instead of receiving them as the potential friends they are. On the other hand, they don't want to have to deal with great mobs of people who have not been chosen for the journey. Of course, as things stand now, none of these negative things could be prevented short of military means of mob control. No doubt it would be necessary to destroy some in order to protect the lives of the chosen ones and to assure that they made it unharmed to the pickup points. Dematerialization or zapping up a few abductees is a lot different from unloading tens of thousands at the same time. They don't have the means or the time to zap them up one by one or two at a time and go through individual decontamination. It would require too many small craft and present too many radar targets for military actions. The time factor involved would be extended from a few days to a few months, during which time a growing potential mob of human subjects would have to be fed, pacified, and otherwise dealt with. According to Tan, any physical harm to humans or military damage to property must be avoided at all costs. Thus, the current preoccupation with exploring the possibilities of mass temporary psychological pacification, both for the chosen earthly wayfarers and for the population at large, but I don't think they have thus far had much success. So in answer to the question, do the aliens have the power, either mentally or technology, to mass control the minds and actions of humanity? The answer is no, they don't. And it is mostly due to the individual, fickle, and indecisive natures of the human animal, and this indecisive nature is more pronounced in Earth's female than in Earth's male. In essence, How can the computer anticipate the actions of creatures who themselves don't know what their next actions will be? Plus, there is another even more important factor possessed by the erratic human species. In dealing with the Targs one-on-one and doing my telepathic experiences with Tan, I accidentally learned that a human is capable of telepathically barging into the mind frequency of the aliens and doing them telepathic damage. No, it is not the military or even the physical might of the humans that the aliens fear, but the psychological power. They are not mentally equipped to deal with the human emotions of pain, fear, and dementia. The potentially destructive force of thousands of humans together is astronomical and much too dangerous to be let loose among the alien populace. This potential for telepathic destruction is probably why most abductees are rendered unconscious of their immediate surroundings during the abduction. Because of my childhood innocence and my inner wish to make friends instead of cause harm, I was allowed knowledge of things which have been denied to most earth mortals since the beginning of time. It is extremely difficult for a human to gain such confidences once they have truly learned the nature of good and evil. This is why even the nicest people, upon reaching the planet BRV, simply cannot be allowed free access to the general populace. For you see, while you are able to telepathically harm and destroy them, they cannot easily do the same to you. I suspect that this is why the Targs are so adamant against developing close socialization with the human species, and why they have sought to intimidate or scare me out of revealing this truth. They have tried the power of their mind on a human, namely me, and they have failed miserably. Of course, not all people are as mentally dexterous or as fearless as myself in this manner, but neither are all aliens as mentally strong as the one they sent after me. So now you know why the aliens could never telepathically control the human species on the mass level. The aliens' study of and preoccupation with the mentality of the pre-World War Germans and white South Africans and others gives me cause for contemplation. If all of that collective hatred and bestiality could be harnessed and then focused, it could conceivably be utilized by one alien faction or race to telepathically disrupt, incapacitate, or even destroy portions of some other alien enemy. In fact, telepathic destruction could conceivably be the ultimate universal weapon. Could this be another reason why the Targs don't want large populace of human beings on the planet BRV? The Targs probably know that they could never persuade a large number of human beings to assist them in such a manner, so they don't want BRVians to have the potentially dangerous advantage. Since I came to this conclusion on my own, it never occurred to me to put such a question to Tan. When I stopped to think about it, it begins to make more sense. I am aware of the fact that the BRVians have perfected a true Star Wars umbrella protection system. It would be literally impossible for an enemy to penetrate this system and destroy BRV via high-tech conventional means, such as fissional projectiles, particle beams, lasers, masers, antimatter rockets, or remote or manned warships. So the method of attack would have to be some process which could penetrate all known protection systems and do enough immediate damage to prevent retaliation. Theoretically, a mentally destructive force could be fashioned, focused, and utilized without registering on the high-tech protective sensors. And Earth humans could be the ideal material to form the power, telepathic nucleus of that death beam. Let me caution the reader that this scenario is one of my own creation and is not due to any information or speculation to the effect from the aliens. True, the aliens are great students of human psychology, and they have carried out ongoing genetic experiments of the human species. But I do not believe and haven't been given any reason to assume that the aliens have any conspiracy afoot to destroy or enslave humanity. If they are going to have to deal with humans on a mass scale in the near future, then it is essential that they learn as much about the human animal as possible. And even though they have tried to hold the psychological impact upon their human subjects to a minimum, it is still unfortunate that they don't seem to have realized the magnitude of the pain and suffering they have caused many of the abductees. I have tried to impress this fact upon them, and I believe that the BRVians at least have truly learned from my input. Some people believe that the aliens have cut a deal with the government to trade technology for genetic material, but this is not true. Yes, the government and the military powers of the world are well aware of the aliens' existence and presence, but they have never been able to develop any tangible communications with them. Think about it. And you can easily realize that the aliens do not need or require the permission of the government or military to carry out these experiments. I have ridden aboard a Biavian whispercraft or saucer on more than one occasion. So I know firsthand what these craft are capable of, and I have been shown on the vid screen a portion of the awesome destructive military potential of these beings. No, they have no wish to conquer or otherwise subjugate man. I do not question the sincerity of most environmentalists who seek to save the ecology and certain animal species of this planet, nor do I question the wish of these aliens to save the human race from self-extinction.